be fine. Maria and I can just stand slightly in.
Yeah. So I'll just say welcome.
And we'll just introduce them.
And recent.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. All right.
She said that. Where is she? She's just doing her thing. What? Okay. Oh. Enough organising. I'm leaning back. I'm enjoying. Yeah. Oh, no, I think that's a light. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's like a big
So
group.
is Maria doing registration?
I'll make sure you step up to the lectern.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm right.
Step up to lectern, make sure you project.
Okay. Make sure to what?
Project.
I'll do that.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, the mic is definitely working. Welcome to the Society of Antiquaries of London, and thank you for joining us in this nice, cool room. I think it's time, so we just thought we'd introduce ourselves very quickly before some opening remarks. So this is going to be a bit awkward. I'm Juliana. I'm one of the organising committee, and these are my fellow members of the organising committee.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bethan.
Hi, I'm Mirjam. Hi, there's so many of us. I'm Gina.
Hello, I'm Maria.
And I'm Anushka, and I was the co-founder of the Revels Office with Dr. Sierra Carter at the University of York, who unfortunately can't be with us today, but they send their best wishes. And I'm also the program development manager here at the Society of Antiquaries, so I run the lectures and the conferences. So this is a very happy day for me of those two things coming together. And now I'm going to leave you safely in the hands of the organising committee.
Thanks, Anushka. So I'm just going to kick off with the drier housekeeping stuff, but please do pay attention. It is important. So there's no fire drill planned for today. If you hear the alarm, do leave. Please just go out through the main front doors that you came in, and we'll assemble by the statue of Joshua Reynolds, which is just out on the courtyard there. I'm sure you've heard this already at registration, but there are loos on the ground floor, just sort of ahead of you as you come in the main front doors. There's gendered bathrooms there. There's also a cloakroom if you want to leave any coats or bags. And there's a gender-neutral toilet one floor down in the basement. Please stay on the ground floor. Everything we're doing today is, on the ground floor. Main events are in here. Just across the hallway is the meeting room. Sorry, no, this is the meeting room. Across the hallway is the council room, which is where we'll have tea and coffee in the breaks and also lunch. Please don't bring any food, no drinks or anything, just water into the meeting room here. I think that's everything. Oh, please do keep your lanyards on. That's the rules. That's the Antiquaries rules. But do give them back at the end of the day when you leave. We'll be waiting to grab them off you. But please try and remember that. And then finally, just to say that we have lots of people joining us online, which is great. Hi to everyone online. Really glad so many people could be with us in person and remotely. Because we're online, everything that's in the room needs to be mic'd, otherwise people won't hear it online. So if during the Q&As for the panels you have a question, there will be a roaming mic coming around. Just stick your hand up. Please make sure you wait until you have the microphone before you start speaking, otherwise the online attendees won't be able to hear you. So yeah, that's all the boring stuff. I'm going to hand over to Juliana or Mirjam. I'm going to hand over to Mirjam now. We changed things last minute.
Okay, so the Revels Office, we borrow our name from the historical Revels Office, an institution which is, well, all about censorship. But it's also a place in which text always preceded matter. And it's an office, and that's something that we do too. So we look at, most of us at least, look at text fast, not because we want to censor it, but because we want to understand theatrical texts and the historical as well as modern performance practices better. And we don't have a time machine, so that's the only way we can do this. So in our group, we meta out letters, grief, or voices, and we also do it the other way around. So we research matter as a part of theatre in its own right, and I think today we're going to see a lot of that, actually. Some of us have looked in the past at snow, others at skin and monsters as well. So we hope to learn a bit more about text, meta, theatre, and theatricality as well. This interface today from and with all of you.
Wonderful. So as many of you will know, the Revels Office was founded as a kind of online platform during the COVID pandemic. And the exciting thing is that many of us are meeting in person for the very first time today. And that's a really great thing. And this has been made possible by the support of lots of people and different organizations. And we'd just like to take a moment to say thank you. So first of all, we'd like to thank the Society of Antiquaries of London for their really generous support of this conference and also for trusting that we'd be able to pull off an event like this. We're super grateful for the financial support and all the help with the organisation. And in particular, we'd like to thank Anushka. She's there in the back, who's invested so much time and effort into this event and without whom this event would not be taking place today. So maybe we can have like a round of applause. Yeah, and then we'd also like to say a massive thank you to our funders who have supported our attempts to make this conference as accessible as possible. We'd like to thank the Bibliographical Society, the Society for Renaissance Studies, the Centre for Renaissance and Early Modern Studies at the University of York, and the British Shakespeare Association for their really generous support with this event. And we'd also like to thank Brett Greatly Hirsch for the Digital Renaissance Edition postcards, which you can find in your welcome packs. There's quite a few designs distributed amongst you, so maybe you can use the day to kind of find out what else is out there and do a little ice breaking that way. And lastly, we'd also just like to say a huge thank you to the members of the Revels Office, both new and old, both here in person and joining online, and our speakers for their enthusiasm and their willingness to help out with and contribute to this event. The Revels Office has always been about bringing people together and inspiring one another, and we're hoping that today's conversations will continue that work. And without much further ado, we'll get started with the first panel. So enjoy. I hope you all have a lovely day. And if there's anything you need, feel free to approach the many members of the organizing team. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. All the tech gremlins now.
It's just not working again. So I think it'd be all right. It's just for some reason Just let me think. Sorry.
Yay. Lovely. Are we ready to start the first panel? Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. My name is Matthew Blade, and I'm very pleased to be here to chair this first panel. Thank you to the organisers for putting together a fascinating programme. And we start right off in the playhouse. It's a slightly fresher room than the playhouses themselves might have been, especially the indoor playhouses. But anyway, so the first paper we have today, and there's one without a PowerPoint, I believe, so don't worry too much about things up there, thankfully. We've got the tech gremlins out, hopefully, now. Is Dr. Lydia Valentine is starting us off. I'll introduce each speaker as we go along. So Dr. Lydia Valentine is Research Fellow and Lecturer at Shakespeare's Globe. She completed her PhD in Early Modern Drama at King's College London and Shakespeare's Globe as the recipient of a collaborative doctoral award. Her doctoral thesis examines the relationship between race, kinship, and belonging in early modern drama. Lydia has published research and reviews in Shakespeare in Southern Africa, Shakespeare, and the Spencer Review. She is currently working on a Matthew in Drama student edition of Lalita Chakrabarty's Red Velvet for Bloomsbury, and she's also the network administrator for the Early Modern Scholars of Colour Network, an anti-racist collective that promotes academic inclusivity in early modern studies. And today she's going to be talking about beauty, materiality, and degrees of whiteness in Shakespeare. Please welcome Lydia Valentine.
Good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me? I might angle this slightly higher up. Is that all right? Perfect. I want to start by saying a big thank you to the Revels Office team and conference organisers for having me here today. It's a fantastic programme and a beautiful venue, so I feel quite spoiled. And I have decided to go without slides today, so hopefully I can win you over with my words. As Matthew said, I'll be talking today about beauty, materiality, and degrees of whiteness in Shakespeare. And this is drawing on work from my doctoral thesis. Over the last several decades, we've seen extensive studies on the materiality of race in commercial theatres, and particularly in relation to the performance of blackness. It's widely agreed that at least the majority of black roles were played by white actors, who would use a variety of materials to bring these racialized roles to life. As scholars including Ian Smith, Virginia Mason Vaughan, Farah Kareem Cooper, and Noemi Ndiaye have established, white performers used masks, black paint made from ingredients like burnt cork, walnut shells, and animal grease, costuming and props, or black fabrics like velvet or leather to cover their limbs. In the texts themselves, we can find a range of meta-theatrical references to these materials, whether that's Othello's sooty bosom or the oil of hell in Lust's Dominion. This understanding of blackness as material has been identified as one which tends to reduce black people to objects or things. Ian Smith argues that racial prosthetics evinced blackness as material object devoid of interiority, whilst Matthew Chapman notes how this performance mode reduces blackness to black flesh as spectacle. In my talk today, however, I want to shift the focus onto the materiality of whiteness, both in text and performance. Important work is being done within the field of pre-modern critical race studies to interrogate the formation of racial whiteness in this period. Still, less attention is being paid to the way that white flesh is materialized in early modern drama, or to the role that the materiality of whiteness plays within a wider system of race-making. Of course, it's long been acknowledged that materials such as whitening cosmetics were regularly used in commercial theatres. As Farah Kareem Cooper helpfully summarizes, and can you tell she supervised my PhD by the many references, White lead and vinegar-based foundations would have been used not only by boy actors when playing the parts of women, but also to depict ghosts, to create the illusion of identicality, as is the case in Twelfth Night, or to depict monarchy. I want to suggest that the materiality of whiteness in early modern drama had an additional function, which was to construct difference out of whiteness. In the 2023 collection, White People in Shakespeare, Arthur L. Little Jr. argues that white people emerged in the early modern period as a strained category that pointed at once to a white-skinned mass and a white-skinned elite. Whiteness was understood as a spectrum, and individuals could be perceived as more white or less white, depending on a range of factors like class, sexuality, nationality, or religion. Studies of race in the early modern period typically reflect a sense that an understanding of race tied to lineage, blood, or genealogy gives way to colour-based or phenotypical notions of race. But when thinking about the racial category of whiteness, this position becomes harder to sustain. Instead, I argue that kinship remains central to configurations of race, and particularly whiteness, throughout the early modern period. Kinship and its attendant meanings of rank or social status were understood as flexible tools of race-making, tools which Shakespeare certainly used to define the boundary between the white elite and the white mass. And materiality, whether real or imagined, offered one way of representing this boundary in early modern drama. So in today's paper, I'll be focusing on specific instances in The Winter's Tale and As You Like It, where materials are used in the assessment of white women's social and racial value, demonstrating that the white community was not necessarily understood as a homogeneous community. Within these plays, textual references to materials associated with both natural and artificial whiteness are used to draw distinctions between lower and higher status white women. Yet part of the difficulty of teasing out the materiality of whiteness is that whiteness has historically gained power by being invisible, or rather by being the unnamed norm against which other racial identities are valued and assessed. In the plays I'm analysing today, this manifests in concerns about the legibility of whiteness as the specific property of the elite community. In The Winter's Tale, this concern with materialising a boundary between the white elite and white mass clearly informs the representation of Perdita, an abandoned princess who is believed to be dead and is instead raised as a poor, lowly maid. In Act 4, Scene 4, Perdita hosts a sheep shearing ceremony, which is a hard phrase to say, it's a good tongue twister, would recommend trying it, with her adoptive family. In attendance is her lover, Prince Florizel, and his high status and greatness are understood by Perdita to mark him as different. Given kinship's continued influence on understandings of race, this positioning of the two lovers would suggest that there's a clear hierarchy within the racial category of whiteness, and one which privileges Florizel as the more elite and arguably more white out of the two. Nevertheless, there are repeated references to Perdita as a woman who is almost hyper-white, and her physical whiteness leads her social superiors to perceive her as forward of her breeding. When Camillo describes Perdita as the queen of curds and cream, he highlights the uncanniness of her white complexion, since as a shepherdess she would be expected to be darker complexioned from labouring outdoors. And the choice to describe Perdita's whiteness as approximating curds and cream is possibly a slight, and one which implies that she is using thick makeup to artificially appear whiter. Drawing on Shakespeare's use of this language in As You Like It, to which I'll turn in a moment, Cream Cooper suggests that in rural areas, cream itself may have even formed part of a concoction to make the face whiter. And this terminology appears in the anti-cosmetic writings of Thomas Tuke, who complains that women go up and down, whited and sized over, with paintings laid one upon another, in such sort that a man might easily cut off a curd of cheesecake from either of their cheeks. In Tuke's image, a woman has so heavily plastered her face with white paint that a man would be able to slice off a coagulated piece of her faux skin. And this emphasis on the material crudeness of cosmetics suggests that artificially enhanced whiteness is immediately recognizable, and that a truly fair woman would possess a natural whiteness. By echoing the rhetoric of anti-cosmetic writings, Camillo potentially draws attention to the performance of gender on commercial stages, where boy actors used white face paint to perform female roles, such as that of Perdita. But more pertinent to my present discussion is the use of ingredients like curds or cream to imply that Perdita's white complexion is counterfeit, and that the artificiality of her fairness reinforces her lower social standing. By recognizing kinship and skin color as two intersecting racial frameworks, we can see that Shakespeare recognizes gradations within whiteness, even between characters like Perdita and Florizel, who are similarly described as being fair. Of course, as you might be thinking, there are two key ways that this reading is drastically complicated. The first is that Florizel repeatedly confirms that Perdita's complexion is white by comparing her to a variety of materials, things or bodily parts that appear in nature, including dove's down, fanned snow, and perhaps most significantly, an Ethiopian's tooth. So Perdita is not only naturally fair in complexion, but also aligned with Florizel through their shared opposition to blackness. The second complicating factor is that Perdita is not, in fact, a poor lowly maid, and is instead a princess, hence her uncanny whiteness and the sense that she acts above her breeding. According to Arthur Little, as a property, white skin signaled elite status, a distinction from the lower classes, meaning that whiteness becomes more visible and legible when read as contestations going on within whiteness itself. Perdita's layered identity, in which she belongs both to the white mass and the white elite, complicates this process of recognition by placing white skin in a different social context. When As You Like It similarly invokes the materiality of cream, the insinuation that artificial whiteness is a sign of lower status is clearer. Phoebe, a shepherdess and inhabitant of the Forest of Arden, is described as having a cheek of cream, alongside other materialized facial features like bugle eyes or black silk hair that seemingly mark her lack of natural beauty. Crucially, this description is delivered by Rosalind, an elite courtly woman who remains fair even as she temporarily masquerades as a male shepherd named Ganymede. Several scholars have demonstrated how the play's materialized descriptions of Phoebe mark her as both socially and racially inferior to her courtly counterparts, and these arguments have typically focused on Rosalind as Ganymede's reaction to reading Phoebe's letter, in which Phoebe is accused of having a leathern hand or freestone-coloured hand closer to old gloves than white skin. Here, the description of Phoebe's hands as thick-skinned, browned, and close to the colour of leather or stone places her in direct opposition to the white hand of Rosalind upon which Orlando swears. According to Andrew Bozio, the play registers the entanglement of race and class most clearly in this figuration of hands, within which Rosalind draws on materials to mark Phoebe as somatically different. If, as David Sterling Brown proposes, the white hand carves out a lady's place and directs her way of being in the world, then Phoebe is certainly not afforded the same opportunities as Rosalind or Celia to fashion her own whiteness. Yet I want to go further by suggesting that the punning on hand and handwriting within this context relates to another configuration of race and materiality, the association of blackness with ink and printed words. In Inkface, Miles Greer argues that black characters on commercial stages were composed of ink and covered in it, meaning that they were clearly not meant to be readers, but to be read. Placing race within the context of a growing print industry and increasing literacy rates, Greer outlines how the metaphor of black skin as a readable, transferable ink gave authority to an elite white community to read and mark race on black bodies. It feels significant then that Phoebe is described not only as having inky brows, but of writing Ethiop words blacker in their effect than in their countenance. The inky blackness of Phoebe's handwritten words is inseparable from the inky blackness of her physical body, and both work to underscore the perception of Phoebe as naturally inferior to the courtly women she is unknowingly surrounded by. A big question for me that remains as to how we read the metaphorical blackening of Phoebe in the context of Celia's self-determined decision to darken her skin with brown pigment or umber. When Celia and Rosalind enter the Forest of Arden, they decide to adopt disguises to protect themselves from physical and sexual threats. When Rosalind masquerades as Ganymede, who remains fair in complexion, Celia declares that she will put herself in poor and mean attire and with a kind of umber smirch my face. Though Celia's association of a darkened complexion with poor and mean attire, through Celia's association of a darkened complexion with poor and mean attire and lower social status, we once again see whiteness emerge as the property of the socially elite. And Celia is later described as being browner than her brother, suggesting that a recognizable material transformation has taken place in order to demonstrate this. Yet, at the end of the play, Celia can return to her anterior whiteness and to the world of the court if she so desires. The same cannot be said as confidently about Phoebe. In these plays, materiality is mobilized in text and performance to render whiteness and the degrees within this racial category visible. Furthermore, materials offer individual ways of fashioning their own whiteness as well as the whiteness of others, in ways that highlight the contentions within this racial category. What emerges through a comparative analysis of the ways whiteness is materialized in The Winter's Tale and As You Like It is that a person's ability to fashion their own whiteness is ultimately determined by whether they belong to the white elite or the white mass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker in this panel is Hannah Cotterill, who is in the second year of her PhD in English at Royal Holloway, researching representations of angry women in early modern medicine and drama. Before starting her PhD, she completed a degree in English at the University of Exeter and a master's in health humanities at UCL. And prior to starting her PhD, she spent 4 years teaching English in secondary schools. She's always been fascinated by the history of ideas around emotions, gender, and performativity. So we can see exactly how we got to this topic, what she's going to be speaking to on the topic of put an antique disposition on emotions as costume in Elizabethan Jacobean drama. Please welcome Hannah.
Thank you very much. Today, my paper explores the use of costumes as metaphors for emotional control in Elizabethan and Jacobean drama. I'll be exploring how characters put on emotions like garments, demonstrating how changeable and performative emotions can be, and challenging the determinism proposed by humoral medicine. A famous example of this metaphor likening emotions to costumes occurs in Shakespeare's Hamlet. In Act 1, Hamlet's mother Gertrude tells Hamlet to stop mourning for his father, telling him to cast this emotion off like it's a cloak or nighted colour. But Hamlet tells his mother that his emotion cannot be located in his inky cloak. He has that within which passes show, an interior feeling which cannot be seen. But only a few scenes later, Hamlet says he will put an antic disposition on. To feign the performance of madness, he will use to disguise his revenge plot. The idea that an antic disposition is something you can put on creates an image that dispositions are like pieces of clothing. And this image becomes quite literal in Hamlet, as descriptions of his inky cloak and suits of solemn black indicate what Burbage likely wore in his representation of this character. Likewise, Hamlet's antic disposition becomes visual when Ophelia comments on his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, stockings fouled and ungartered. Something that cannot be seen, an interior feeling, is therefore not only imagined, but also seen as a visible material object on the stage that can be chosen or changed by a character at any point, creating a sense of agency and control over the emotions. Now, this challenges the determinism of behavior and identity constructed in humoral medicine. For example, the Jacobean physician Helkiah Crook argues that there is more difference of the tempers in men and women than anatomical parts. Crook refers here to physical body temperature, but also discusses how men and women express emotions differently in relation to this. For example, he believes that women are colder than men and that this causes their anger to be quicker and more vigorous, as they are easily heated and upon very slight causes. However, contrary to Crook's argument, the trope comparing emotions to costumes suggests they are not necessarily bound to a predetermined humoral state. Rather, they can be put on or changed between acts. And so, if emotions are things that can be put on, then the implication is that they can also be taken off. In Ben Jonson's comedy of humours, Every Man in His Humour, the character Justice Clement, who acts as legal authority in the play, tells all characters to put off their various humours at the end of the play. He tells Master Downright to remove his anger, Noel to remove his cares, and Kitely and his wife their jealousy. On the one hand, this suggests that these characters' emotions were trivial or insincere. But at the same time, this metaphor teaches the audience that they are capable of emotional control. and that they can't claim to be completely compelled by their humours. Following this, in Johnson's second comedy of humours, Every Man Out of His Humour, the extended prologue teaches the audience the medical theory of the four humours: choler, melancholy, phlegm, and blood. But then also tells us that the word humour can be used as a metaphor which can be applied to the general disposition or personality, a peculiar quality which can possess a man and drive his behaviour. This, the prologue tells us, may be truly said to be a humour. But the prologue also mocks those who attempt to imitate certain humoral temperaments through clothing, such as by wearing a pied feather, a cable hatband, free-piled ruff, or French garters. According to Johnson, a true humour can be the physical substance in the body, or it can be someone's personality, but it needs to be genuine and distinct from putting on a costume to create a particular impression. So it's ironic then when later in the play, the jester Carlo advises Sogliardo, a man who has recently purchased a coat of arms, on how to pass as a gentleman. He advises Sogliardo to observe the humours of a gentleman in order to imitate them, and also to spend all his money on apparel. What is most important in Carlo's advice on becoming a gentleman is the appearance of being one. Both emotional behaviour and clothing are linked to create this impression. In these comedies of humours, Johnson makes fun of the pretentiousness of those who perform particular emotions to fit into distinguished social groups. And yet, whilst Johnson encourages us to laugh at those who put on performances of emotions, there are some in the early modern period who express anxiety about the imitation of particular humours or emotional behaviours on the stage. For example, Stephen Gosson, in his anti-theatrical tract, challenges male actors who perform female characters in the theatre, arguing that God forbids men to put on women's garments, which are signs distinctive between sex and sex. But he also challenges those who imitate the emotional behaviours associated with the opposite gender, questioning how they shall be excused that put on not the apparel only, but the gait, the gestures, the voice, and the passions of a woman. According to Gosson, performing the passions of a woman is grouped with clothing as part of the costume that an actor wears to embody a particular gender. Whilst Johnson mocks the idea that you can become a gentleman by imitating certain emotional behaviours, Gosson's anti-theatrical text expresses serious concern around how putting on a costume of anger, sadness, or mirth, for example, can destabilise identity categories. However, in John Webster's play The White Devil, characters frequently perform emotional behaviours contrary to those believed to be typical of their gender. In Act 3, for example, the character Vittoria has been put on trial for adultery and conspiracy to murder. And in her defence, she tells us she must personate masculine virtue. What Vittoria means here is that to defend herself against an unfair trial, she must perform a type of honourable anger that, according to medical writers like Helkia Crook, only men were believed to be capable of expressing. In this scene, Vittoria's righteous anger is like a masculine costume that she must put on. But in doing so, her character demonstrates that her emotions are not limited by her biological sex, only by the social norms of her gender. Similar to the concerns of the anti-theatricalists, ideas about costume and transformation of identity also overlap with 17th century anxieties about racial distinctions. For example, the physician John Bulwer believes that those who use cosmetics to darken their skin will transfer this skin tone to future generations. In Bulwer's words, what starts as a mere affectation, language which suggests a performance or costume, could be maintained by generation. And then this skin color initially created by cosmetics will become hereditary and be passed from father to son. Like clothing, cosmetics are believed to have a totally transformative effect on a person's identity. To say then that the connection between emotions and clothing or costumes is just metaphorical is an oversimplification in an era when putting on clothes or cosmetics can be seen to completely transform a person from the inside out. In Elizabeth Carey's closet drama, The Tragedy of Mariam, likely written around 1603 to 1605, the villainess Salome is racially othered by the tragic heroine Mariam and also criticised for her use of cosmetics. She's described as a painted sepulchre by her husband Constabarus, who criticises women's use of cosmetics in the lines, "Though on her outside graces garnish her, her mind is filled with worse than rotten bones." These lines criticising women's use of cosmetics also echo the words of anti-theatricalists. In Philip Stubbs' Reproval of Actors, he criticises actors for being masking players, painted sepulchres, and double-dealing ambidexters. Concerned that theatrical cosmetics allow actors to deceive their audiences about their true identities. This implies again that cosmetics could have a totally transformative effect on an actor's identity. Notably, the language in Constabarus' speech is also racially inflected. Foulness was equated with dark skin in early modern humoral texts such as Huarte de San Juan's, in opposition to the association of fairness with light skin. In this play, where Salome is described as black in contrast to Mariam's perceived whiteness, the description of her as foul beneath her fair makeup suggests concern about how her cosmetics disrupts attempts to categorize her racial identity. In Huarte's view also, women's dark skin was believed to link to masculinity, as he believed it caused them to have a voice like a man and be more witty than the whiter, supposedly more feminine women. But also these women who are supposedly white and also less cold and moist than other women, supposedly darker and also less cold and moist than other women, are also perceived to be more froward, cursed, and wayward, suggesting an unmanageable temper. Again, we see humoral determinism, here intersecting ideologies about both race and gender. However, Salome defies critics of cosmetics by demonstrating how her painted face gives her emotional agency that Mariam, who claims not to use cosmetics, lacks. In fact, as Kimberly Poitevin argues, Mariam's tragic flaw is an inability to manipulate her own bodily signifiers. By contrast, Salome describes how "'tis long ago since shame was written on my tainted brow. But now shame is gone and honour wiped away, and impudency on my forehead sits." This initially seems self-deprecating. The adjective tainted connotes moral corruption, but also being physically painted or stained, linking cosmetics with both immorality and racial alterity. As Burton and Lumba argue, throughout history, black skin was increasingly seen as an unwashable taint passed on from parent to child. But Salome's speech contests the permanence of the tainted face. Building on Poitevin's argument here, I add that Salome's cosmetics give her a specific emotional control that challenges humoral determinism. Salome demonstrates that what can be written can also be wiped away, suggesting that emotions are like face paint, which can be washed off and changed. I also want to say it's wonderful to be following on from Lydia's talk here, because that line, "written on my tainted brow," is completely making me think about that association between ink and blackness, which was fantastic. Continuing this metaphor, Salome exchanges shame for impudency, disrupting any idea that racial identity is a fixed, predetermined cause of unchangeable emotional states. Similar to Webster's portrayal of Vittoria, the link between emotional expressions and costumes, or in this case, cosmetics, gives women agency. In both The White Devil and The Tragedy of Mariam, emotional performativity is presented as a particular advantage for women with dark skin. Vittoria's servant Zanchi, a black woman, is proud that her skin can conceal her emotions, saying, "Death cannot alter my complexion, for I shall ne'er look pale." Similarly, Salome's skin is apparently less revealing than the Petrarchan white and red woman. As Constabarus comments, "I blush for you that have your blushing lost." Race and cosmetics are closely linked in how they can render women's faces unreadable. Salome's unreadable, carefully controlled facial expressions allow her freedom from feelings of shame that her society tries to impose on her due to her race and gender. So to conclude, on the early modern stage, where emotions such as sadness or anger are imagined as items you can wear, put on, or take off, characters are given a degree of control and agency which contradicts arguments from medical writers like Crook that factors such as race, gender, or social class determine a person's behaviour. Playwrights who compare emotional expressions with clothing or cosmetics therefore demonstrate how emotional control is possible no matter who you are, and that feelings are nothing but fabrics we can choose to step into. This language, although figurative, challenges oppressive stereotypes, such as the belief that women cannot control their emotions, or that Black women are more likely to be angry, and in turn, unsettles the social hierarchies that depend upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on to our third and final speaker for this panel, Hannah Merlander, who is a first-year PhD student in the Department of English at KCL, where her research is funded by the London Arts and Humanities Partnership. Her project queries accepted hierarchies of stage space by attending to the tiring house, the backstage space in the early modern theatre, and establishing it as an alternative site of performance. Prior to beginning her research degree, Hannah worked at a drama school in London, and before that she completed the MA in Shakespeare Studies, jointly offered by KCL and Shakespeare's Globe. So please join me in welcoming Hannah Merlander to speak about who calls their hearing across the tiring house wall.
Might need to bring this down a little bit. Hello. So critical attention has lately been drawn to what Laura Jane Wright terms acousmastic sounds. Sounds with no visible source, there we go, in the play world, which she describes as potentially divine and potentially demonic. Peter Womack has similarly argued that sound effects produced off stage and therefore out of sight to the audience are inherently uncanny. This paper takes as its starting point the observation that those in the tiring house, that the tiring house wall, which prevented audiences in the auditorium from seeing the source of those sounds, created a similar disaggregation of sight from sound for players in the tiring house, who are frequently required to listen to sound from the stage, not just to cue their entry onto that stage, but as part of extended sequences in which they perform from behind the tiring house wall. And so I'm going to begin by looking at the dark scene in Twelfth Night, which I posit as staging this act of listening across the tiring house wall. I will then situate the scene within the broader phenomenon of what I'm terming voices within, these moments in which characters speak from the tiring house, before considering how children's companies in particular utilize this feature of early modern drama to reflect on and take advantage of their specific conditions of performance. And ultimately, I'm hoping to suggest that the disaggregation of sight and sound experienced when listening to voices across the tiring house wall, while a challenge for players, becomes a site of momentary, if expansive, possibilities. So, to turn to Twelfth Night. After his disastrous declaration of love to Olivia, Malvolio is locked up as a madman. And not content to leave him alone, Feste comes to taunt him further in the guise of Sir Topas, a curate. And the folio is clear that Malvolio is positioned within for this scene, which means that the player would be in the tiring house, the backstage space, and thus reliant on listening to the actor playing Feste, who speaks to him from the stage. And while listening to cues in order to perform from backstage is not a requirement unique to early modern drama, the conditions of early modern performance would have shaped this experience in specific ways. The first of the conditions I want to highlight is the paucity of rehearsal time in this theatrical system that constantly demanded new plays. Tiffany Stern has demonstrated that there might have been as few as one group rehearsal, and most preparation time was instead spent in individual study of an actor's part. And that part is the second key performance condition I want to highlight. So rather than receiving the whole play text, early modern players learnt their lines from a part, a role which contained all their characters' lines, with the other lines omitted, except for 1 to 3 words of the preceding speech as a cue. And these two conditions of performance combined meant that players did not have the intimate knowledge of the play that has been naturalized by post-19th century rehearsal practices, such as table work, which involves a quite extended discussion of the play by all the members of the cast. So, if, as I want to suggest, we read the dark scene as not only requiring a player in the tiring house to listen across the tiring house wall, but also as a meta-theatrical staging of this mode of performance, it highlights two ways in which that experience is shaped by the performance conditions I've just outlined. Firstly, it suggests that the player would have a fragmentary and confusing understanding of the onstage action. And secondly, as I hope to show in a minute, it highlights the potential difficulty for players on either side of the tiring house wall of identifying who they are listening to. So, Feste, in his disguise as Sir Topas, tries to distort Malvolio's sense of reality, responding to Malvolio's complaint that this house is dark by asserting, there we go, oh, it seems to have got stuck. There we go, by asserting, why it hath bay windows, transparent as barricadoes, and the clear stores towards the south-north are as lustrous as ebony, and yet complainest thou of obstruction. I want to suggest that this speech seems to be composed of half sentences, almost haphazardly stitched together, equating windows, which are intended to let light in, with barricadoes, which intentionally shut out the outside world. And in this way, it's performing a heightened version of listening across the tiring house wall, in which players might catch occasional words or phrases from the stage, but do not have their full context. Indeed, it is likely that players in the tiring house could not listen attentively to sound from the stage all the way through the performance. They might need to move away from the tiring house wall to change their costume, for example. And when their attention is redirected to the tiring house wall as they prepare to listen for a cue, what they heard might have made as little sense as Feste's implied assertion that ebony is not dark. Now, Feste is, of course, actively trying to confuse Malvolio, and his success depends on the vocal disguise he adopts to play the character of Sir Topas. He does put on an actual costume, but it is superfluous, as Maria notes afterwards, "Thou mightst have done this without thy beard and gown. He sees thee not." It is his vocal disguise, indicated by Sir Toby's instruction that Feste should go back to Malvolio in thine own voice, which is sufficient. And it is Malvolio's position within, and hence the separation of sound from sight, which makes him vulnerable to Feste's manipulations, as he is unable to recognize Sir Topas as Feste in disguise. He is therefore reliant on Feste's identification of himself as Sir Topas in response to Malvolio's question, "Who calls there?" And this points to the second difficulty for players performing across the tiring house wall, not just needing to orient themselves in the action of the play, but specifically of being able to identify the character who is speaking on stage. They might have had some help in this from documents like a plot, which was a scene-by-scene outline, which was pinned to the tiring house wall, but it might have been of limited use in scenes in which there are multiple characters on stage, or in which characters adopt on-stage disguises, as Feste does in this scene. Feste takes advantage of the material conditions of early modern performance space in order to try to convince Malvolio that he is mad. Using this scene as a model for listening from the tiring house therefore suggests madness as a potentially compelling metaphor for describing what the scene implies is a fragmenting, unsettling experience. And I want to spend the next few minutes situating the scene in the wider context of Voices Within, to put a bit of pressure on that easily available metaphor and to suggest a precise application of it. So conversations like the one I've just discussed in Twelfth Night, in which an actor is required to perform in the tiring house, are a relatively common and enduring feature of early modern drama. I conducted a survey of Within in stage directions in texts published between 1567 and 1642, and I found 96 instances in which there is a somewhat extended conversation across the tiring house wall. Strikingly, almost all of these instances involve some attempt at identification, either the characters on opposite sides of the wall identifying one another, or one of the characters identifying themselves. And you can see here, of those 96 instances, there are 43 uses of the device in which that identification is unstable in some way, as it is in the dark scene of Twelfth Night, in which Feste falsely claims that he is Sir Topaz, and Malvolio believes him. And another example comes from Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher's highly meta-theatrical play, The Night of the Burning Pestle, which was performed at the Blackfriars by the children of the Queen's Rebels in 1607, in which there's a moment in which a man and a woman cry from within. The wife, who is positioned on stage, does not notice a difference between the two voices, and she collapses them both into one female voice, saying to her husband, "I think some woman lies in there." The prefixes in the printed text, which you can see, are clear that one of the voices crying is male and one is female. However, the surviving part documents, those documents that the actors received that I mentioned earlier, suggest that when these texts were produced for professional theatre companies, they would not include a character name alongside the cue. The professional player performing in the Tiring House would therefore not necessarily be able to tell from their part whether the person they are listening to is performing a male or a female character. The wife is thus able to construct a gender identity for the voice she hears, one which remains stable until the man and woman walk on stage later in the scene and display their more securely, if not entirely securely, gendered bodies, or perhaps more accurately, their securely gendered clothing. And in this respect, I think it's significant that The Night of the Burning Pestle is a children's company play. To return to the pie charts, of instances in which voices were easily identified across the Tiring House wall, the majority occur in plays performed by adult companies, 41 times in plays performed by adult companies, 8 in children's company plays, and 4 in plays that we don't know the company for. But of instances in which the voices are not easily identified, the majority are still performed by adult companies, but children's companies have a far greater share. 24 instances in adult companies and 16 in children's company plays and 3 in unknown plays. So to express that another way, in plays performed by children's companies, there are 24 uses of this device, voices within, of which 16 instances depict an unstable identification of voice and 8 stable instances. So, as I've suggested, identification of voices across the Tiring House wall is much easier in adult company plays, particularly when it comes to identifying gender. And I've just brought a few examples from adult company plays in which the gender of a voice coming across the Tiring House wall is correctly identified. So you can see Francisca, the nun, who recognizes Lucio's voice as male, while the Duke and Lepta recognize offstage female voices. And voice thus comes to be positioned as a reliable and immutable indicator of gender. However, attempts to use voice to identify the gender of a speaker are much less successful in children's company plays. I've mentioned The Night of the Burning Pestle already, and I want to bring one more example which comes from The Faithful Shepherdess, which was also originally performed by the children of the Queen's Rebels a year after The Night of the Burning Pestle, although the rights were interestingly later acquired by the King's Men. And in this scene, Daphnis is waiting for Chloe, who's a shepherdess, although not the faithful shepherdess of the play's title. And he listens to the offstage voice of Alexis and identifies it as Chloe. Alexis then comes on stage and Daphnis is confused. He was expecting a shepherdess, not a shepherd. When later in that scene, Chloe does call from offstage, Daphnis remarks that the shrillness of this voice tells me it is a woman, seeming to assert, like in the adult company plays I just showed you, that voice can be used as a stable indicator of gender. But this is undermined by the fact that he has just been able to identify Alexis's voice as Chloe's. If shrillness is the indicator of a female voice, the suggestion seems to be that Alexis's voice was also shrill. We can connect Daphnis's confusion perhaps to the material reality of the play's performance. In plays performed by adult companies, which were composed of both adult male players and boy actors, a female character offstage could perhaps be recognized by the reedy, unstable voice of a boy actor, and a male character by the potentially more stable voice of an adult player. In children's company plays, however, all parts are performed by boys. The gender essentialist strategies that enable a binary identification of voices as either male or female in adult company plays are therefore not available when listening to voices across the towering house wall in children's company plays. And indeed, the boy, particularly the adolescent boy, is a fundamentally in-between figure in early modern culture, not only caught between childhood and adulthood, but also between genders, occupying, as Will Fisher has suggested, an entirely separate gender category to men. And I want to suggest that it is therefore up to the person listening to these uncertainly gendered voices across the towering house wall to do what Jane Ward has described as gender labor, the work of giving gender to others, as Daphnis does when he ascribes femininity to Alexis's shrill voice. By differentiating between how adult companies and children's companies play with the division of sight and sound, occasioned by the requirement for players to listen across the towering house wall, these moments of instability can perhaps be interpreted as capitalizing on the transitional nature of boy actors to allow those listening across the towering house wall to construct alternative and temporary genders. This gender labor is often undone when the player in the towering house enters and sight and sound are realigned, as happens in both The Night of the Burning Pestle and The Faithful Shepherdess. These moments therefore suggest a new paradigm for early modern theatrical spaces. The towering house itself emerges as a space of expansiveness, in which listening can construct moments of imagining otherwise, while the stage itself is repositioned as the place where possibilities narrow. To return to Malvolio and my contention that the dark scene offers a model of listening from the towering house, Feste's attempt to make Malvolio mad by recreating the material conditions of early modern performance is therefore perhaps an apt metaphor for acts of offstage listening, but only if we understand madness not as an inability to grasp reality, but an ability to see, or rather to listen to, multiple realities.
Thank you very much. And I think, well, according to the program, I think we have 45 minutes for questions. Let's see how we go. Can I invite the speakers to come up so that we can huddle around and use the microphone? And are there burning questions already bubbling up? If there are, do please start raising hands. And oh, fantastic! A question near the back, and I'm also just going to keep an eye on the online thing in the corner. Lovely, thank you. A question in the back.
Hi, thank you so much. I got two questions. My first question is for Hannah Cotterill fascinating paper. The idea of the ability of putting on a certain emotion reminds me of the use of the masks in early Tudor courtly performances. So I wonder to what extent the ability of putting on some emotion as a stage prop have something to do with the courtly performances or the idea of nobility, the idea of being courtly.
Sorry, I missed the last part of the question.
Oh, sorry.
I just missed the last part of your question.
I wonder to what extent this ability of putting on an emotion in performance would have something to do with the idea of nobility or being courtly.
Oh, so can putting on an emotion kind of give a character that's meant to kind of signify nobility? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really interesting question. And in my research on anger management, often I've noticed, like particularly in neo-Stoicism, so like writers like Montaigne and Bacon and Pierre Charon, that they write about how you need to control your anger in order to kind of demonstrate your nobility, and that sort of letting anger loose and kind of not having control over it and not managing it can signify like baseness, and that sort of language that's like class inflected is used there as well. So it really does kind of cover the spectrum of like gender, social class and race kind of being used to sort of differentiate between people. So I'm answering that based on anger because that's the focus of my research. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. sorry, I got another question for another Hannah. and so I really like this idea of the offstage sound. So you mentioned like it's something to do with the voice of the child actors in the child company plays. But I also wonder whether there will have to be an acoustic aspects, because in the child company plays, so we would assume that they were staged in the indoor theaters, so they could have like a stronger sense of echoes, which might be confusing. So to what extent would you say like is also a contributing thing?
Yeah, I think the acoustics are a really interesting part of it. I'm trying to work on my physics to strengthen that portion of my research. Interestingly, in training manuals, there does seem to be a sense of you want to kind of strengthen children's voices. But when I've been looking at how voices are figured as unstable in plays performed by both adult companies and children's companies, we kind of consistently get this idea that boys' voices are unstable, they squeak. You know, we get Cleopatra's famous concern that she's going to be buoyed by a squeaking actor, by a squeaking boy. But that doesn't seem to be, that audibility is a concern. There's this concern about how do you communicate gender and identity, and can a speaker be in control of their meaning, and listeners get positioned as kind of being able to interpret things that they hear in a way that a speaker can't really control. But it doesn't seem, as far as I can pick up, that there is a real concern about whether or not we can hear boys in the same way, which was surprising. That's something that I thought would come up much more. I think that there is something interesting about the divide between the indoor and the outdoor playhouses, though, because, you know, if you think that an outdoor playhouse might have kind of much more sound coming in from outside the playhouse, but the indoor playhouse is also, as you say, kind of complicated in terms of audibility because of those echoes. And I think there's also something interesting that I haven't quite pinned down yet about the parallel between the indoor playhouse as a kind of wooden structure containing all that noise and the tiring house as another wooden structure containing noise, and what's going on in the relationship between those two similar structures.
Thank you. And speaking of which, sorry, I got another question. So do you think this varies between different kinds of child companies? Because some child companies consisted of like your children between around the age of like 12, but some like were actually like more in their late teens or early 20s. So for these two kinds of companies, because like the former ones would have more prepubescent children, so would that influence this idea of the stableness of voice?
Yeah, I think probably. It does seem to be that the Children of the Queen's Revels it has this particular concern. It's both the Knight of the Burning Pestle and the Faithful Shepherdess that are these two kind of key examples that I found. So one of the things I want to do is dig a little bit more into that company and what was going on with them to kind of trace that through, definitely.
Thank you. Very much looking forward for your future research.
Will, yeah.
Thank you all three for a brilliant panel. This is a question for Lydia, which seems slightly unfair because I see you every day. But I was such a brilliant paper, and I was thinking about, and I know you took two examples. You could have taken examples from many plays, and we heard in Hannah Cottrell's paper, a really fascinating examination of racialized beauty language, not in a setting which I'm going to talk about now, which is pastoral, because you've got both Winter's Tale and As You Like It, kind of finding some sort of intersection overlap between a kind of whiteness discourse and pastoralism, and you did that brilliant work on thinking about cream, and I was thinking about that a portion in Barnfield's, Barnfield's The Affectionate Shepherd, and there's lots of reasons that people aren't talking about Barnfield enough, but a really interesting bit is the bit in The Affectionate Shepherd where the speaker turns against his beautiful white male lover and goes on to this extended riff about how black things in nature are better. And so it's a sort of consciously sort of contrary kind of riff. But I haven't yet unpicked the pastoral thing because they're shepherds as well and they're in the countryside and something's going on with the pastoral setting, pastoral form and genre, and this emergence of such a kind of racialized language at the same sort of time as that form. And I wondered if you had any connective tissue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, there is something weird going on with the pastoral, isn't there? I think it's interesting because I've done a little bit of thinking about Mirjam myself, and I think in that play, the rhetoric around cosmetics and artificiality and whiteness versus blackness is still tied to kinship for me, but more in a sense of genealogies and kind of different biblical genealogies and their perceived hierarchies. Whereas in the pastoral, I think the reason I found it so interesting is there's a degree to which Celia wants to affect a pastoral identity while she's in the forest. There's a degree to which it is idealized and at the same time kind of marginalized or marked as other and inferior to the kind of white elite court. But at the same time, there's this almost fantasy of temporarily being able to inhabit that world and to use kind of this language of blackness as a way of accessing that world, which I'm finding really fascinating. And I think it feels very like deliberate that that language of cream and curds specifically is used in that context in comparison to other plays like The Tragedy of Mirjam, where it's more kind of explicitly described as being more like paint or like objects that we might more likely associate with kind of anti-cosmetic writing. And so I do think there is something very specific happening in these pastoral plays when they're drawing on this wider anti-cosmetic racialized rhetoric. I'm trying to unpick what that is myself. Yes, but I do think that The Winter's Tale and As You Like It for me are two plays which need to be placed in conversation because of that interest and because I think the pastoral seems a space, at least in Shakespeare, where characters are temporarily maybe able to perform other identities. And in terms of thinking about the legibility and readability of race, that really intrigues me about who can temporarily change their identity and who is kind of always essentially marked. So I think that's where my thinking on the pastoral is headed. Thank you, great question. Love Barnfield as well.
Thank you very much. And I think if you want to read more about Barnfield, Will's work is available. I think now in paperback as well, is that right? Yeah, lovely. Any more questions? Are we quiet online, by the way? Cool. Anyone else in the room? We had one at the front here. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very interested in the artificiality of all the putting on in different forms. And I would like to ask all three of you, I've been looking at Dominican practice and how you put a habit on with the habit and you become somebody else, and how this can hark back to Aquinas and Aristotle. Is anything that you've been looking at suggesting that this is anti-papist and a Protestant gesture?
I can give it a go. I would connect this not to necessarily an anti-papist idea, but to an anti-Semitic one. I think if you look at writings around both acting and Jews in the early modern period, there's a connection between the two. And William Prynne talks about the theatres as synagogues of Satan. And I think there's this idea that Jews are kind of performing roles, conversos particularly. They adopt these identities and you can't tell whether they've really adopted them or not. And in the research that I'm doing, I'm thinking a lot about how actors are kind of in between these two states of actor and character.
in the tiring house particularly, you're kind of caught between those two states. And I think that there is that connection to kind of Jews as unstable, unreliable figures who can't quite trust whether or not that conversion, that act of putting on something has kind of actually taken place and really transformed a person.
I'm just going to jump in with going back to that line, painted sepulchres. Definitely kind of suggests something like anti-papist going on there. So yes, I think there is a sort of association between like Catholicism and like deceit implied there. But thank you so much for your question, because I think it is giving me a lot more to think about.
Yeah, I think when I've been worked on artificiality and religion, it has been similarly to Hannah, more focused on Protestantism and Judaism. I think having said that, something which I have noticed is that, say, in a lot of anti-Spanish pamphlets, there's a sense that Spanish people are acting white but are not white because of their kind of Moorish ancestry and Gothic ancestry. So there is definitely that element that Spanish people, Catholic Spain, is pretending to be something that they are not. And that's maybe where I've seen some of that rhetoric come up in my own work. Thank you.
Well, if any of you have any further thoughts, I'd love to know.
And I think there was one just behind this lady, or at the back. No? Okay.
Where?
No, I think that question's gone. I think the lady at the back is next now.
Thank you so much. 3 marvellous papers. I've got a bit of a suite of questions in response, if that's all right. And my questions for Lydia and for Hannah Cottrell are kind of connected, because I think they're both inspired to some extent by Claire's marvellous lecture last night, which means that Cleopatra was already in my mind. So, Lydia, my question for you is whether you're at all interested in milkmaids as a kind of special pastoral adjacent category of temporary transformation, open to women, I think potentially highly racialized, very much to do with the argument you were making about status, excuse me, and desirability. And basically, I think when Camillo calls Perdita the queen of curds and cream, is he saying that she's a dairymaid, which was like top rank farm labour for women, and both Cleopatra and Mirjam express a desire to be milkmaids. So I feel like there's a whole cluster of things there that might be, I don't know, is that something that seems interesting or helpful to you?
I've not thought about milkmaids yet, but now I really want to. That's really interesting. I was trying to unpack this line about queen of curds and creams. And as I was kind of preparing this paper, I did realize that there's a lot of layered meanings in that phrasing. I think that's really interesting for thinking about degrees of whiteness in the sense of milkmaids having this kind of high-ranking status within that group. And I was also thinking, not necessarily about milkmaids, the way that that's also potentially like referencing age and all these other hierarchies about how women are ranked. So that's definitely something I am very keen to explore, and thank you for the suggestion.
So if I can now ask Hannah Cottrell a question, also kind of Cleopatra related. Like, I think you mentioned her in passing, and the whole question of like managing and performing emotion through the putting on of costumes and prostheses, and the way that that might give us something to work with in relation to the racialization of Cleopatra. Does that seem interesting?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm actually just starting work on Cleopatra, so brilliant. Cleopatra, I'm really, really fascinated by the scene where she's striking the messenger, because kind of on a surface level, that scene really just seems to imitate stereotypes of female anger that I've seen in kind of like medical texts and like advice books, where women's anger is like soon provoked, soon appeased, kind of trivial, unjustified, and she seems to be like performing that to some extent. So kind of my next sort of research question really is looking at how Cleopatra is sort of using that persona, and I'm really intrigued as to how that persona actually helps her to kind of assert authority and power. So it's not it would be easy to say, oh, you know, Shakespeare's just reiterating this misogynistic stereotype readily available here. But I think kind of looking at how Cleopatra, because she is such a performative character, and she makes it very clear that she can control her emotions and she can change her moods to suit her audience or purpose. So yeah, I think that's answered your question, but yeah, really interesting. I'd be happy to talk about that more. Thank you.
That's a question for Hannah Merlander as well. Not about Cleopatra. I was really interested in your use of Jane Ward's work, which I think Simone Chess's use of that as well is very helpful. But Chess has used it and you used it today to think very much about kind of giving gender in performance. I wondered what you think about the suggestion that the children's companies as a space inhabited by people whose gender is transitional of its nature, that there might, you know, Ward and Chess talk very much about gender labour as a collaborative co-creation process. I wonder, do you think there might be any mileage in thinking about the children's companies as creating a space where young people can collectively perform gender labour in a way which doesn't necessarily have a binary endpoint?
Yeah, I think that is really interesting. I suppose it leads us to conceptualize each performance as kind of playing and kind of seeing what's available and what we can create together that then doesn't necessarily need to translate into something concrete at the end. And I think that is interesting when you kind of are comparing looking at performance with looking at kind of printed play texts, and the way that a printed play text always tries to kind of pin things down. So I'm thinking about that example from the Night of the Burning Pestle, where you've got those printed cues that lead you to, here's a definite identity, but play and performance is always much more transitional and kind of temporary. And I think that is also asking us to think about different modes of play in the playhouses generally, not just play on the stage itself, but play in the tiring house, in the kind of different spaces where we're not kind of controlled by this narrative, but we get these moments of kind of uncertainty that are a little bit more expansive and available for play itself.
That's really, really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for a really fantastic panel.
So I think we've got a question or two online, and I think just before that, after that, I think I saw another person in the room, but we'll come back to that.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, so we have a question online. It's for Hannah. I assume it's Hannah Cotterill. So they say, I was intrigued by the reference to the blush in the tragedy of Mirjam. Oh, someone's just put a new message that's gone all the way. It's just gone all the way down. 1 second. Yes, they were intrigued by the reference to the blush in the tragedy of Mirjam. Recent critical work on the forensics of the early modern blush by Derek Dunn and Emma Whipday, and earlier work by Sushata Iyengar, has drawn our attention to the hermeneutic instability of the blush. How far do you think the blush could be performed or feigned? And then they've put an addendum, which is, thinking about the idea of the blush as effective prosthesis. Thinking about feigning blushes, and there's a related question for Lydia as well. How far could cosmetics be used to exacerbate or alternatively obfuscate a blush? It's kind of two related questions there.
That is a great question, and I'm going to answer this by kind of talking about the tragedy of Mirjam again, because there are lots of different perspectives on the female characters. So kind of as I talked about in my paper, Salome is described as having lost her blushing, and she talks about being able to control the appearance of her face and wipe away any feelings of shame. But and she's contrasted with Mirjam, who's supposedly this more barefaced, kind of innocent, honest character who is blushing. But actually, there's a scene where Salome's discussing with King Herod what Mirjam looks like. And Herod thinks that Mirjam and Salome are polar opposites, but Salome is trying to convince Herod that he's just infatuated with Mirjam and that he's not seeing her clearly. And Salome describes Mirjam as kind of having darker features than Herod seems to suggest. And part of that, she's suggesting that Mirjam actually doesn't blush. So whether a character blushes or not seems to sort of change depending on perspective. And I think that totally links to how kind of artificial it can be and how it can be changed. It's not something that's like fixed on a person's face, and does link to the use of cosmetics. So I think I don't want to. So I'm interested in how Mirjam's sort of supposedly more kind of innocent blushing character is also a sort of performance that she's putting on as well, and artificially constructed in a similar way to Salome's. But yeah, thank you very much for your question.
Yes, and to jump off the second question, I think trying to understand how much cosmetics obscured or enhanced blushes kind of depends on who you listen to. Like in Thomas Tuke's eyes, it's so thickly painted on that I imagine that would obscure blushes. But it makes me think of kind of two different plays that I also work with. The first is Titus Andronicus, where Aaron kind of refers to characters as being white-limed walls who change their hues. And he kind of compares his black complexion as being more steady because it doesn't change hue in comparison to the white characters surrounding him. But then this kind of image of limed walls similarly implies a degree of painting or artificiality on top, which might complicate that process. And so I think that there's definitely something happening with cosmetics and blushing where it might be linguistically signaled, but not necessarily physically performed. However, I think there's other plays like The English Moor by Richard Broome. Includes a character a female character who temporarily is disguised as a kind of Moorish servant. And there's a point at which she goes off stage and supposedly 20 lines later comes back on and is now white and with blushes. And I'm trying to think about how that was achieved in performance, whether that was kind of a doubled role or whether an actor went backstage and almost had that white and red like pancaked onto their face quite quickly. And so I think that working out where these kind of references to blushing are linguistic signals versus actual enacted material performances is an ongoing part of my work that I find incredibly frustrating. And yes, if anyone's got any suggestions, I would love to hear about that. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Is it all right if I do one more online question? Yeah. So this is a question for Hannah Cotterill. It's from Leah Warner-Wood at the University of Lincoln. So she says, really fascinating paper, thank you. I'd love to talk more as I think there are intersections with our work. Warman has suggested that the early modern self was constituted in an outward-facing way, so reflecting shared socio-cultural categories rather than deeply seated or interiorized. In that context, I wondered whether you feel that the sartorial donning of interior feeling in your examples was a performance of self or of character, or if there's a difference. So, yeah, identity, character, are they different things?
Yes, great question. I think I'm looking at medical texts that are kind of really trying to assert that there is sort of like an innate interior quality to different groups of people. And then I'm looking at the stage where that just seems to be played with in a way that very much suggests that it's all on the outside. It's all kind of on a sort of surface performance. So I think there does seem to be a kind of different discourse depending on where you look. But yeah, I very much agree that I think particularly with Johnson, like he is describing how he's describing the theory of the humours, but then saying, well, people were trying to put it on by putting on certain costumes. And even though he's trying to kind of create this distinction between a true humour and a performed one, his play then actually like challenges that distinction. So yeah, really interesting question and something that I'm kind of constantly having to think about throughout. Thank you.
Lovely. So I think we've done about 25 minutes of questions, and I think tea is, or coffee or something is coming at about 11. So can I suggest we have 2 more questions? And before that last online question, I saw 2 hands in the room. I think one over here, if it's still there, and I see Claire raising it. So should we go here first and then Claire? In the white. We do need the mic for the online.
Yeah, it's really following on from the last point. Your papers have been very serious. You know, they're exploring human character and behaviors. Do we lose sight of the fact that these are plays? They're designed for entertainment. The Elizabethan Jacobean theatre was much more deliberate, I think, than ours. You know, we go to the theatre and we expect to see something as close as possible to a film, which is telling us the real character inside, the interior life. I don't think we're dealing with that in this period. We're dealing with very deliberate acting, and the whole putting on, putting off will be entirely deliberately intended as a play on that word, a play on the whole process. And the nature of Elizabethan Jacobean intellect was all about playing with these ideas and chucking them around and doing funny things with them. So I just wonder if there's something a bit... I have been in an academic context, and there's a real risk with academics that you get so focused and so into the detail of something that actually occasionally I think you need to step out, have a look at the bigger picture and see where this particular research is taking you. So, but thank you very much for everything that you are doing with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that, you know, when you work with early modern drama and performance, you always have that element of understanding it as a form of entertainment in mind. I don't think that a play being a form of entertainment and it having kind of more serious ideological functions are mutually exclusive. I think they're very closely related. And say plays like The Winter's Tale or As You Like It are comedies. I'm very aware of that, and I'm aware of the punning and the humour in it and where that sits within a wider culture. I also think these plays are testing grounds for ideas about identity and about these power structures. And I think that the entertainment and that exploration lend themselves really well to each other. So I kind of see them as having both of those elements. But yes, I think they are also fun and funny, and I think they are about play. But I think there are also really interesting things happening with the ways that they are providing ways of knowing and recognizing race, identity, and all these things as well.
I just want to add that I think that that playfulness actually allows space to pose very serious like social criticisms in a way, in a kind of form that actually kind of creates that freedom that otherwise might not have been allowed. So I would say we should pay even more attention to those really entertaining plays and in terms of what they have to offer that is serious. But thank you.
Maybe the last question from Claire.
It's back to the blush, I'm afraid, but I'll do it quickly because I can speak to everybody. Thank you so much. Brilliant, brilliant papers, wonderful panel. There's, in a differently gendered setup on the continent in Spanish theatre, there's accounts of a really celebrated Spanish actress called Maria de Riquelme, who is most famous for being able to blush on command. So it's, yes, and they're fascinated obviously it's an account, it's mediated, it could fall into that linguistic trope that you were talking about in particular, Lydia, but the fascination that this performer creates is in the speed of transition between emotions. So it's possible that that's a bodily enactment, you know, that this is her special superpower, basically. So I just wanted to chuck that in as something that may help or just may make it even worse. I don't know.
That helps. That's amazing. Because I've also been working a little bit with like Ayanna Thompson's theory of the protean actor or the shapeshifter who can suddenly change their body to an act. So that's really helpful, and I would love to ask you more about that afterwards.
Brilliant. I think that probably, after half an hour, probably brings us to a close. In a second, Anushka's going to come back up and tell you about coffee, but please join me in thanking our speakers once more for a brilliant first panel of the day.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Matthew, for chairing. I think this is the first time in the history of conferencing that we're ahead of schedule. We did have another speaker who was due to be part of this panel, which is why we've had more time for questions than we anticipated. I admire your stamina, and I am grateful, I'm sure we all are, for the generative conversation and filling that time. We do have tea and coffee, which will be served, and some snacks, which will be served just across the way. The other things just to be aware of throughout the breaks, for our online folks, we have set up a separate Zoom so that if you would like to gather and have a conversation, we'll be hosting that as well. We'll start that at 11:15 and we'll make sure the link is got to you and it's in your emails as well. If anyone would like a photograph, a portrait photograph, our portrait photographer, Anna Rose Maciejewska, is here in the library all day. She's fantastic. Find Maria and Mirjam if you would like to have a portrait photograph. And then the other thing on my list is, I will have to check. Because we have a little bit more time in this break, if anyone would like to go up and visit the library so that you can take advantage of being in this space today, our assistant librarian, Keller Lawrenson, is there today, and you can wander up the main red stairs just during this break time. Please don't take any food or drink upstairs, but do visit the library because it is a beautiful space. So thank you so much, everyone. Time for a break, and we'll meet back here at 11:45.
people here online. Who knows? That, yeah? Do you need it further up? Yeah, good? Not good. It's very quiet. Do you need me to project more? Because I can do that. There we go. Is that better if I keep the volume there? Yeah, I can. Of course I can speak. That's what I do for a living, is speak. Talk absolute nonsense to rooms full of strangers. It's a crazy way to earn a living, but it's done me proud. Do I need to keep talking? Are we still talking? Always talking. Happy now? Oh, I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't really understand that gesture. Is that a, that's, can you pause?
Testing the lectern. Testing the lectern.
Okay. Do you want me to just use the lectern? Can I move?
Move that up a bit.
Can I move this? If I move that out that way? Yeah? It's that I want to have a bit of space. The yellow thing, the lanyard. Yeah, just very quiet. I'm happy. We can't move this table, can we? Yeah. Can you hear Martin? But you can't hear me. Can you hear me? You can hear me. That's okay. Oh, look, that's better, isn't it? See, if I was a man and I had a shirt. Let's blame it for that as well. Just trying to find ways of getting that nearer my. Is that better? I don't know. Better? Not better. What do we think? Can always go to plan B. Yes, no, yes, no. I don't know. Don't know what's going on.
Testing.
That I can hear.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello. I hope everyone had a refreshing break. And now we can learn more about materiality and performance outside of the playhouse. My name is Maciejewska, and I will be chairing this panel. The first speaker on the panel is Dr. Robert Stern from Mary Ward Center. And his PhD was awarded in 2020 by Birkbeck University of London, where he also worked as a postdoctoral research associate on the project Written Worlds, Non-Elite Writing in 17th Century England, 2022-2023. He is currently writing his first monograph, Managing Skill, Domestic Service, and the Forms of Practical Knowledge, 1650-1750, fingers crossed, and was recently awarded a travel grant by the Lewis Walpole Library to undertake research towards this project. An article on style, work, and emotions in the Diary of Edmund Harold recently appeared in Studies in 18th Century Culture. He works as a tutor at the Mary Ward Center. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check that I can be heard okay. Got it. How is this? Wonderful. Fantastic. I just want to start by saying a huge thank you to the organizers of the conference, the Revels Office. This is undoubtedly the most thoughtfully curated and beautifully environed conference that I've been to in a long time. So this paper uses, it's part of a larger project that is explores what the representation of unpleasant backgrounds, such as, for example, monotonous noises, might be able to tell us about how people thought about social relations in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. It uses the diaries of Sarah Lady Cooper, written between 1700 and 1716, to explore the material and metaphorical prickliness of early 18th century domestic service. After a writing life that had already spanned several decades and encompassed the production of manuscript histories, biblical commentaries, commonplace books, and miscellanies, Sarah Cooper began her diary in July 1700. Its scope was considerable. Entries reported news and gossip from Parliament, court, and town, commented on Cooper's extensive reading, and recorded prayers and pious meditations. A significant strand recorded events in the household headed by her husband, Sir William Cooper, describing what Cooper called Sir William's feeble government of their 5 servants and his unfair suppression or sabotage of her own household management. The text of the diary itself is a patchwork of largely unacknowledged quotations, with Cooper excerpting from a diverse range of texts. After Sir William's unexpected and largely unmourned death in late 1706, Cooper continued writing the diary for another 10 years and continued to pay close attention to her servants' infractions and her own methods of domestic management. And throughout the volumes of the diary, she used a constellation of metaphors of abrasion, corrosion, and puncture to figure the effects of her servants' speech and action. So the first part of this three-part paper then examines these metaphors in order to provide a meaningful context for one in particular, Cooper's comparison of her servants to pins. This first part attends to the meanings that Cooper attributed to her own deliberate use of figurative language. Part 2, material, then aims to expand the envelope of interpretation a little by exploring the physical objects that provide the vehicle for Cooper's metaphors. Situating Cooper's metaphorical idiom within the histories of early modern pin manufacture, her housing, her costume, the paper suggests, enables these commonplace comparisons to disclose a great deal about what servants' labor, which was often thought of as a performance that vanished in the act of its consumption, in fact produced. Throughout her writing then, Cooper used haptic metaphors to describe her servants and the effects of their irrationality, their interruptions, and the ways in which they provoked her to anger. Like pins, briars, thorns, they vex, tease, grate, gall, sting, prick, itch, and fray. They are sour and rough. Her skin has been thinned, she wrote, her temper worn down. She has been made tender. She is easily ruffled. Her memory is easily rubbed up. On 2 occasions, she described the effects of her servants' actions as the buzz and fluttering of a swarm of vexatious accidents like dust and flies. She compares, on one occasion, her husband, on another occasion, her chambermaid, to corroded and corroding creatures composed of sand, salt, and iron. Similarly, and more extremely, on the 17th of July, 1703, she described the servants as a kind of macerating disease, writing that a fretting leprosy seems to stick on the walls of this house. And a marginal note in the manuscript identifies her servants as this corrosive adhesion, weakening and transforming the fabric into an environment that inhibits movement. This infection of disorder was itself destructive when the violent culture of the other servants drove out a sensitive new coachman in November 1703. The servants were said by Cooper to have frayed him away. Cooper also sort of engaged in a subterranean fantasy of violence against her servants in similar terms. Bray a fool in a mortar and he will not depart from his folly, she observed, drawing on a biblical commonplace. Many of the servant infractions that Cooper describes using these metaphors of abrasion and corrosion and puncture involved her servants or her husband failing to reproduce or compromising the integrity of the material environment in some way, whether by encumbering a narrow space with shoes, by letting fires go out, by leaving lit lamps on oiled windowsills, by secretly unlocking doors to allow the unsupervised ingress and egress of other bodies. Other infractions are the result of servants failing to act according to Cooper's expectations, a situation which she represents as either a result of their stupidity and lack of practical knowledge, or as a result of their cunning deviousness. In this way, the diary presents the most salient product of the servant's work as an abrasive environment, one which interferes with Cooper's self-management and also with the physical integrity of the household that the servants labored to maintain. A lengthier example, given on the PowerPoint, will help to make some of this a little clearer. Having dismissed all the servants who had served under her now deceased husband, April 1707 saw Cooper hiring new domestic workers. She writes, "I have been shown plenteous choice of pins, which must be used, though they will prick and scratch. I mean both males and females to offer their services. Such I call them, because when I asked one a reason for his actions, he frankly told me he had none. The other I asked what time a certain question was put to her. She twice answered me at noon, but it proving afterward not till night, she then pertly told me she called noon night." So servants, according to this metaphor that Cooper employs here, are like the essential pins that join together the constituent pieces of early 18th century clothing, and especially women's clothing. A technical necessity, they enabled movement, articulation, decency, thereby providing the immediate environment of life. Cooper's metaphor expresses the irrationality of her servants, according to her own gloss. Servant pins scratch the bodies that they clothe when those bodies move because the pins act of their own volition, and that volition is not reasonable. Servant unreason is made clear by the way in which servant speech always wanders away from truth and logic, according to Cooper, revealing a discrepancy or a void, so they cannot be relied upon to ease us from one position to another without discomfort. It is servants' inability to account for their actions, their lack of concern for the truthful reference of their words, that, for Cooper, she represents as an abrasion of her person. Servant duplicity in the diary is presented as an element of a larger category of errors in practical knowledge with which Cooper had to grapple. As she wrote in December 1711, it is very difficult to manage a debate with servants who dispute in a kind of wild logic when they are not able to confute, run me down with noise and a bold, saucy tongue. This account of her servant's wild logic, working by non-signifying noise rather than meaningful words, offers a synthesis of two positions that are often found in the diary. On the one hand, Cooper's frequent derogation of her servants as stupid, unteachable fools or beasts, and on the other hand, her presentation of them as devious and threatening monsters. Wild logic suggests servants have a kind of paltry skill. Like those with the deficient practical knowledge, they act dexterously by an erratic action, an improvisatory response to situations that is unguided by rational reflection. Their actions, Cooper wrote in 1711, are the effect of ignorance without the least sense of it, which is what makes them uniquely difficult to manage. But it was falsehood that most provoked Cooper's anger, causing her, as she wrote, pain in body and mind. Lying is the worst sin a servant can commit, she opined in 1708, because it interrupts what should be dependable and confounds a person's ability to act prudently on the basis of future expectations, making one forever insecure and uneasy in one's confidence. Cooper's emphasis on expectation here echoes the conceptual frameworks of contemporary periodicals and handbooks for and about servants, which increasingly localize the evaluation and the motivation of servants' work in their employers' socially validated expectations. Over the 2 days following the choice of Pinn's entry, quoted above, Cooper copied into her diary excerpts from the Good Servant section of William Penn's Fruits of Solitude. This emphasized that a servant's time, energies, and emotions are not their own, but their employers', so that a servant who wastes time defrauds their employer not only of respect and reputation and money, but of care and pains spent attending on the servant. Cooper also came to fear that the thoughtless behavior and erratic speech of her servants was corrosive of her own rationality. By provoking in her anger or vexation, servants induced sensations and passions that ran ahead of her reason. Through repetition, these feelings became increasingly impervious to conscious management. They came to constitute a reflexive reaction to the servant's own semi-conscious actions. An itch, Cooper called it. The repetition itself, by repeatedly rubbing and ruffling her, wearing down her nerves and skin, made Cooper more susceptible to irritation, to a kind of subcutaneous transformation. In these metaphors, then, the cumulative product of the servant's labor is ultimately understood as something like an atmosphere or environment, a social space within which the hopes and expectations of employers ought to be reliably satisfied, which was superimposed on the material space that servants labor to reproduce, both of which were purchased as a service. Rather than this ideal, however, Cooper confronts rooms filled with a thick, abrasive atmosphere, lined with encumbrances. She figures this environment overwhelmingly in terms of touch and sound, of scratching and itching, words that turn into noise and are received as the force of sound, not the import of meaning. The metaphors indicate a close attention to the space between people, both social and physical, a space across which communication happens, in which expectations are advanced and responded to, which servants were supposed to mediate and maintain. But the metaphors represent this space as debilitating, painful, corporeally destructive, a thick atmosphere composed of affective, material, and symbolic elements. So much for Cooper's own gloss on pins. In this second and shorter section, I now want to turn from the constellation of Cooper's metaphors to the material forms of early 18th century pins, the vehicle of her metaphors. When Cooper compares the servant to a pin, just what kind of object are we talking about? How were they used? What else might examining pins as objects disclose about the meaning of this metaphor? Here is some 17th and 18th century pins from the V&A to give you a sense of the objects we're talking about. For Cooper, pins were a palpable and inescapable, but ultimately unremarkable annoyance. Along with eyelets, laces, loops, buttons, pins were a technical necessity. They enabled the assembly of an outfit, affording the wearer's warmth, decency, the opportunity for meaningful display. In her young adulthood, Cooper might have had them stuck through the flounces of a skirt in order to fix them to a farthingale. She would have seen and felt them attaching a decorative stomacher to her mantua gown or to the stays worn beneath it, or fastening informal clothing such as a nightgown, or perhaps even temporarily holding in unstitched lining in thicker items. Book users of all classes in the 18th century also used pins to affix loose leaves within manuscripts. This is just one of many examples that could be given. With a twist on the old metaphor that servants were a kind of separate but conjoined aspect of their employer's legal person and as such were like clothing or identified with their livery, Cooper's metaphor expresses the impossibility of avoiding social relations if one wants to live in society, and also the contradictory desire for both intimacy and distance from servants that Tim Meldrum identifies as characteristic of the attitudes of servant employers. Here it's worth noting as well that Cooper's attitude towards clothing complements her attitude towards the servants. Both were inescapable and neither were a source of much enjoyment. A brief account in her diary for 1713 reveals that she spent comparatively little on clothing. In her scattered comments about clothing, she emerged as a kind of competent observer for whom dressing was a matter of fulfillment of social expectation rather than a particular pleasure. She was very careful about not wearing clothes that might be seen to be too young for her, for example. Cooper's choice of pins remark was not a one-off. In November 1709, she wrote, "I am growing to hate scolding at servants. When they do a fault, I say only, 'Ah, thou hast a head and so has a pin,' or some such merry expression, which they hate worse than a slap in the face." This comment is an instance of her strategic attempt to manage her servants by what she called humor and raillery, rather than by anger. Also a part of her, as I mentioned above, her intermittently expressed fantasy of a kind of violent retribution against the servants. While she never directly recalls physically assaulting them, the comparison drawn between an insult and a slap suggests that the servants were familiar with both. We should also consider the appearance of the kind of pins that were current in the early 18th century, given on the left-hand side of this slide here. These ubiquitous items were composed of two twists of wire compressed around the top of a 25 to 30 millimeter shaft. Buried in Cooper's comparison of a servant's head to a pin, then, I think, is a desire to crimp the head of her servant. In addition to the uses, the appearance and the tactile qualities of pins, the pin head itself suggests that there might be something in the way that pins were manufactured that's also relevant to the interpretation of Cooper's metaphor. In the early 18th century, Britain was a centre of pin manufacture. Pins were manufactured in Gloucester and in South London. They were a semi-mechanized product. Creating the head of the pin especially was done at home, was work done at home primarily by women and children by hand using a pair of hollow punches. And in London, these women would have been members of the Pin Makers Company, which was a humble institution, one of only two companies in London in which girls and boys were apprenticed in roughly equal numbers. Women figured throughout the 18th century centrally in the manufacture as well as the retail of pins, and these were women of the same social stratum from which Cooper's lower servants might have been drawn. So from this, we can say that the force involved in the manufacture of each pin was visible, and while each pin was uniform, a mass-produced good reliant on simple mechanisms, inexpensive raw materials, and low-paid gendered labor provided an apt figure for servants as easily replaceable and minimally differentiated annoyances, and also figured the kind of social reproductive work that went into making servants themselves. Cooper's pin metaphor expresses a wish for a kind of disposable and ready-made servant, just as did her enthusiasm for the idea that one might employ servants already perfectly formed by a charity school. Servants should be available for purchase, like the pins that one might buy in the exchange. Cooper's metaphor, I want to suggest in conclusion, reflects and sustains a kind of commonality between categories of worker who would come to be separated in classical political economy. The worker whose labor produces durable, vendable commodities on the one hand, and the worker whose products are services that disappear in the moment of their performance on the other. And it does so through the pin, an item that would come to be an emblematic product of those manufacturing workers. In Chambers' Cyclopedia of 1726, and most famously in Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and the Encyclopédie of Diderot and d'Alembert. Cooper's comparison of the servant to a pin figures what we might call the materiality of emotional labor. It also, I think, conveys a subterranean desire to escape from the prickly social relations of servant and served, from the abrasive properties of servants' labor, but whether that is through a kind of social nakedness or simply more padding remains unclear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. I bet there'll be many questions later on. The next speaker is Alessandra Curtis. Alessandra is a British-Italian folklorist with a foundation in archaeology. Her research primarily explores local legends as well as material culture associated with themes of separation, absence, and death. She has an antiquarian approach to her studies, and she collects hair jewelry, trench art, old bottles, and, as she said, quirky items in general. In 2023, she earned her master's degree in folklore studies from the University of Hertfordshire. And Alessandra's paper is titled Sailor's Pottery and the Emotional Jekta.
How do I come out of this? There you go. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex, and thank you for having me here. So today I'm talking to you about sailor's pottery, and a lot of this is going to be visual based in case you've never seen any of it. So we're going to start with a question. And the question is, why does the British Empire of the 18th century, above all a massive assertion of masculine energy, allow sailors to cry? And why were sailors afforded such level of empathy when other men were not? So sailors' emotional encounters and ritual remain vastly uncharted. When it comes to seafarers, the historical focus rests on naval officers and admiralty heroes, and it neglects altogether the social history of the plebeian sailor. However, in the context of separation as a way of life, common seafarers managed to somehow impress their stories on the material culture of Georgian time. Now, sailors were not just ordinary men, they were resilient, fearless, skilled individuals, highly dedicated to their profession. They embarked in difficult, life-threatening voyages to enigmatic destinations where nobody else would want to go, and these jobs were very much synonymous with death. And the way of life of sailors was unknown to most of their contemporaries. However, in reality, despite the fact that their labor was vital to the Navy and to the economy, Georgian seafarers were, yes, much needed and somehow praised, but also relegated to the lowest levels of society. In terms of rights, the legal system treated them as mere children. They were subjected to appalling health and working conditions, and they were very much exploited. And even if sailors were skilled individuals, so sewing, mending, embroidery, carving, painting, these are just some of the things they were famous for, they were actually not even part of the Navy, at least at this stage. And surprisingly, they did not belong to any specific guilds or workers' associations. And this is somehow because they didn't quite possess the tools of their trade, such as ships or ship fittings. In fact, Georgian sailors were altogether a law to themselves. Seafarers lived a marginalized life, and they followed a different set of moral codes from landsmen or navy officers. These moral codes suited a transient way of life, both at sea and on land. Seafarers had a specific cultural milieu, one that was dictated more by the laws of the sea rather than the laws of men. For example, they were floating free from homes and family, and they were relying a lot more on their ship and comrades. They were not strictly church religious, but they were strongly attached to superstitions of the sea or a mix of mythological, biblical, and supernatural beliefs. And at this time, ships, although operating under a national flag, would actually employ sailors of different ethnicities. So rather than being dutiful towards a regiment, a nation, or a monarch, seafarers' devotion was more towards the ship or vessel, the brotherhood, and towards a certain worldwide maritime culture. And they looked peculiar. Sorry about that. They looked peculiar. While medals were generally out of reach for sailors, they were reserved for Navy officers, tattoos were pretty much the sailor's cultural badge. They were a distinguishing feature, the seamen that set seamen apart from landsmen, and sailors different from the Navy would actually wear them also on the hands and on the faces, which were visible part of the body. This nomadic and peripheral existence allows sailors to move across national boundaries on sea for extended periods of time. They had a yearning for their homes. However, as they traveled, land attachment was limited to coastal town, ports, and river embankments. The so-called sailor towns were in fact districts of a town or a city that cater for transient seafarers. In this limited land environment, sailors moved in groups, but even a single tar could be easily recognized from far away thanks to his distinctive cosmopolitan swagger and a peculiar attire. At this time, the Navy did not provide sailors with uniforms. However, sailors would dress alike regardless. Tar-coated, waterproof trousers gave sailors both the nicknames, tars, but also their distinctive smell. However, these working trousers were generally swapped for cleaner, whiter, and more comfortable garments once the sailors were actually on land. Seamen had a certain alluring spirit. They spoke of a maritime slang, and at the time when people would hardly leave their villages, they could entertain with talks of faraway lands, people, monstrous beasts, diseases, and battles. And again, differently from the Navy, while on land and not on duty, sailors were not stationed in barracks and did not have to adhere to a strict regimental behavioral code. During the docking of a naval or merchant or even exploration vessel, the attitude of the 18th century sailor town was a chaotic economy, brothels, cheap lodging, and public houses, but also moneylenders, slums, gambling, drinking, and fighting. Sailor towns fostered what was considered general debauchery and excess. This was only just about tolerated by naval officers and civic authorities, as long as it was limited to those districts. And this, in a nutshell, was the reality as far as stars were concerned. However, performatively speaking, the folk narrative of seafarers grew exponentially in the 18th century. The vastly uncharted and alien way of life, so far removed from the ordinary citizen, left a gap in knowledge and in imagination, and this allowed for the development and the flourishing of the celebrated sailor hero of the working class, Jack Tar, since Jack was a universal commoner's name. His narratives gives an insight into the manliness values of Georgian time. Jack Tar's adventures and enigmatic behavior suited several cultural needs. Such epitome of manhood swept the whole nation through ballads and images, and the performative sailor underwent a process of domestication, reflecting nationalistic propaganda and consumer demand. And in a moment, we are going to see why. Seafarers came to embody the intangible principle of duty, bravery, stoicism, sacrifice, fidelity. These qualities were not essentially patriotic yet, but they were crucial to the ideals of courageous masculinity. And despite his popularized unyielding physique and fierce nature, Jacques Tart, performing as a folk hero, was in his narrative permitted to cry. However, there was never any doubt about the manliness of Jacques Tart. In fact, during the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, Jacques Tart was depicted in contrast to the Frenchified macaronis. Macaronis was a derogatory term. It was referring to French conscripts drafted into the French army. It was also referred to French men traveling the Grand Tour of Italy, who imitated French courtly dress and manners, which from a British perspective were mocked as feminine. Jacques Tart was the opposite of the macaronis. In fact, theater and narratives gave him many different portrayals and faces. Jolly Jack was the man free of commitment, but also a patriotic sailor, a fierce adversary to the enemy. And now there was Womanized Jack, loved by women. He was indiscriminate and disloyal towards men on the land, landsmen, but loyal to his ship and brotherhood. And also poor Jack, a resistor of tyranny, a resilient and resourceful prisoner. And he was also forcefully separated from his wife, sometimes by press gangers. And lastly, Gentleman Jack, who was the leading characters in novels targeted at the middle and upper classes. Gentleman Jack possessed just some of the Tart's attributes. It was tailored more to be attractive to a refined kind of masculinity. But what about the well-known reality of the sailor towns that we mentioned before? The Jacques Tart archetype combined various masculine characteristics, some of which were virtuous, while others were not so much. The Tart's occasional indulgence in intemperate behavior, such as excessive drinking, fighting, and so forth, was balanced by the positive qualities. In fact, the carefree nature was justified, as it helped alleviate the pressure of combat and the harsh living conditions. Bottom line, despite occasional lapses in self-control, these actions were forgiven due to the Jacques Tart unwavering loyalty to the comrades and nation. But what about the tears? Throughout the long 18th century, it was not necessarily considered unmanly for a man to shed tears. The Romantic movement emerging in the late 1700s was in direct opposition to the order dictated by the Enlightenment and Neoclassicism. The Romantics emphasized emotion and they rejected rationalism altogether. At this time, tears were seen as expression of piety, sympathy, tenderness, and sacrifice, all of which were essential qualities to the folk hero. This means that it was acceptable for men to cry as long as they did so for the right reason and in the appropriate settings. In poetry verses, Jacques Tart often sheds tears, not only when leaving home, but also when returning home, before entering battle and in the face of death. These tears were crucial to the ideal of manliness that sailors embodied because they represented sacrifice and duty, which the national propaganda was very keen to spread and embed in the consciousness of young men. Towards the end of the 18th century, psychological coercion aimed at trade and war efforts and the emerging ideals of the Romantic movement we had just seen fused consumption and sentiment into the commodification of Jacques Tart as a folk hero, and this was in various forms. The images we have seen so far showed visual expression, paintings and engraving, textual creations, folk ballads, theater, poetry. However, tangible material culture, including ceramics and textiles, became a feature in many households, and they physically entered the real domesticity of life. It wasn't uncommon for commemorative objects to be crafted to showcase pride, in one nation or political allegiance. But they were generally for important events and celebrated individuals. Artifacts depicting Jack Tar, a common man, were more of a novelty. They insisted on the physical distance and parting sorrows, separating sailors from their home in the name of national self-sacrifice. Companies in Sutherland and Staffordshire saw a commercial opportunity to indulge into this commemoration of sailors. And there are several examples of lusterware pottery with its typical pink and mauve colors, designs that they were replicated in the following 2 centuries. Prattware, so-called because made by the Pratt brothers, were good quality domestic items, particularly jugs, with refill molding that also picked up on the sailor hero motif. The traditional ballads, The Sailor Farewell and The Sailor Tear, were the most commonly printed on ceramic. Both illustration and verses connected sailors with the notion of home, portraying the detachment from a serene, peril-free cottage in the countryside. The farewell motto, "Forget me not," or even "Think of me," became a prevalent folkloric motif at this time. This motto starts with sailors. However, it will later be absorbed by the overall rationality of the military pincushion from about the 19th century all the way up until the Great War. All these artistic depictions typically showcase the sailor parting ways with either his beloved sweetheart or devoted wife against a backdrop of adventure with a vast sea and a majestic ship. Throughout this commodification, Jack Tar gained widespread appeal. It crossed class divisions and extended far beyond naval and maritime culture. While some of these poems' origins are untraceable, their themes were fixed even within higher cultural taste. This depiction of the selfless and brave sailors was consumed avidly by the growing merchant and middle class, as well as the aristocracy. The heroic national adventure started to be instilled in the social psyche. Fairy tales, plays, fiction contributed in increasing the universality of adventure stories through books, puppet theaters, chapbooklets, and juvenile literature. And the performance of Jack Tar, a commoner, was romanticized and reimagined through these adventure narratives. For the working class and the poor, it was perpetuated by oral storytellings. These narratives found success in maximizing excitement and minimizing fear and insecurity in the name of a desirable end. The influence aimed at engineering boys and young men with an embedded imperial responsibility, a code of conduct, and an aspiration for fight and service. So going back to the initial question, why does the British Empire of the 18th century, above all a massive assertion of masculine energy, allow sailors to cry? The answer is that the commodified Georgian iconography disconnects the libertine seafarers being rough, untamed men with alien life, and instead it grounds the figure of Jack Tar with farewell images, invoking a sense of profound self-sacrifice. And this is the reason why Jack Tar is allowed to cry. The sailor's compelling force to protect loved ones and his cherished home was critical to his pressure to leave them behind, to safeguard and shield them and fight for the good of the British nation. It was only later in Victorian time that Jack Tar undergoes a process of composure, when tears in men will no longer be justified. But as far as the period we are considering, he leaped into the boat as he lay upon the strand, but oh, his heart was far away with friends upon the land. He thought of those he loved best, a wife and infant dear, and feeling filled the sailor's breast, the sailor's tear. And I'm gonna leave you with this, which is a scrimshaw, an engraved love token that seafarers, mostly whaling men, were gifting to the loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for introducing us to the figure of Jektar. And the next speaker is Emma Mitchell. Emma is an AHRC-funded history creative writing doctoral researcher at Brunel University of London. And her work employs archival research and experimental literary forms and practices to reclaim the voices of marginalized women from history. Her PhD focuses on Georgian sex workers and works with contemporary documents, objects, and ephemera to generate narratives that place women's voices front and center. An ex-school teacher and brand strategist, she has performed worldwide as a comedian and burlesque artist, and is best known for her critically acclaimed 2014 show, The Naked Stand-Up. She is a 2024-25 London Library emerging writer, and her writing has been published in numerous collections. Emma's paper is titled Women of the Town, Strollers, Streetwalkers, and the Performative Somatics of Georgian Sex Work. Emma, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me online? Yes, we're good to go. Marvelous. Before I begin, great pleasure to be here. I'd just very much like to draw your attention to the content warnings there. One of the greatest privileges of aging is the opportunity to change your mind about things. We can only ever meet ourselves where we are, but to accept that where we once had conviction, we now have doubt, is to reconcile ourselves to our own fallibility. As I heal, having lived through the consequences of my choices, I recognize that many of the stories I told myself were less than completely true. Being at ease with my ambivalence allows other truths to sit alongside what I always believed I thought about something. So it is that I now look upon my dancing years. So it is I look upon the lives of the women I write about in my research. To be clear, when I say dancing, I mean exotic dancing, a term very much overdue an update. Pole dancing, striptease, table dancing, lap dancing, the kind of dancing a club needs a sexual entertainment establishment license for, the kind of dancing that is sex work and that is still very much stigmatized, usually by the men paying for the dances. I rarely bother to explain myself these days, another benefit of getting older, but I feel the need to explain how this paper formed itself. It isn't linear, and it draws no conclusions. In fact, it actively resists doing both of those things, preferring instead to gather a web of connections that have lived for centuries in the bodies of women like me and the 173 women described in the 1761 edition of Harris's List of Covent Garden Ladies, an annual directory of central London sex workers published between 1760 and 1793. When I read the entries in Harris's List, and when I look at Georgian images of sex workers, even though both were almost entirely generated by men for other men's pleasure, I recognize the hustle, the performance, the coping strategies, and the survival tactics. It is from this place of recognition, of witnessing and empathy, that I read academic research on sex work and the history of sex work. And it is from this place that I respond. Not always positively. I've taken entries from the 1761 edition of the list, 18th century images of sex workers, academic research on sex work published specifically between 2005 and 2014, the years I worked in the sex industry, and my own memories of that period, to reflect on both the performance and embodied experience of sex work. It's unfashionable to say it in the days of OnlyFans, but everything limits and serves, including sex work. And nothing changes, including sex work. French academic Pierre-Jean Grosley visited London in 1765. That's the right slide? Yes, that's the right slide. And his travelogue, A Tour to London, translated and published in London in 1772, includes a description of the city's sex trade. He remarks that this business is so far from being considered as unlawful that the list of those who are anyway eminent is publicly cried about the streets, a reference to Harris's list. And he describes how sex workers range themselves in a file in the footpaths of all the great streets, in companies of 5 or 6, most of them dressed very genteelly. Whole rows of them accost passengers in the broad daylight, and above all, foreigners. Most contemporary accounts of sex work in Georgian England refer to the large numbers of women selling sex and to the many levels of sex work, from nude table dancing to bunters or street prostitutes to the courtesans of the upmarket brothels. And the image of them accosting potential customers on the street, which is often depicted, and those customers are often depicted as being vulnerable in some way, either naive, infirm, drunk, from out of town, is repeated in engravings across the century. What's represented here is the hustle. That's actually a sailor, so nice segue from the last paper. So company and sexual activity are the commodity, and the seller needs to seal the deal. Interest in and representations of sex work and sex workers remain high today. Titillation and vicarious pleasure can be indulged in the worthy Oscar-winning Honora or the prurient condemnation of notorious OnlyFans stars on daytime TV. But the hustle, so admired in other industries, is uniquely criticized for its dishonesty in sex work, as if the transaction taking place should be one of genuine feeling. What you see in this image is women practicing classic sales technique: create rapport, lean forward, eye contact, generate connection with touch, stimulate desire, feign interest, close the sale, close the sale. She seldom goes to a tavern, but plies about the streets, from where she takes any stray gentleman to her lodgings, which, to do her justice, are always neat and clean. If she once gets you into her apartment, she milks you well every way before you get out again. Lucy Comerford, Oxford Market. In her 2011 article, Different Stage, Different Performance, The Protective Strategy of Roleplay on the Emotional Health of Sex Work, Gillian Abel describes sex workers' adoption of a public role, something she argues anyone employed in a service industry does, as a key strategy in emotion management. That is, how people try, and try not, to feel in ways appropriate to the situation. The adoption of this role is defined as surface acting, making others believe an individual feels something, but, she argues, it is most effective for sex workers who are also adept at deep acting, that is, where an individual may consciously or deliberately suppress or evoke feeling. In other words, surface acting is fooling others. Deep acting is fooling oneself. She has frequent fits of repentance and has more than once been wavering at the threshold of the Magdalen house. However, a glass of punch or wine is sure to bring her back again. Hetty Darkin, Meads Court. If there is a soundtrack to my dancing years, it is Massive Attack's 1998 album, Mezzanine. An album that comes straight from and to the cunt. Mostly, I had to dance to whatever was playing, but when I had a choice, it was often Dissolved Girl. Slow, so slow, with explosive bursts made for pole tricks and shoe bangs. Hearing it always ignites the energy of those years in my body, a time when I was so physically strong, I could pull myself up by one arm. And the 7-inch heels and tiny, tiny clothes I lived in made me feel invincible. I brought some with me. This is literally what I wore to work. This comes from LA. This is this has a Californian regulation compliant 1-inch width crotch. That's not the body I live in now. I miss that body, the things it could do, the money it earned. Even as I understood, it was always a show. The mid-noughties were heady years. Sex work was cool. Sex workers were smart women like Belle de Jour, Jenna Jameson, and Lily Barana, making conscious choices about their bodies and how they used them. I had a master's degree and a minge men would pay to gawp at. I wrote for Scarlet magazine. 3 evenings a week, I left my badly paid office job at 7 p.m. and pulled all-nighters at Sunset Strip on Greek Street, Secrets on Parker Street, Spearmint Rhino on Tottenham Court Road, the Gaslight Club in St. James's, or the Candy Bar in Maird Street. That was my favourite, a lesbian bar where we kept our knickers on and the tips were good. Dancing for women was always easier. Dancing for men made me contemptuous of them. My job was deceit. I played a part, and men paid to talk to me, to look at me, to believe in my arousal and my desire for them. It always surprised me how willing they were to suspend disbelief. She has either, or affects to have, great pleasure in enjoyment. Holly Milton, Bow Street. I knew so many women who lost themselves in the work, lost themselves earning hundreds and sometimes thousands of pounds a night from men who believed they could be bought. Women who internalized the things spiteful men said to them and who numbed themselves into eating disorders, body dysmorphia, and addiction. I just spent a lot of time in Vegas. In truth, I wasn't particularly good at the job. I wasn't ruthless enough to exploit the fantasy and the loneliness at the heart of each transaction. But I taught other women how to dance, pole dance classes, hen parties. I loved seeing women come into their bodies and blossom. I was, and still am, passionate about that. Tila Saunders' 2005 article, It's Just Acting, Sex Workers' Strategies for Capitalizing Sexuality, argues that sex workers are able to capitalize on their own sexuality through the construction of a manufactured identity. The process of conforming to heterosexualized images in prostitution is conceptualized as not simply accepting dominant discourses, but as a calculated response made by sex workers to manipulate the erotic expectations and the cultural ideals of the male client. In other words, do everything slowly. Extension and flexion. Move with the wave, not the beat. Always touch yourself. Everywhere. Everywhere. Maintain eye contact. Think of the money. Of all the women within the circle of our acquaintance, Bet has the most pleasing way of keeping the passion of her gallants in continual suspense till everything is signed and sealed, after which no one is more ready to oblige her spark. Bet Vaughan, Catherine Street. When I look at this image, I recognize these women, how they hold themselves, how they pose, where their gaze falls, how they relate to the man whose money they are earning, how they relate to each other, because there is always solidarity. Lorraine Scarfaria's 2019 film Hustlers with Jennifer Lopez, if you've seen it, it does get that very right. Necessity first compelled her to see company, and she seems conscious of it not being right. Lucy Bradley, Silver Street, Cheapside. The liberal capitalist orthodoxy is now firmly in the sex work is legitimate labour camp, and resistance to sex work is seen as politically conservative, ignorant, and exclusionary. We are not supposed to ask inconvenient questions about the consequences of one's individual choice to market and sell one's sexuality and access to one's body, either for the self or for the women who coexist with us in this world now and in the future. It was my choice to dance and to optimize my earnings with manicures and spray tans, lash extensions, punishing exercise regimes, and suitcases full of tiny, tiny work clothes and sky-high heels. I used to joke in my one-woman show, The Naked Stand-Up, that my tits had paid my mortgage for a decade. It was true. And I am grateful they were so banging they could do that. This lady will condescend to oblige her companion in whatsoever way he likes, if she is but sure of being well paid for it. Nancy Burrows, near the Devil's Gap, Drury Lane. I suspect that if I had read the research being written about sex work when I was doing it, I would have recognized and accepted their articulation of the experience and the strategies employed to do the work. Now, however, I wonder why they are not asking more questions about the role of class, trauma, and debt. I am ambivalent about the work I chose to do, about my role in entrenching ideas of sex work and female sexuality that serve women financially, but that culturally serve men. At the time, I felt empowered and bullish about my right to dance. By doing the work, putting it on my CV, being open about it, I could argue that I helped to drive acceptance so that other women could enjoy the financial freedom sex work gave me. But these days, I tend to feel the objectification of myself by myself and others, the abandonment of my boundaries, the pretense of intimacy, the prioritizing of a client's needs and comfort over my own, made me the author of my own exploitation, even if I had a lot of fun adventures at the time. These are wounds that I am only now beginning to really understand. She has not been much known, though she is sometimes at a play. We know not where to trace her, for she has long left Longacre, about a year, Paul Edmonds, Longacre. And I'd like to finish quickly, if I've got time, don't know if I have lost track of time, with a poem which is, I wrote it a while ago, it's an elegy for my time as a sex worker, and it's called Strip Club Rules. Number one, and I should say it's based on the fact that although strippers are generally self-employed in clubs, management always like to put lots of lists in the locker room of things we should and shouldn't do. Number one, embrace the night and relinquish the day. 2, wear knee pads. 3, remember the pole is your friend, but conserve your energy for the floor. 4, hone your sales pitch and hustle. 5, never get used to the insults of weak, angry men. 6, but get used to cash. 7, always tip generously, even when you don't make any money yourself. 8, stay thin. 9, stay young. 10, stay beautiful. 11, smile. 12, never compare yourself to another dancer, especially after a bad night. 13, never compare yourself to another dancer, especially after a good night. 14, control the conversation. 15, be kind, always. 16, take no shit, kick the dogs to the curb. 17, money always lies. 18, money always makes anything bearable. 19, everyone has their price. 20, have an exit strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, for presenting Georgian sex workers from your personal perspective as a former sex worker. And I guess now is the time to start the discussion. I would like to ask the discussion. Yeah, is everybody okay with that? All right, thank you so much then. Thank you for the session. Thank you for the speakers. And once again, a round of applause.
that working? Hi, Alex, can you hear me?
Hello, I can. Yes, sorry,
Hey.
my camera's off.
When you're ready.
There we go.
Nice. Okay. So I will be honest, we have not done this before, but we know that it is possible. So we're going to do a little bit of experimentation together to figure it out. But from your end, it should just work like a normal Zoom. So you share your screen and do your slides. I just need to like change some things on this side just to make sure that we've got the right view.
Cool, no
Give me
worries.
one moment. Oh, remove pen. You can't see in the room here, but basically we've got this like giant screen just behind me and I can see myself and that's definitely not what I want.
It's very off-putting sometimes, isn't it?
I tell you what, do you want to oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, should we ask Alex if she can share her slides and we'll see how that looks. And then we'll go from there. So yeah, Alex, if you give that a go. Excellent.
There we go. Is that working okay?
So I can see your view. So I can see like all of the PowerPoint rather than just the slide.
Is that it?
Now I can just see the slide. That looks great.
Okay.
So give us one moment. So Edward, I think that works pretty well because we can see, so Alex, in the room, we've got a giant screen which has your slides, and then we've got a little square where we can also see you. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, how's it going?
It's great. How are you?
It's great. I've been on YouTube all day, and it's so great so far.
Amazing. Yeah, no, we've been
I'm
really,
so happy
really
everything's
lucky.
going well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry that we're not able to have you all here in person, but it's so good to have you be able to join online.
Yeah, I'd love to be there, but it was just impossible. But I'm so glad that I could join online.
Yeah. Brilliant. Bear with me one moment. So
Yeah, no
Edward,
worries.
I think Patrick, as I was just explaining to Alex, this is our first time doing like a properly hybrid session. So like we do live broadcasting and streaming a lot, but we don't tend to do presenters online. So just bear with us as we do a little bit of back and
no
forth to
worries.
figure things out. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yes. Yeah. So we need to do a couple of things just in this session. We need to, if everyone can have a go at sharing their screen and make sure that we can see each of your slides. So Alex, yours are working really well. We want to double check that we can hear each of you in the room. So far, that's working really well. I know that you can hear me through this lectern mic. And then we also got another microphone in the room for the questions. So we just need to double check that you'll be able to hear that one as well. And then I want to just listen in online and make sure that I can hear everything from like the YouTube side as well. So Edward, I can hear, Edward is our AV person. He's on hand to help. You can see him wandering around. So in terms of hearing people in the room. We're set, we're good. Yeah. Okay, now I'm using the handheld microphone and you can still hear me online?
Yeah, perfectly.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Is next I'm going to go to the back of the room which is where I'm set up with my laptop, and I'm just going to make sure if we could just do like a brief, each of you just testing to make sure that I can hear through YouTube. So bear with me one moment.
Oh, could one of you talk? Perhaps Alexandra first, if that's all right. Just say
Yeah,
something.
can you hear me okay? Hello.
Good, that's good. And then Patrick?
Hi, can you hear me, Anushka?
Good, perfect, thank
Perfect.
you.
So Alex, is there anything else that you want to run through before we share Patrick's slides?
No, I don't think so. Everything covered there.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Well, it's all working for you. Patrick, do you want to try sharing your slides?
Yes, let me try. Wait, this is just sharing the, oh my God, I haven't done this in ages.
I know. The throwback. Looks beautiful.
This works, right?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Wonderful. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll have Gina Walter, who's one of the conference organizers. She'll be introducing you here from the lectern, and we'll just go through in the order in the program, share your slides, and then once you've all spoken, we'll do a Q&A, and we'll get a mixture of questions from the online audience and from the in-person audience, and Gina will be chairing those and filtering those for you.
Great.
Brilliant. I am going to see if we can get hold of Kristen. She is.
Kristen is in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, no, I think she's left. Well, I'm very happy if you're happy. So do feel free to go and have a break and then come back. We'll be starting up again at 1:45 our time.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, both.
Okay, thank you. See you soon.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Hi, Kristen. I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm Anushka.
Hi, so lovely.
Hi. I have to do a
I
little
was
bit
like,
of running back and forth from the back of the room to the front of the room to be able to talk to you.
That's okay, no problem at all. I was like panicked. I was like, oh gosh, I'm gonna miss it.
I'm so sorry.
It's
But no, it
okay.
is all working perfectly. Really glad to have you here. Thank you.
Great. Lovely. Okay, so I do have one caveat. So I
Yep.
joined from my browser. I would much rather join from the app, but it wasn't like I didn't receive a separate email. I'm afraid to like log off. Hang on one second because I don't want to lose you. So let
Yeah,
me.
give it another go. It should be, I think now if I just promote you when you rejoin, we'll be fine.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. If not, I'll email someone. Hang on.
AJ, when you get sorry to interrupt, as you're here, would you mind listening in to my conversation with Kristen and just tell me how audible Kristen is? Yeah. Okay, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay. Are we good?
We're good. You're back.
Great. Lovely, lovely. Okay. So then, do you want me to try to share my slides? Okay.
Yes, please.
Let's see here. Okay. Now, give me one moment.
Beautiful.
Okay, now I'm going to switch it now. Did it switch the image?
Yeah.
Perfect. I had trouble in the past. I did a online conference, and for some reason, it wasn't switching back and forth every time I would move the slide. So it was okay.
No, this is working beautifully, and we can hear you really well. So yeah, we should all be good to go.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Also, I love your Zoom background. Where are you?
It's okay. So this is my office, but this is the desk I usually sit at, and I have a window in the background, but I'm like, the glare doesn't,
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, it works beautifully as a background.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So I'll then just, I'm going to stay here, but it starts at
1:45 our time. Yeah.
Okay, great.
One more thing to test. I just want to make sure we've got a second microphone that will be used for the questions.
Okay.
So your chair, Gina, will be at the lectern here, and then we'll use this microphone, which I'm hoping you can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So we'll use this microphone for the Q&A, handing around the audience.
Perfect. Perfect.
Right. Brilliant. So I think we're all done. So unless there's anything else that we can do to help you set up, and we'll see you back here in about half an hour.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Kristen.
Okay. Okay, hi everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We're gonna make a start. I hope you got to have some time outside in the sun. It did say it was gonna thunderstorm today, but apparently not, so that's good. The weather gods are shining on us. Yeah, so this is our third panel, which is entitled Performing Bodies Through Text, Theatre and Sport. This is our online panel, so we're really, really grateful, especially to our speakers who are joining us online. This panel spans, I think, the whole historical range of this conference, going from, I think, 1511 to up to 1799. So we'll hear a whole range of exciting stuff. So I'll introduce all the speakers as we go along. Our first speaker is Alexandra Collinson. Alexandra is an early career researcher of 18th century literature. She's an associate lecturer at Newcastle University, where she completed her AHLC-funded PhD project, The Sex Workers' Revolution, Prostitution, Feminism and Female Virtue in British and Irish Women's Writing, 1787 to 1801. She's currently revising the thesis for publication as a monograph while developing and publishing articles based around her research interests in prostitution, maternity, and women's life writing. And Alexandra's paper is titled, I Should Give the Lie to My Mind, Textual Performance and Prostitution in the Authentic Memoirs of Phoebe Phillips. That's from 1799. So over to you, Alexandra.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It's great to join you virtually from the Northeast. Thank you for having us. So, Authentic Memoirs of Phoebe Phillips, published in 1799, could easily be dismissed as just another sensationalised so-called prostitute narrative, one of many that circulated on the literary market throughout the 18th century. These texts were frequently formulaic, drawing upon familiar tropes commonly used to define sex workers and their experiences. But this paper resists the generic pigeonholing of Phillips' memoirs, and drawing upon my previous research in the field, the life writing of other 18th century sex workers. While referencing a couple of examples from pre-existing memoirs, I emphasise the significance of Phillips' text as a work of cheaply circulated feminist social criticism. Published by prolific chapbook writer Anne Lemon, sold at just 6p and released in 3 editions, this work was targeted at a lower class audience. As Michelle Levy notes, the readership for Lemon's publications was indeed lower class, and in particular female. Phillips deploys her experiences of prostitution as a basis for exposing the social performances sanctioned within a patriarchal society. Crucially, this text also reveals the inner workings of her own textual and sexual performances. While drawing on popular literary tropes surrounding prostitution and performing in line with recognisable caricatures, Phillips simultaneously reworks and reframes these familiar touchstones as forms of feminist resistance and effective marketing strategies. This paper discusses key issues surrounding authorship and authenticity in this period, as well as the publication details of Phillips' memoirs. I then examine how Phillips negotiates with pre-existing literary stereotypes, spanning sentimental and libertine tropes, while analysing her feminist commentary on issues surrounding textual and sexual performance. Before I examine these memoirs in more detail, I just want to include a brief note on authorship. The frontispiece of this text markets it as the authentic memoirs of Phoebe Phillips, otherwise Miriam Maitland, which are written by herself. The term authentic was loaded with moral significance during this period, especially in radical circles. Authenticity was understood as a state of being determined by an individual's close proximity to their original authorizing essence, as Kerry Sinanam and Tim Milnes describe it. If authenticity was a state of being, sincerity was a practice, authenticity in action, denoting the way in which actions correspond directly to an individual's intentions. Phillips's title reflects contemporary concerns about the authenticity of the selves represented through life writing, as Sinanam and Milnes explain, and the sincerity of the feelings they expressed. Claims to authenticity were often invoked to enhance the moral worth of literature, especially life writing in the late 18th century. Clearly, this was a major concern for sex workers, who were persistently defined as inauthentic on the basis of their ostensibly deceptive sexual performances. Indeed, many sex worker memoirists marketed their texts as authentic, For example, Authentic Memoirs of Miss Anne Sheldon, first published in 1788. This was also a key marketing strategy, humouring scandalmongers and libertines alike as an expose of salacious details. There have been numerous debates about the authorship of these texts, especially amid the deluge of male author prostitute narratives published during this period, and the fact that sex workers' voices were ventriloquised to fuel a range of sexual and social agendas. Roy Bede and White wonders whether Le Monde may have written a good number of the chapbooks she published herself, and it's believed that she employed one of the most popular chapbook writers of the time, Sarah Wilkinson, to author some texts. Regardless of authorship, it's important to acknowledge that we can never truly access authentic, unmediated sex workers' voices from this period. Interestingly, Phillips includes both her professional stage name and her birth name in the text title. Both of them coexist in these memoirs, feeling the elusive nature of her identity. I'm interested in the mechanisms of textual performance, which are inherent in life writing, in terms of how an author performs before their literary audience, as well as the feminist critique of social and sexual performances that Phillips undertakes. Even if Le Monde or Wilkinson are the true authors of this text, it's telling that they opted to assume a sex worker's voice to articulate their feminist perspectives, a radical, no-holds-barred voice from society's margins, grappling firsthand with concerns surrounding women's work and survival in a patriarchal system. This text combines two stigmatized and devalued literary forms and genres, situated at the intersection of gender and class-based prejudices, as a chapbook and a sex worker's memoir. As Michelle Levy reflects, chapbooks have been persistently dismissed as cheap, popular, and derivative, and most have received very little attention within literary studies, which has reinforced the separation between creative and allegedly imitative forms of intellectual labour. This is also applicable to sex workers' memoirs. I have followed Caroline Breeches in my previous research by demonstrating how such memoirs were persistently pigeonholed, with their feminist significance and generic innovations ignored. Building on Levy's work, I emphasise that so-called derivative or imitative works of this kind are actually deeply innovative. Moreover, many 18th century texts could be described in this way, and it certainly shouldn't define their literary value. As Levy observes, Le Monde actively curated her publication titles to centralise the lives of marginalised and eccentric women, including 3 texts which are unusually explicit in their treatment of prostitution. 2 of these actually include the word prostitute in their title, which is quite rare for this period. Indeed, Phillips uses this word explicitly from the beginning of her memoirs. This confrontation facilitates a candid exploration of the demands her work entailed, with unabashed scrutiny of the social performances involved in prostitution. From the opening line of her text, Phillips is sharply aware of the lauded literary legacy and caricatures of sex workers that precede her. She anticipates the performance she is expected to fulfill. Should I begin this narrative with a penitential preface to supplicate and implore the compassion of my readers, according to the common introductory method of those novels which have been written concerning us unhappy women, I should give the lie to my mind, for I want not the world's pity. Phillips immediately references a caricature that cemented itself in what can be labelled, drawing upon Melissa Giroux-Grant's modern feminist term, the prostitute imaginary around the mid-18th century, with the formation of the Magdalen House of Penitent Prostitutes. Histories of some of the penitents in the Magdalen House, 1759, amongst other similar novels and guides produced by authors, including the charity's figureheads, represented fictional inhabitants of the house who followed an acceptable script of shame and stigma. These were often absorbed by memoirists of the period, including Theresia Constantia Phillips. However, Phoebe Phillips dismisses more commonplace scribblers who borrow from still sentiment those memoirs which they retail to the public. Magdalens were often deemed worthy of sympathy because they demonstrate an appropriate degree of self-condemnation, humbling themselves in sentimental terms before their worthy benefactors, and therefore capable of rehabilitation. But Phillips decisively refuses to be typecast in this textual performance. Participating in this would be giving the lie to her mind, denying her inner truth, the dictates of her authentic self, which is far more heinous than disobeying external social pressures. Instead, Phillips foregrounds her text as a work of feminist social and political criticism. To you, ye self-supposed lords and prerogative makers, to you this narrative is addressed, not so much to make you know yourselves, as to make you remember yourselves. Conscious of what you are, most of you I must despise. She lists the abject, the idiot, the madman, the sharper, the sycophant, the bully, as characters which every man personates in turn. Her mission is to expose the insidious performances adopted by men in a patriarchal system. They are responsible for deceiving women and sending them on the miserable trajectory she has experienced. That is not to say sentimental tropes, which do indeed invite pity for Philip's situation, are absent from these memoirs. Her text continually shifts between pragmatic self-condemnation and reflections on her victimhood. She dismisses memoirists who blame the villainies of the world and the deceits, cruelties, and many etceteras which have made the characters they would celebrate unhappy, while declaring, I was miserable merely by misconduct. Still, a large illustration on the adjacent page to this powerful opening declaration is a key indicator. It's captioned, Maria attempting to escape from the police officers. Notably, her birth name is used here, differentiated from the stigma attached to Phoebe Phillips. She's highlighted as a figure in innocent white, contrasted against a harsh, dark background, fearfully looking over her shoulder at the ruthless authorities who are in pursuit of her. Phillips clearly marks out her feminine vulnerability at the hands of these brutal forces, in an image that seems taken from a sensationalised sentimental or Gothic novel of the period. Indeed, Lamont also specialised in publishing Gothic blue books, short works of popular Gothic fiction. Her text includes emotionally charged visions of her falling to her feet before her unforgiving parents, reflecting on how her blood was chilled and how their words pierced her. She describes her experiences of entrapment and prostitution, either in a gilded coffin at the height of financial success, or a state of poverty the most abject and despicable of all beings. Her vivid portrayals of emotional torment and episodes of apparent self-blame ultimately function to intensify her condemnation of a superficial, duplicitous system that fuels female suffering. Phillips also negotiates with the salacious literary performances attributed to sex workers, a popular selling point for memoirs published during this period. A common stereotype of the prostitute imaginary was the sexually voracious woman who was irresistibly driven to sex work to fulfill her own insatiable desires. The likes of memoirist Margaret Leeson profess to reject these expectations while reflecting on her female-centric experiences of sexual pleasure and prostitution. However, Phillips explains that this work is being intended as a dissection of the mind, to lay nature naked to view, but not in that manner which is at present practiced by some memoir writers, who imagine a luscious page is proof of a writer's genius. She adds, want of decency is want of sense, and this has been my remark through the almost incredible scenes of riot which I have engaged in, that every man and woman deviate from decency in proportion to their deficiency of understanding. Despite this seemingly more sexually conservative moral framework, Phillips reflects on her sexual frustration with her first male connection, who vows to be her disinterested friend rather than her lover, even though she ardently wishes to be ruined. Her text contains various sexually charged scenes, which would likely function as a money-spinning marketing strategy angled at libertine readers. But embedded within them is a sharp critique of a system that encourages sexual performances from women while shaming them for expressing their genuine desires. She writes, when we are in company with the man of our choice, we can give a loose to fancy, and unrestrained indulge every wish in the instant of inclination. We start for pleasure and leave hypocrisy far behind. No bartering there, but each generously and unaffectedly giving a loose to desire, we appear all ourselves. The key here in Phillips's social criticism is the differentiation between sex which is purely performative and that which is motivated by genuine desire. Her argument is akin to that of Mary Wollstonecraft's 1798 novel Maria, or The Wrongs of Woman, and certainly Margaret Leeson's argument for female libertine self-expression. Phillips aligns women's free expression of authentic desire with the expression of their authentic selves. In this process, she rejects misogynistic caricatures of conniving sex workers, which pervaded the prostitute imaginary in this period, women who weaponize their sexualities to deceive unsuspecting men. Pleasure is juxtaposed with hypocrisy here. She implies that there could be space for authenticity in prostitution when sex workers genuinely desire their clients. But for the most part, she articulates her moral resistance against the sexual performances demanded of most women, deploying discourses of bartering and purchasing bodies to define it. Crucially, elite sex workers could often afford to be more selective with clients, a privilege typically unafforded to lower-ranking women. Phillips has experienced both sides of this. She reflects, when a man purchases our person, he imagines that our mind must be tossed into the bargain, and that we are obliged at a moment's warning to call up the vigour of affection for him, and even aid his appetite, which renders our state more fatiguing, more distasteful. Phillips condemns the notion of sexual performance, dictated in a system which attempts to commodify women's minds as well as their bodies. While other memoirists, including Leeson, demonstrate a more pragmatic and at points celebratory approach to sexual performance, Phillips reports that her experience has been emotionally draining and morally damaging. Though she had made her fortune by affectation, she observes, she still despises it. Still, her overarching message is far from sexually conservative and rejects common misogynistic caricatures of duplicity. She calls for women's sexual authenticity, the free expression of female-centric desires beyond social constraints. Phillips's memoirs involve complex negotiations with pre-existing stereotypes of sex workers. She often appears to court different stereotypes, seemingly performing in line with her audience's expectations to support her marketing strategies. However, she skillfully combines these with a strong feminist resistance against the patriarchal forces that dictate female inauthenticity. These strategies are common amongst memoirs written by sex workers during this period, and it's important to emphasise the diverse array of perspectives on sex work that 18th century memoirists articulate, as well as their different methods of asserting subjectivity. In terms of my own research, coming across this text and preparing this paper has been useful for considering how I might incorporate this text within my monograph about sex workers' contributions to revolutionary feminist discourses during the late 18th century. The cheaply circulated form of this text adds another layer of radical significance in terms of its accessibility to women from lower social classes. By refusing to give the light to her mind when it comes to writing about prostitution, Phillips opens up candid reflections about women's work and identities to a new labouring audience. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Alexandra. That was great. Yeah, really fascinating. So our next speaker is Kristen Vitale Engel, who is a PhD candidate in early modern European history at the University of Connecticut. So she gets the prize for joining us from the furthest away, I think. Her research focuses on early Henrican spectacle, court culture, and performative politics in the early Tudor state. Her dissertation examines the transformation in the uses of spectacle and analyzes the relationship among courtly cultural preferences, their corresponding depictions, and efforts to actualize those depictions as political propaganda. She's currently editor-in-chief of the Court Observer for the Society for Court Studies and submissions editor for the Royal Studies Journal. And Kristen's paper is entitled Performing Power in the 1511 Westminster Tournament. So over to you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So first, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the conveners of this conference. Being in the States, as you said, but connecting with the community overseas is really the foundation of my historical practice. So it is an honor to present my research amongst notable scholars, and I look forward to making connections, albeit virtually, and getting feedback on the work. So today I am presenting a small portion of a chapter on joust in my larger dissertation titled Henrician Spectacle, Courtly Festivity as Performative Politics in Early Tudor England, 1485 to 1533, which I did recently defend in April of 2025. And this research will be a large part of my manuscript. So the dissertation as a whole demonstrates how early Tudor spectacle was performative politics that communicated the crown's political messages through evolving cultural forms in pageantry. The larger work of this chapter reframes the tiltyard as a theater for the performance of idealized kingship and analyzes a number of jousting events during this time, while also examining the function of magnificence, or the humanist political principle and practice of displaying extravagance during ceremony in these events. This presentation today outlines the 1511 Westminster Tournament, which essentially was a multi-day jousting tournament convened at the Palace of Westminster by King Henry VIII to celebrate the birth of his first son, Henry, Duke of Cornwall, with his first wife, Queen Catherine of Aragon. In order to keep with time, the presentation describes some intricate details of the event, such as the pageantry, the decor, storyline, the financial output, and the second Tudor king's performance on the field, both as a performer and a player, to show how Henry VIII performed through and with such cultural constructs to portray himself as a distinctly chivalric king. The Westminster Tournament was comprised of pageants, dancing, and an elaborate two-day jousting tournament. The event's pageantry was likened to the Burgundian chivalric events. Allegorical and knightly participants performed chivalric concepts such as courage, honor, and prowess. Commissioned by the king himself, the jousts in the event were used as a public space for Henry to perform his chivalric magnificence, which functioned to celebrate the continuation of the Tudor dynasty, while also providing a public space for Henry VIII to perform his role as an idealized knight in an inherently chivalric event. The cost of the Westminster Tournament exceeded £4,000, and according to the Revels accounts, the jousting expenses included the scene's decor, equipment for the jousters, and payment for the creators of the event. The king's pavilion was comprised of green sarcenet and golden damask, while his costume was made of, quote, blue velvet, close silk, and cloth of gold, quote. The decor was doubtless a public promotion and projection of Tudor wealth. The tournament depicted the allegorical tale of Queen Noble Renome and her 4 knights. According to the letter of challenge, upon hearing of the birth of England's newest son, Queen Noble, cousin to the monarchs of England and ruler of the realm of Noble, sent knights to, quote, accomplish certain feats of arms, quote, in the, quote, realm of England, the great place of valiantness, virtues, and expert nobles, end quote. The 4 knights, Loyal, Desire, Valor, and Panthère, were played by Sir Thomas Kemmet, Sir William Courtenay, Sir Edward Neville, and, of course, the king. Its rules were similar to those of John Tiptoft's in 1466, whereas every commoner shall be run 6 courses. Who breaketh most spears is worth the price. Who striketh his fellow clean out of the saddle is best worth the price. And it is the pleasure of the king, our most dread sovereign lord, that the queen's grace and the ladies, with the advice of the noble and discreet judges, to give prizes after the deservings unto both parties, etc., etc. The letter of challenge played a crucial role in creating the chivalric atmosphere of the tournament. Created by Thomas Wriothesley, Garter, King of Arms, it is written on a single piece of parchment. Ornate decorations and symbols surround its border. A crowned Tudor rose sits at the top of the document, and there is a portcullis on its right with pomegranates, leaves, and roses adjacent to both symbols. The left of the letter is lined with the challenger's shields that are, quote, surrounded by the same rose and pomegranate motif, which sprouts from a plant at the at the bottom of the border, quote. The participants' signatures are written at the bottom of the letter. Henry VIII's name is largest among the others. The tiltyard acted as a chivalric stage for the scene. The queen and her ladies resided in a tilt gallery overlooking a large forest that was 26 feet long, 16 feet wide, and 9 feet high. It was decorated with, quote, trees and boughs, artificial hawthorns, oaks, maples, hassels, birches, ferns, brooms, firs, quote, all of which were adorned with beasts and birds of sundry fashion. A castle was in the middle of the scene with, quote, a maiden sitting nearby who gave a garland made of silk roses to Queen Catherine. The pageant car was pulled into the tiltyard by a lion and an antelope adorned in gold and silver damask. Horns blew as the pageant car stopped in front of the queen. The car suddenly opened and, quote, out issued the foresaid 4 knights, armed at all pieces, every of them a spear in his hand on horseback, with great plumes on their heads, their bases, and trappers of cloth of gold, quote. The knights rode to the tilts as trumpets sounded, and the answerers of the challenge took the field, signaling the commencement of the jousts. The game continued the following day with the king, his men, and their horses still in disguise. The participants processed onto the field with trumpeters, heralds, and the knights riding under an ornate pavilion. Henry VIII used this occasion to perform and magnify his chivalric magnificence. He entered the field under a pavilion of cloth of gold, quote, and purple velvet embroidered and powdered with H and K for Henry and Catherine of fine gold. The compass of the pavilion above embroidered richly and valanced with flat gold, with an imperial crown in the top of his fine bass hat, fretted with damask gold, quote. The answerers followed Henry's grand arrival as the characters that were much, quote, less grand. Charles Brandon, dressed as a hermit and enclosed within a tower, was preceded by a jailer holding a great key in his hand. As the cavalcade stopped in front of the queen, the jailer unlocked the tower door and Brandon appeared, handing Catherine a note requesting license to joust in her presence. She accepted his appeal, and Brandon cast off his hermit disguise, revealing, quote, himself in bright armor, ready for the contest. After he had taken his place on the tilt, Henry Guilford, Thomas Boleyn, Lord Henry of Buckingham, Giles Capel, and, quote, many other knights richly armed and apparelled soon followed. The knights then took their place on the field as the second day of jousting commenced. Further portrayals of his magnificence are apparent in the score checks of the tournament. The king ran 25 courses with 7 attaints on the body, 7 lances broken, and 2 attaints on the head. On the second day, he had 28 runs with 9 attaints on the body, 12 lances broken, and 1 attaint on the head, all of which acted as an impressive showing of jousting skills and prowess in front of a royal audience. Evidence of the king's performance as speaking to such intentionality is documented by chroniclers who explain his performance in the field. Accordingly, everyone, quote, marveled at his wondrous feats. There was no other knight in the field who showed half as much prowess as he did that day. After Henry performed his courses, he, quote, retired to his pavilion, whence the jousting had been completed. He rode forth upon a splendidly barded courser. The heralds gave the cry, allottal, allottal, and the king led the challengers from their lists, followed by the trumpeters and gentlemen in their degrees, quote. To further perform his skills on the tiltyard, Henry, quote, proceeded to give an impromptu performance of feats of horsemanship, leaping and soaring on the field, and to finish this performative show, the king then rode his vigorous beast to the tilt and caused it to beat the boards with his hooves. His energies expanded in his adolescence display. The king paid his respects to the queen and so brought the first day's sport to its close. This description of the king's lavish experience, the symbolism of the imperial crown present in his costume and decor, the documentation of his performance on the field, combined with the more routine forms of display recorded in the Revels accounts, speaks to the performance of chivalric magnificence as the form used to celebrate political messages of Tudor dynastic continuity and thus power. This examination shows that magnificence functioned to portray Henry VIII as a chivalric king, who, with immense wealth and a male heir, was the leader of a new era in Tudor England. These notions are demonstrated in the financial output of the event, which was, as I said, quite enormous. Over £4,000 was grand for even the most luxurious of events of that specific time, particularly following the example set forth by Henry VII, who rarely used splendor on anything, much less the jousting tournament. The elaborate pageantry and decor of the jousting scene were decorated with some of the most expensive materials of the time, while Henry's own costumes of velvet with silks and golds aided in the public portrayal and performance of grandeur and magnificence. In this way, it was crucial to extend this financial output to convey notions of wealth, majesty, and magnificence to his realm. Moreover, portrayals of magnificence were embedded within a chivalric scene meant to provide a public space for Henry VIII to perform his role as an idealized knight. As I specified, the theme of the joust was likened to a Burgundian passe de l'or, or a chivalric tale where allegorical and knightly participants performed chivalric concepts such as courage, honor, bravery, prowess, etc., etc. The details of the pageantry in the theme speak to this chivalric tale in the 1511 event. The jousters desired to request a license before the queen to participate in the event nods toward chivalric romanticism and proper knightly etiquette in the presence of a queen, but also in the presence of a woman or a maiden. Finally, Henry's performance on the field exemplified chivalric virtues of, as I specified, courage, bravery, honor, and valor, not only in winning the jousts, but in controlling, quote, the beast, his horse, to do so. Then he finished the tournament with reverence to the queen or maiden, again, following notions of knightly etiquette found in prescriptive literature such as Caxton's Book of the Order of Chivalry or Descharnet's Book of Chivalry. Henry VIII's performance of chivalric magnificence was intentionally embodied, both for his enjoyment on the field and for a public display of the continuation of the Tudor dynasty and power through the purpose of the event, celebrating the birth of his male heir. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kristen. And just in case you can't hear online, there's been really enthusiastic applause here in the room for you and for Alexandra as well before. Yeah, I'm not sure how much the mic picks that up, but there's definitely clapping. So our final speaker of this panel is Patrick Durdle. Patrick is a PhD candidate in English literature at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland, where he's recently submitted his PhD thesis, congratulations, which is entitled Dramaturgies of Judgment in 16th Century England. And Patrick's paper is titled Props and Bodies in the Spanish Tragedy. So I'll leave you with Patrick.
Thank you, Gina. This is actually a very special occasion because I'm in a kind of bureaucratic liminal space, which means this is at the same time my last conference as a PhD student and my first conference as a doctor, as I await the official paperwork to go through, but it will be backdated to the 4th of June. So I don't know what I am right now, but I'm here. So the Spanish tragedy. The three judges of the underworld don't really know what to do with Don Andrea. Should they send him to the fields of love? Should they send him to the martial fields? They can't really come to a consensus, so they send him on to Pluto, the infernal king. There, judgment is deferred again when Proserpina asks Pluto for the right to give Don Andrea his doom, to be understood here in the sense of judgment or sentence. The act of judging in the story from the underworld is clearly expressed as deciding where someone is supposed to go. And the ghost of Don Andrea, we are led to understand, is not going to the field of love or the martial fields, but he's going to the theater. The character revenge, first mentioned in the opening stage direction, appears towards the end of the ghost's speech in this first scene. Their name is typographically inserted into the text there. The line forthwith, she sounded thee in the ear and bade thee lead me through the gates of war includes, after the first word, revenge's name, a name in brackets, pointing here to the addressee of Proserpina's speech as it is repeated by the ghost. The final line of the ghost's opening monologue and revenge's short reply thus mark a transition from a narrative mode to the performance of a play. The events described by the ghost are a thing of the past. The present moment is revenge tells the ghost, one of performance. Then know, Andrea, that thou art arrived, where thou shalt see the author of thy death, Don Balthasar, the Prince of Portingale, deprived of life by Bel Imperia. Here sit we down to see the mystery and serve as chorus in this tragedy. This is where the ghost arrives. In this here, he sits down to watch a play. In my paper today, I want to present some brief thoughts about what it means to watch a play and what it means as scholars of the history of performance to not be able to watch a play, at least not as it was originally performed. Geronimo, who will take on the role of Revenger later in the play, is set apart in Act 1 as the director of a masque. His arrival is anticipated by the king who asks, But where is old Hieronymo, our marshal? He promised us in honor of our guest to grace our banquet with some pompous yes. This pompous jest is represented through a stage direction immediately following the king's speech, and itself followed by the king's evaluative judgment thereof, one that also specifies the genre of the performance. Hieronymo, this mask contents mine eye. As the stage direction is embedded within the king's speech, his part of the dialogue on the printed page typographically frames the stage direction of Hieronymo's mask. The stage direction is relatively short. It reads, "Enter Hieronymo with a drum, 3 knights, each his scutcheon. Then he fetches 3 kings. They take their crowns, and them captive." The text thus shows us the mask as a performance employing different interwoven representational devices. Hieronymo enters with and supposedly plays a drum, and the 3 knights bear props, their respective scutcheons, so scutcheons, kind of shield, which appear to signify visually the identity of their bearers. Hieronymo tells the audience that the 3rd knight represents John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, as by his scutcheon plainly may appear, which suggests that a coat of arms is depicted on the scutcheon. While the knights, might thus be representationally legible for an early modern English audience, the 3 kings seem to have, as far as we can gather from the text, no distinctive features.
Patrick, I'm
yes.
really sorry to interrupt. It's coming through a little bit fuzzy. Could you possibly lean a bit closer to your microphone and maybe speak a little bit slower?
Is it better now? I'm sorry, this happens sometimes.
That's much better.
Okay, yeah,
That's
I just
fantastic.
had to adjust the button.
Sorry for the interruption, Patrick.
No, that's fine. It's I'd rather have you hear me properly.
Cool, yeah, if you just lean forward a bit, that's great.
Thanks. Okay, where were we? So, in fact, Hieronymo's pompous jest is not entirely contained in the stage direction. The king, addressing Hieronymo, says not just that this mask contents mine eye, but also, you see this here on the top, I sound not well, the mystery. The following explanation of the visually pleasing spectacle is not just enacted through words. Hieronymo's explanations of the mask's 3 episodes are preceded by a repeated movement. Hieronymo takes a scutcheon and gives it to the king. Later, he does as he did before, and then doing as before. This is not here on the slide. After the supposed end of the mask, Hieronymo is still, by all means, performing. His interpretation carries the meaning of the 3 scutcheons to the king. His embodied movement and the movement of ideas match perfectly here. They are, the play suggests, essentially the same. The mask becomes meaningful for the assembled audience only through Hieronymo's verbal representation of it. The movements of the actors, the embodiment of a concept, is incomplete without Hieronymo's act and acting out of interpretation. Interpretation and movement are the same here. If we consider the king's statement that the mystery is unclear to him still, we can begin to understand that the action of the Spanish tragedy requires the work of interpretation. The problem posed by the play, how will Don Andrea's death be avenged, is presented as a problem of interpretation. What is the meaning of actions and how to make them meaningful? To address this question, we can trace how Hieronymo becomes the agent of revenge for his son's murder. Just like Don Andrea struggles to understand the workings of revenge, Hieronymo struggles to make sense of Horatio's murder and the evidence supplied to him. It is well known that Hieronymo realizes his revenge by producing and acting in a play designed to allow him and Bellimperia to inflict real wounds under the cover of theatrical fiction. What has been discussed less in the scholarship to date is the investigative process that eventually gives Hieronymo the certainty of Balthasar and Lorenzo's culpability that is required to take actions against them. In this process, props play a crucial role. These props differ in their evidentiary quality depending on how their movement on the stage coincides with the movement of bodies. As in the moment of theatrical performance discussed above, a character, in this case Hieronymo, needs to make sense of these movements of props and bodies in order to unfold their meaning. Hieronymo enters the garden in an inquisitive mode, asking, "What outcries pluck me from my naked bed?" Before recognizing the body as that of his son, he continues to ask, "What murderous spectacle is this?" And finally, he tries to interrogate the corpse of Horatio. "Oh, speak, if any spark of life remain, I am thy father. who has slain my son? But there are no answers to these questions. The truth about the outcries and of the murderous spectacle remains unclear, just like the who of the murderer whom Hieronymo's wife Isabella calls the author of this endless woe. This scene is then markedly different from the earlier one, in which Hieronymo interpreted and explained with so much authority the somewhat obscure mask. The murderous spectacle, one authored by unknown culprits, cannot be as easily elucidated. The vow to take revenge coincides with a distinct action on stage. Hieronymo, Hieronymo tells Isabella, "Seest thou this handkerchief besmeared with blood? It shall not from me till I take revenge. Seest thou those wounds that yet are bleeding fresh? I'll not entomb them till I have revenged." Hieronymo, by taking the handkerchief from Horatio's body, turns it into a prop. His explanation and the connection he draws between the bloody cloth and the bleeding wounds turns the handkerchief into a site for symbolic representation. The prop makes portable the tableau of violent murder, Horatio strung up on a tree, stabbed, covered in blood. Revenge and detection start with proof. Hieronymo collects evidence, symbolic and pragmatic, at the same time of his son's death. And through the bloody handkerchief, the immobile body of Horatio becomes movable on the page and on the stage as a material piece of evidence. There are in total 3 pieces of evidence that Hieronymo collects before he takes actions against Balthasar and Lorenzo. The symbolic quality of the bloody handkerchief can serve as a template for understanding how the other 2 pieces of evidence, equally emphasized as theatrical props by the playtext, take on meaning only in relation to specific bodies. In Act 3, Hieronymo finds a letter that has, as the stage direction tells us, just fallen from somewhere. In it, Belampiria identifies Lorenzo and Balthasar as Horatio's killers and urges Hieronymo to revenge thyself and to revenge Horatio's death. The play emphasizes the potential unreliability of this piece of evidence. As a prop, the letter bears a striking resemblance to the bloody handkerchief, but while Hieronymo is a witness to the immediate connection between Horatio's body and the bloody handkerchief, such an immediate connection between blood and body is only claimed, not proven in the letter. It opens with the words, "For want of ink, receive this bloody writ." The letter lacks the staged connection between the prop and its origin, and it cannot, at this point, be unequivocally associated with the body. The letter is without origin and without author when it simply appears on stage. Its movement lacks clear motivation. As a prop on stage and as an object represented verbally in a stage direction in the printed play, the bloody letter remains dubious. The text tells us that the letter is written in red ink, and thus prompts us to ask, in Richard Hosley's terms, is this a theatrical stage direction or a fictional one? Is the letter written in red ink, or is the prop letter written in red ink to look like a bloody writ? Similarly, in performance, there's no way for the audience to determine the authenticity of the letter. The circumstances of its appearance are, at best, miraculous and at worst, suspicious. The play, through Hieronymo's response, presents us with 2 opposing interpretations of the letter. He calls it, on the one hand, an unexpected miracle, but quickly reconsiders. Things do not add up. He concludes that the letter is not to be trusted. Hieronymo, beware, thou art betrayed, and to entrap thy life this train is laid. Advise thee, therefore, be not credulous. Different interpretations change the prop by attaching different possibilities of meaning to it. As we have seen, the bloody handkerchief introduced in parallelism with Horatio's wounds serves as a symbolic representation of bloodshed. On a different kind of material, the paper of her letter, Belimperia's supposed blood has no such symbolic power because, as it appears out of nowhere, the letter is disconnected from its author and her body. In contrast, the letter found on Pedrangano's body after his execution provokes no such uncertainty. When he enters in this scene, he is described in the stage direction as bound and with a letter in his hand. After the execution, the hangman re-enters with a letter and gives it to Hieronymo with the words, "Sir, here is his passport. I pray you, sir, we have done him wrong." The play thus establishes two overlapping continuities, a continuity of the letter as a prop and a continuity of possession thereof. The letter does not, unlike before, appear out of thin air, but it is shown to be in Pedrangano's hand. It moves with him. The same letter, the same prop, is then carried on stage by the hangman. Within the legal setting of the scene, the hangman also serves as a trusted and disinterested source for the letter. In fact, his perceived culpability of having done him wrong underscores that the passport is handed over out of duty and not self-interest. The letter, Pedrangano's plea for Lorenzo to come to his rescue, reveals to Hieronymo the identities of his son's murderers. And actors in the cursed tragedy was thou, Lorenzo, Balthasar, and thou. That Hieronymo puts the murder into theatrical or dramatic terms here helps us see that this tragedy, too, is essentially a mystery to be revealed. Pedrangano's letter, though, is not yet sufficient as an explanation. Hieronymo, both as knight marshal and the interpreter of theatrical performance, is the one to make meaning out of the component parts of evidence. The second letter prompts him to return to the first when he realizes, now see I what I durst not then suspect, that Bellimperia's letter was not feigned. This newly suspected authority of the prior written testimony consequently allows for a reciprocal verification. Now may I make compare twixt hers and this of every accident. Through an essentially philological process, Hieronymo determines the veracity of both letters and thus the culpability of Lorenzo and Balthasar. Hieronymo's revenge, in the form of a play performed in front of the Spanish king, has been canonized as a preeminent moment of what we have come to call early modern revenge tragedy. After identifying the authors of his son's death, Hieronymo can take on the authority to direct the very same actors involved in the tragedy for a tragedy of his own. This reading of the Spanish tragedy raises some questions about the study of early modern performance. I hope to have shown that this is not just a kind of scholarly trick. I'm not simply saying that Hieronymo's investigation might be perhaps in some way kind of like the study of performance. No, the Spanish tragedy is explicitly a play about watching and interpreting a performance. The play's simultaneous preoccupation with the meaning of evidence and determining the evidentiary quality of props can serve as a provocation then. How do we deal with the scarcity and incompleteness of the evidence of early modern performance? The play does not answer these questions, how could it? But it prompts us to explore and think about how we can replace bodies moving on a stage, an actual bloody handkerchief that was used as a prop, or written eyewitness testimony in order to come to sound conclusions, less bloody perhaps than Hieronymo's revenge, but nonetheless important about early modern performance. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Patrick. And again, lots of lovely applause in the room here. Some really, interesting connections there with ideas of authenticity with Alexandra's paper as well, like how far is a text from a particular body and how kind of reliably close is it to some kind of original source. And how reliable is the account of Henry being the best guy ever at his pageant as well. So I'm sure the audience has lots of questions. We might be able to take some questions online as well if you want to put those in the chat, and we'll be able to read those out. Does anyone want to start us off? Did I see a hand at the back? Yeah.
Hello, yes. To Kristen about the situating the tournament in 1511. So it's a couple of years into Henry's reign. What's the difference between this kind of performance, this kind of tournament, this kind of pageantry from only a few years earlier? And is there a sort of progression to get to this point and this level of scale? So between that and obviously what's going on under his father.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your question. So yes and no. I think when it comes to large scale spectacles, I think 1511 is really one of the first again, large-scale jousting tournament spectacles that we have under Henry up to this point. Of course, we have his coronation in 1509, what happened there. Again, large-scale spectacle of a different sort of variety. You know, coronations are a bit different than a courtly spectacle and what its aim was politically. But I think my larger dissertation research actually works the other way. So I sort of start with Henry VII in 1485, his coronation, and I really take note of distinctly chivalric constructs. Idealized performing monarchy and kingship really is centered around this notion of an idealized knight. And the 1511 tournament is truly arguably the pinnacle, right? We have an inherently chivalric event like the joust, which remains as such until my research ends around 1530 when we get to the Reformation. But you do start seeing through the function of magnificence, which is an innately humanist sort of political practice, that the function of magnificence and the cultural forms that power takes really errs on the side of humanist constructs. So you get classical ideals of antiquity, and even what it means to be an idealized monarch or king starts in 1511 in my research, obviously not in history, but in my research starts 1511 for the jousting. And then you see a sort of evolution, an amalgamation of cultural constructs that create sort of a new sort of generalized idea of what it means to be an idealized gentleman, like we get with Castiglione as we move over. And you see the way in which magnificence functions to portray those cultural forms as we move forward. In my larger dissertation is a case study model. So I start at 1511, and then I go to 1520, the Field of Cloth of Gold, and then I discuss 1522 jousting events in all of those, and the way in which magnificence, which was a staple of early modern political culture. It's not something new. Magnificence is a humanist construct, political practice since Fortescue wrote. So it wasn't new, but the way in which it was used in these jousting tournaments to portray different sort of notions of an idealized king, that's what was evolving over time. Does that answer your question? I was a little long-winded.
Yes.
Great. Do we have any more questions or any online? Yeah, we've got one over here on the right side of the room.
Hi there. Thank you to the panelists for 3 great papers. I have a question for Patrick. Hi, Patrick. It's Evie. I was really struck by your section on the handkerchief in particular, and that kind of transformation you see of the handkerchief. And of course, my mind was sort of drawing connections to Othello and how a handkerchief becomes a piece of evidence in that play, and specifically Othello's, demand of ocular proof, and that idea of needing material evidence, or something that can be seen. So I'm wondering, one, is this, what you were speaking about, is it something that you think is really inherent to the Spanish tragedy? Does it start with the Spanish tragedy, or is this something that you're interested in applying to other plays of the period? Do you think it's a generic thing with tragedy specifically? I'm just interested to see where you might be applying this elsewhere, or do you think that this is really kind of a Spanish tragedy theory, I guess?
Thanks, Evie. That's a great question. So this comes from one of my dissertation chapters, and the chapter is on movement, and this is kind of the case study on the movement of props and how it coincides with the movement of bodies. So in that particular piece of writing, I'm not exploring this in other plays, but I think I'd be very much interested in looking more into these kind of transformations of objects and props. I think like how things change and transform on stage is really one of my core interests in my research. I think Othello is such an interesting point of comparison because we have here in the Spanish tragedy, it's still material. It's about this thing that's a piece of cloth turning into something that is very much symbolic, but it still has its material quality. It is symbolic because it has these traces of blood on it. Whereas the handkerchief in Othello has this psychological quality to it, or like a proto-psychological quality. I was in a play that I was involved with as a dramaturg. There was a moment in rehearsal where one of the actors was trying something out. It didn't make it into the final production, but such are the wonders of rehearsal, where all of a sudden there were just hundreds of handkerchiefs. I mean, it was just tissue, but they were just flying around everywhere. And it felt like such an insightful moment into how this handkerchief works in Othello. And I think you couldn't quite do this in the same way with this handkerchief in the Spanish tragedy. So yes, I'm interested in these transformations. No, I haven't really looked at other instances, but I probably will. Yeah, thanks for your question again, Abby. We should talk about this some more at some point.
Great, thank you, Patrick. I think we have some questions from the online chat. So we're going to go to Maria to read those out now.
Cheers. We have a question from Subhankar. I hope I'm not butchering the name. So a question for Patrick. Thank you for your paper. How is the evidentiary status of the handkerchief, bloody cloth, reconfigured in later Elizabethan and Jacobean drama? So I guess it's a connected question. Thinking specifically of Othello and Cymbeline, can you help us think through blood as an unstable signifier, blood and a bloody prop? And then he also comments, Cymbeline also being viewed proleptically as a rewriting of Othello.
I suspect you know more about Cymbeline than I do. I hope I kind of answered this question already partially with regards to Othello. I usually do the earlier stuff. I could give another 10-minute paper on what we can do with blood and Cambyses. And there's a bladder and there's vinegar and there's other things, but that's a whole different topic. But if you kind of want me to expand on this question or have a further question, you could email me. It's patrick.durdle@unil.ch, and then I can answer in more detail.
Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, we've got a question just over here in the middle. And then we've probably got time for one or two more after that one.
Thank you so much. 3 really interesting papers. I wanted to ask a question of Alexandra, and it's about the really interesting kind of visual representations in the account that you were talking about as well. It strikes me that kind of the image that you showed kind of this woman, and there was a caption that kind of said she was maybe hiding from police officers. Is that correct? What do you make of the tension between what you kind of noted as these quite sensationalized images and the kind of slightly euphemistic absence of men in those images? The kind of police officers aren't visible, but it strikes me that their kind of threatening presence is very much felt. So if you could speak to that, that would be really interesting.
Yeah, Phillips is very focused on how there's this kind of systemic misogyny towards sex workers, especially exercised by the authorities. But it's really interesting, that image. I hadn't thought of it, the fact that, you know, we can see her, we can't see them. But it's very much kind of a threat that looms over her, especially when she's in the kind of lower echelons of the sex trade, and she's on the streets. And she's very candid about, you know, the fact that the men who were supposed to be in positions of power, who are supposed to be trusted, are actually the most predatory figures that she encounters. I know we're limited for time, so hopefully that kind of answers your question a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Great. I know I said we maybe had time for one more, but actually it is 1:45, and I think we should have some tea and coffee. So please join me in thanking all of our speakers again.
Thank you.
For people online, there's another social Zoom, I think, if you want to hang out and chat with people. For everybody else, there's tea and coffee across the hall again, and we'll see you back here in half an hour.
Okay. My remaining speakers of the day. So, crucial thing is our sound system is a little bit pernickety. So we have a microphone here. Don't get too close from it, but don't get too far away. Okay. So that, yeah. In order for you to be heard online and for it all to be recorded, everything that happens in the room needs to be mic'd. Okay. So we have this lectern microphone. Feel free to move it around roughly if it's level with your mouth. And if you project into it, it picks up really well. But as she said, it's really easy. It's super easy. You'll hear if I start moving away from it, it will stop picking me up. So there is a radius of like sort of like that much. I mean, we could get you a lapel mic, Michelle, if you are going to wander around. We only have one, so it's.
But do you actually wander away, or do you just?
We'll get you a lapel mic. What I'm going to suggest, if Lizzie and Mara, if I can trust you to stay at this lectern, then we'll do a lapel mic for Michelle and for Catherine. Okay, we've only got one, but if you. So, what I'm going to ask now is, Catherine, if we mic you up in the break just before yours, and we'll do it. We've already used the lapel mic once today, so we know that it's working and it's all fine. And yes, we will just for the panel. We've lost them. For the panel, we'll do questions at the end as we have been. If people go a little bit over time, that is totally fine. And actually, the next break is not catered, so if it runs a little bit short, that's okay too. Please do. I mean, there's always someone at the back.
Can you hear me? You need me louder? That is not a problem. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it fine? Shall I just keep going? Take it down slightly. That's not a problem. Don't really need a mic. I know it's for online.
It's interesting, the microphone is in some ways can be a barrier in person. You're right, we don't actually have it in person.
No, I'm completely happy. So I'm going to move that to there. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Yes, testing, testing. I will not go into.
To be? Hang it up a bit. Okay. That better? Is that too much? Okay. I'll put it back down again.
Yeah. Hello, can we hear? Perfect. We are here for a panel on bibliographic interests. And I would like to just say to the online chat, if you want to type in questions as the speakers are presenting, go ahead and do that, and we can get to them at the end, or send in your questions at the end. For the people in the room, please wait until the end. I am AJ, I will be chairing, and first up, we have Dr. Meryl Fairs. She completed a PhD at the Shakespeare Institute, is working on commercial aspects of the professional London theatre industry during the late 16th and early 17th centuries. She arrived at the Shakespeare Institute following a career as a producer and general manager of commercial theatre, mostly in the West End of London and Australia. Her research to date has focused on playhouse ownership and operational and financial practice through studies of the lives of two of her early modern predecessors, Philip Henslowe and John Hemmings. She's also a member of the King's Women Project, exploring the lives and socio-familial networks of the women who were connected to Shakespeare's acting company. Welcome up.
Oh, oh God, have I touched something? Have I pulled out a cable? Some technical help on the way. I put the keyboard down there because I need that there.
Ah, okay. What has it done? I think all it is it needs clicking. Oh, hang on.
I'm great with props. Thank you.
Just use those.
I need to use this. Thank you. Well, after that interesting start, can you hear me? Good. I want to start by thanking the organising committee for today. I think you've done a fabulous job for your first conference. I really do. And then I want to warn you that we've had some fabulous papers today, lots of really stimulating thought. I'm afraid what I'm giving you is lightweight and entertaining. So settle back. So what links Philip Henslowe's heavyweight diary with a tiny painted miniature long attributed to Nicholas Hilliard? Starting from a single entry in Henslowe's diary, this paper will unravel the connection, and in doing this, will highlight varied types of materiality connecting the written word to stage performance. I should say at the outset that the narrative I'm offering today is speculative, but I hope that by the end of this, you will agree with me that, if not proven or even provable, it's at least credible. The volume known today as Henslowe's diary was, in fact, the daybook come account book kept by playhouse owner Philip Henslowe from 1592 to 1609. Now, this isn't Henslowe, but it's how I like to imagine him, and it was the frontispiece to my thesis. He was a man of many parts, but is best remembered as a playhouse owner, first of the Rose and later the Fortune, from 1587 until his death in 1616. The diary records some aspects of his theatrical life for roughly a decade and is the source of most of our knowledge of how theatres operated at that time and provides the titles of over 200 plays, many of them now catalogued as lost plays. The diary is a solidly material object. It's larger than A4 size, 6 centimetres deep, weighing in at a hefty 1.2 kilos without its 19th century binding. And here it is in its naked form during conservation. Its contents are sometimes messy, with a single leaf recording a multiplicity of items. This is one such leaf. And they're sometimes regular, for example, when Henslowe records his share of income from performances. And this is such a page, showing how he recorded the date, play title, and what is assumed to have been his share of box office receipts. And here you can see Tamburlaine and Dr. Faustus from September 1594. 65% of the leaves in some way relate to the playhouse. These include the costs of building the fortune and also those that record bills paid on behalf of playing companies, loans to those companies, as well as loans to individual actors. 22% of the leaves deal with family matters, including a very odd selection of spells and recipes. What interests me today are the remaining 13% of the pages. Perhaps oddly, these record the operation of a pawnbroking business running in 1593 and 1594 and just stretching into 1595. And it's worth noting here that 1593 was a terrible plague year when the playhouses were closed for most of the year. And for Henslow, 1594 was the year when finally, after a few false starts, he secured a permanent playing company at the Rose with the arrival of the Admiral's men in the summer. They remained there until they moved to the Fortune in 1600. Now, these pawn accounts represent a different type of materiality. Whilst they're obviously textual, recorded reasonably neatly on the page, as you can see here, they record the action of transferring a material item from its owner to Philip Henslow. The transaction was intended to be temporary. The goods were handed over, money was paid out by Henslow on the basis of his appraisal of their value, and that money was due to be paid back within an agreed period, or the items were forfeit. These pawn accounts demonstrate a diversity of items being pawned by Henslow's clients: furniture and apparel, jewellery, household linen and kitchen items, even a cauldron, and, most surprisingly, a Bible. Fabric, too, was a valuable commodity and may have been of particular interest to Henslow and or his tenant playing company, as potentially it provided the raw material of costumes. Clothing was by far the most frequently pawned category, ranging from extravagant male and female garments of velvet trimmed with silver lace or fur to a plain coat of black cloth. The articles described are not the garments of the poor, but those of the perhaps temporarily embarrassed, financially embarrassed, middling sort. And there appears to have been no stigma attaching to the need to pawn one's property. It was an easy way of raising cash in a society that worked largely on credit due to a shortage of coinage. Now, a slight digression here, but it's interesting in the context of this shortage of coinage that going to the theatre was an activity that involved a cash transaction. A penny had to be dropped into a collection box to gain admittance. So Henslow was enabled to make cash loans to his neighbours by having received coins paid in at the playhouse door. Now, thanks to the wonderful website, the Parish of St Saviour, Southwark, created by William Ingram and Alan Nelson, there are 53 of the total 76 people named in the pawn accounts whose homes and occupations can be traced with a reasonable degree of certainty. As a result, a new network can be identified with Henslow at its centre, providing cash loans to a predominantly female clientele. Of the 76 named individuals, 46 are women, with a further 16 unnamed women recorded by occupation or relationship. And here they all are. Thus, Henslow's identifiable pawnbroking clientele was 82% female, an extraordinarily high percentage of women taking responsibility for household and or personal finance. Now, for me, the odd thing about the pawn accounts is where they sit within the book. They're in 3 distinct groups of leaves, and although they cover the period 1593 to 1595, 2 of these groups are sandwiched between entries of different sorts made in 1599. Some transactions are also repeated in both of these groups. For example, this very distinctive item, lent unto Francis the 10th of December 1593, upon a footman's coat of velvet with the collar seams upon them of silver. Now, this suggests to me that rather than being written in 1593 or 1594, they were being copied from another source some years later in 1599, and that Henslow's eye had skipped on the list when he was transferring entries into the diary, leading to some duplication. and also errors. You might notice that the coat is valued at 20 shillings on folio 59V and 30 shillings on folio 73R. So what's going on? As the Admiral's men settled into residence at the Rose, we can see from Henslow's own recording that they were performing around 30 different plays each season. These would have required a lot of costumes. Looking again at how the entries are shown, it's generally assumed that the large crosses in each margin represent an item being first deposited and then redeemed. Instead, I'd like to suggest that they illustrate some form of triage in Henslow's storeroom, and that the diary lists mostly those items that are not redeemed. After the customary year and a day, these therefore became Henslow's property and in turn were absorbed into the costume stock of the Admiral's men. This view is strengthened by the very small number of entries on these lists that are not cancelled, just 20 out of 420 transactions, or 4%. These are mostly household items and therefore not likely to have been useful on stage. So, is it possible to confirm that any of these items, particularly items of clothing, ended up on stage? This brings me to another way of describing materiality: disappeared or absent materiality. The first scholar of Henslow's diary, Edmund Malone, also found two separate inventories of costumes and props belonging to the Admiral's men, which he identified as being in Henslow's hand, and he transcribed and published them in 1790. These are both now lost and so could be described as being of absent materiality. Both inventories are dated March 1598, although as Henslow was inconsistent about his year dating, they may equally be from 1599. There is also a third inventory, still extant, written by Henslow's son-in-law, the actor Edward Allen, in 1601 or 1602. Scholars have complained for decades about Henslow's handwriting, but give me Henslow over Allen any day. So we have three lists, two of absent materiality, supplying details about hundreds of very material costumes. Do any of the pawned items also appear in one or more costume inventory? Unfortunately, the level of individual item description in the pawn accounts and in the inventories is different. It doesn't really aid identification. Henslow's notation of pawned items is generally thorough, often covering garment type, style, colour, and fabric as part of the process of valuation. For example, a woman's gown of French russet with a velvet cape and done about with 2 laces is a fairly standard description. The description in the inventories, however, is sparser and often just an aid memoir to recognition, sometimes including an actor's or a character's name, for example, Perrot's suit, which William Sly wore, or one hat for Robin Hood. This much briefer wording of the inventories potentially conceals connected items from the pawnbroking lists, but one distinctive garment does stand out. We've already seen that the majority of Henslow's pawnbroking clients were women of the middling sort, but one of the male customers was also Henslow's most aristocratic. He was identified as my lord, or Lord Burt, and is believed to have been Peregrine Bertie, Lord Willoughby, and there is suggestive evidence to support this. Lord Willoughby was a military commander who led the cavalry at the Battle of Zutphen when Sir Philip Sidney was killed, and he'd ruined himself financially due to underpayment by the Crown for his men and horses. Here he is, and again here, attempting to look relaxed in armour. In 1594, he was £4,000 in debt, having mortgaged his lands, and was already familiar to the pawnbrokers of Holland, where he pawned plate, silver and jewels for £1,200. On the 17th of January 1594, he received a loan of £8 from Henslow for a selection of satin, velvet and silver garments. This is the whole page showing the entry, and this the detailed entry. Lent upon a pair of round hose and doublet of orange colour satin and 1 pair of round hose of silver lace, panes and canyons of cloth of silver, and 1 pair of hose of black white parts with lace upon velvet, and a fair black cloak with 4 broad laces round about and faced with branched velvet. 5 months later, Henslow's nephew and business associate, Francis, sent his maid to redeem 2 of the items. Delivered unto Francis' maid, the 18th of May, my lord's cloak and his pair of silver hose. That left in Henslow's possession the doublet and hose of orange colour satin and pair of black and white hose with lace over velvet. The inventories list 373 items of costume, and in the list dated the 10th of March, 1598, Henslow notes a group of 10 items as gone and lost, presumably working from a previous inventory. This selection includes 2 outfits described as being for the Admiral's Men's Henry V play, plus an orange tawny satin doublet laid thick with gold lace. Could this have been Lord Willoughby's pawned doublet? Once again, described as lost, it appears to be a case of absent materiality. But this would have been a very solid garment fashioned of layers of buckram made from horsehair, with canvas inside and satin outside. It would have weighed around 6 to 8 kilos. This brings me to my final type of materiality, painting. There is another image of Lord Willoughby, this one by the celebrated miniaturist Nicholas Hilliard, which may depict his lordship in his orange satin doublet, in a tiny painting measuring just 36 millimetres by 26 millimetres. In this, the gold lace appears on a separate gorget, made of bullion gold braid laid on thick moulded and embossed leather, adding yet more weight to the garment. So my narrative has travelled in varied material ways, from the solidity of personal record keeping in the form of Henslow's diary, via detailed information about material items as they were left with him in exchange for cash loans, and on to the missing inventories of theatrical stock belonging to the Admiral's men. The journey closes with a tiny jewel of a portrait, bringing together the elements of all these sources. But that's not quite the end of the story. 3 days after he took the inventory, in which the orange satin doublet was recorded as gone and lost, Henslow took a further inventory, where all but one of the missing items is now accounted for, including the orange satin doublet and the 2 that were required for the Henry V play. So perhaps Lord Willoughby's doublet also featured in that play. The dating of the 2 inventories, the 10th and the 13th of March, 1598, makes it highly likely that the items were only gone and lost because they were at the Rose, required for a performance, rather than in the storeroom. So it's perhaps not unreasonable to propose that the Admiral's men performed their Henry V play sometime between the 10th and the 12th of March in 1598 or 1599. Thus, a close examination of a single entry in Henslow's diary shows how text may link to performance by varied material forms. It also illustrates that there was almost certainly some relationship between Henslow's pawnbroking business and the costume stock of the Admiral's men. It potentially adds a date to the performance calendar at the Rose, and just maybe provides an illustration of a theatrical costume worn by its original owner. Speculative? Yes. Credible? I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating, and I look forward to talking to you much more about that. Our next speaker is Lizzie Conrad Hughes, and she has a BA Honours in English Language and Literature and an MA and a PGCE. She is an experienced teacher and tutor for students and actors of all ages and abilities in the UK and internationally. A lifetime theatre professional, actor, writer, producer, and director, and teacher, Lizzie returned to academic study in her 50s and is researching a practice-led PhD part-time at the Shakespeare Institute regarding the conduct of stage management in London's Renaissance playhouses. Lizzie is the founder and artistic director of Shake Scene Shakespeare, currently the UK's only dedicated cue-based teaching
and performing company. With Shakespeare and uniquely in modern practice, Lizzie has produced performances of the entire Shakespeare canon, Shakespeare's Apocrypha, I struggle with that word, and has begun to produce series of plays by Shakespeare's contemporaries, all performed from cues and without general group rehearsal. Lizzie's experiences acting and producing with Shakespeare and experiences from her professional acting career inform her research. And she will be talking to us today about repeated cues, Shakespeare's lost textures.
Gee, I'm sorry, that introduction was far too long. Sound level okay in the room? So I stand before you today as a PhD researcher who is currently in Viva Limbo, but also as the artistic director for Shakespeare. So my practical experience has combined with my document-based research, and it's produced this particular idea regarding repeated cues, that these are a lost texture of performance written into early modern and restoration texts. They are the most unique phenomenon of cue-based performance, and they are only accessible through the part-based form of preparation expected and intended for these texts. And it's lost completely through the modern whole text approach. I'm going to be proposing in my presentation that these are both essential and intentional. So what are repeated cues? Unsurprisingly, they're a cue that comes more than once. Specifically in one scene or one sequence of dialogue. In my experience, actors do not bleed these between scenes. A repeat sequence tends to be very much an enclosed episode within a scene. Everybody knows which is their next cue, so they keep following it through and along. Sorry. It's my first time doing this, sorry. So repeats do not rely on surprise. The rule for cue-based performance is when you hear your cue, you must at least attempt to speak your line because you were cued, even if you've been cued more than once. That's my theory. You may find that you have to say your line more than once. You may not finish it. You may not say it at all, making it, in a way, much messier than modern practice. As you can see from the comments on the screen, the actors that I've been privileged to work with are very keen on repeated cue moments. They enjoy the fact that these moments disrupt the flow of dialogue, creating a natural human texture of speech. And actors, they work together to establish who is speaking. This can throw many modern actors who expect the tidy, polite sequence of turn-taking that we've all come to expect from modern UK performance. Even the pioneer of modern cue-based performance, Patrick Tucker, left them to one side as an aberration to be avoided, not a vital element to be embraced. So repeated cue occurrence is in part controlled by the length of the cue given. I'm just going to skip on one slide and then come back to that one. Cue length is not uniform. They can be as short as 1 syllable, they can be as long as 4, maybe even 5. I count in syllables rather than words. I find it more reliable when it comes to cue length. However, there are plenty which are emphatic. So I want you all to imagine yourselves that you are now playing Autolycus in Winter's Tale. And in one of your cues is, all you have seen is gentleman born, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you know that when you hear that, you have to say, I know you are now, sir, a gentleman born. However, the scene looks like this. The old shepherd says, come boy, I am past more children, but thy sons and daughters will all be gentlemen born. Cue 1. Young shepherd, you are well met, sir. You denied to fight with me this other day because I was no gentleman born. See you these clothes, see you them not, and think me still no gentleman born? You had best say these robes are not gentleman born. Give me the lie do, and try whether I am not now a gentleman born. I don't think this is a mistake. I think Shakespeare knew perfectly well what he was doing when he repeated that cue. What I think is going to happen, and it depends who's playing it, every time Autolycus hears that cue, He is cued to at least attempt to speak. So what would the audience see? They would see the old and young shepherd who've previously been bamboozled by Autolycus being given the runaround by those poor Autolycus trying to get a word in. oh no, that wasn't it. And we see this going, it's entertaining. It's really good fun. I love it when they happen, and so do my actors. But a gentleman born, there is no way for that not to be a repeat. The only way to make it shorter is to give them the word born, and that would still be a repeat. So people ask me, do they really exist? I'm like, yeah, they really do. So repeat occurrence, shall I change over the page? Repeats can also influence characterization. The cue giver has the power. They have the power to offer that cue and then take it back. Or they can just keep right on talking right over whatever anybody else is trying to say to them. That gives us effective character dynamics on stage. Tiffany Stern and Simon Palfrey, in their book Shakespeare in Parts, analysed repeats closely, following their appearance in all genres of play and speculating about their playability and impact on performance. This masterly research remained entirely theoretical, however. For example, Stern and Palfrey pictured several definitive outcomes for many sequences and actor reactions, many of which are contradicted by my experience of working with actors through these sequences. For example, regarding a specific Shylock sequence, Stern and Palfrey observe the Jew is exposed as cruel, but also as a comic butt. The uneasy fact is that the repetitions enveloping Shylock, which help him to create his aura of separateness, can also be orchestrated simply to isolate him as the laughingstock. They allow the Christian to seize the moment. Now, this is a possible outcome. It's not necessarily inevitable. Stern and Palfrey's attempts to predict the reactions of those involved in a cue repeat also provoked this response from Evelyn Tribble. The excessively mechanical reactions posited by Palfrey and Stern do not take into sufficient account of the expertise of the players, particularly of the true hallmark of the expert, situation awareness. I considered in reply to this how Shakespeare's actors handled some repeat moments in cue-based productions, specifically of Merchant of Venice that we staged in 2017. This is not definitive evidence. It is one modern cast's experience, but it's interesting to put it beside the theory. In Rehearsal from Shakespeare to Sheridan, Stern declares what would have happened during the I will have my bond repeat sequence of Merchant of Venice. Weighed down with the irritation and embarrassment of repeated false cues, the actor playing Solanio will have been wrought to a pitch of uncompromising anger by the time he was actually permitted to speak. However, in our cue-based production, Solanio was in tears by the time he was cued. He was heartbroken by the Jew's cruelty and his inability to speak up for his friend. He could have been angry. He wasn't. You never know what it's going to do to you until you experience it. Furthermore, in my article, Shakespeare's Repeated Cues, Are We Missing Something?, I described my observations of different pairs of actors playing out another Shylock and Antonio repeat sequence from Act 1, Scene 3. In a scene presentation at the Bath Literature Festival in 2016, Shylock roared and spat his hatred at Antonio, who attempted to speak but finally gave up in speechless rage and disgust, finally exploding into speech with venomous frustration. This made the antagonism of the two characters very clear. However, as part of the production of the full play, both Shylock and Antonio stayed icily cold during this exchange, and I'm really lucky that I have a photograph of that exact performance to show you. It's as if neither of them wanted to show the other their growing rage, although Antonio's unspoken rage was clear in his expression and was demonstrated in his fluency once he was finally cued to speak. This produced a smiling, thin-lipped, icy antagonism of apparent respect between the two, very different, equally effective. It is simply impossible to predetermine how a repeated cue moment will play on stage. The human element is intimately involved. but it is always really exciting. Repeats make a qualitative difference in performance. The modern expectation is that it will cause chaos and the production will simply crash to a halt. It's really not what happens. It's a bit like, I'm going to mix a metaphor, if you're on a galloping horse, you're absolutely fine as long as you hang on. You've got to keep going once that energy begins. For example, in Romeo and Juliet, there is the fabulous scene before the party between Nurse, Lady Capulet, and Juliet. And Nurse has a huge long speech, which most of us, yeah, a lot of people nodding. And it's so much fun to listen to. It's absolutely painful to rehearse because you've got this whole thing of why do the two most high status characters allow this garrulous person to talk and talk and talk? They don't, if you look at the cue structure. Because "and said I" is said, I think, 5 times in total by Nurse. And it cues Capulet's wife, "Enough of this, I pray thee, hold thy peace." She just keeps going. And then finally she says it again, "and said I," and that cues Juliet. "And stint thou too, I pray thee, Nurse, say I." Now, again, the modern expectation is, but that's chaotic. You've got Lady Capulet talking, you've got Juliet talking, who knows what is going on, it's all going to be a disaster. Nurse knows what's going on. She sees the structure in her part, she knows she's got to drive it through, and then she just keeps going, and she gets to "Peace I have done, God mark thee to his grace," and we are through the danger zone, and everyone is calm. But it's actually a scene about 2 people trying to interrupt somebody else, which is much easier to play, I will say that. So, as you can see, again, the actors I'm lucky to work with, they embrace them. They know they're coming, they know the game, they know how to play them. But this is a modern company of modern actors. They're doing a form of theatre which is, it's a radical form of theatre which is based on a theory regarding original practices. How could we possibly know whether or not the early modern players had the same enjoyment and embracement of these that we can have? Well, the difficulty, as Don Weingost expressed it, is wrapping our heads around what theatre was as an ethos in another period. And without a time machine, we can't go back. However, my research has revealed that repeated cues are preserved in restoration parts. They're not avoided, they're not indicated, and in fact, they're often shorter than many other cues, as if to ensure that they happened. And this is at a time in theatre when we know there was a certain level of rehearsal. So, I did look in the Orlando Furioso part in the Dulwich archive, and in the full text, I found evidence for 1 potential repeated cue to be received by Orlando. Tragically, it's in the section of lines which are not in the part. Those of you who have been involved in this research know that tragically the Orlando part does not match the surviving playtext. So I couldn't check that one through. However, I then got access to the Macklin or Medbourne part book, which is a collection of 6 restoration parts. That is really good fun if you haven't looked at it. I got particularly interested in the part of Lovegold from the Miser. And this is a part that has clearly been used a lot. You can see on the screen, we've got crossings out, we've got scribblings, we've got addings in. This part has got bits cut out, it's got pages added in. And some of the cues have actually been lengthened. For example, in scene 4, we have "I can't" was added before "find it," "away" came up after "I carry," and "ye whole" added before "world knows." So we've got 2 syllable cues extended to 4. However, there is one in particular I want to draw your attention to. That is the humble cue at the bottom of the page, "a portion." The full line delivered by the character Clement is, "Without a portion, consider, dear madam, can you refuse a gentleman who refuses to take you without a portion?" This is clearly a repeated Q. Yet the Q is not signified in any way. It's actually in a very clean bit of page. At 5 syllables long, without a portion, would be the longest Q length. That would still have been a repeat. And some of Love Gold's lines are extended to this length, but a portion is shorter, and it's left short, and it's not marked in any way. This suggests to me that with a Q there, which is not in any way marked or in any way lengthened to avoid a repeat, I think they were deliberate. I think they were preserved. I think the players involved knew how to play them. They trusted the text and the system, and they knew what needed to happen. And I think they had as much fun playing it as I know many actors do. I submit to the room that this is a necessary texture for all plays from this time. And I am very much campaigning to bring them back. I hope you enjoy them. So, thank you very much for your attention. If anybody wants to have a go at a repeat sequence, I've got some working samples in my bag. Please grab me afterwards.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Our final speaker on this panel is Michelle, who is a Stanley Ray Scholarship-funded PhD student at the Shakespeare Institute, writing a thesis entitled The Life and Work of Printer-Publisher John Dante. Her work focuses on the inner workings of the early modern book trade, building a deeper understanding of the networks behind the printing of key texts. Her work also homes in on hitherto unstudied fine details in the printing of these texts, including work from William Shakespeare, Robert Greene, Thomas Nash, and Thomas Lodge, to further our understanding of the context in which they were created. This work has also re-established the printing order of the titles, and Michelle will be talking to us about John Dante and the printer's booklet. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you all for being ever so patient with me today, particularly Anushka and the organisers. You may have noticed I wasn't here this morning. I've got my lapel mic, so hopefully that will start working. Yeah, brilliant. I had to go and watch Sports Day this morning, so if any of you wish to watch 2 8-year-olds tripping each other over for 2 minutes doing a 3-legged race, please see me after the chat. You think I'm joking. So today I'm going to be talking you through some of my thesis. You will potentially notice that I had a bit too much fun making these slides. So I'm going to be talking to you about John Dante, who was an early modern printer publisher. And this is going to be structured in 3 parts, which are going to be first contextualizing who John Dante is. I'm going to assume that not necessarily everybody here has got a good understanding of that, so that's where we're going to start. Then we're going to be looking at what the printer's boomlet was, and then we're going to be considering how that makes Dante an important part of early modern print history. So first, there are little pop-up Dantes occasionally, sorry. So first, our context. John Dante was an early modern printer publisher who functioned, I think he was born around 1564 and he died in 1599. He was an integral part of the early modern print trade network, and he printed some of the earliest Shakespeare, so the first ever version of Titus Andronicus in 1594, the bad quarto, and I say that in inverted commas, of Romeo and Juliet in 1597, as well as important works by Sir Philip Sidney, Thomas Lodge, Thomas Nash, and various other important authors of the time. My work focuses on him as a printer publisher and tries to reframe the negative reputation that he received in the early 20th century from scholars who said that he was a printer of poor repute, that he was a pirate, that the state of Q1 Romeo and Juliet showed that he was a bad printer and that none of his work was to be trusted. And this reputation has carried through to today. And is something that, whilst there are scholars who have questioned this, it's still something that lingers, and it's an opinion that kind of generally sticks with his name. That's something that we're going to be challenging today. To do this, we need to understand the context in which he worked. Valuable texts, whether they were religious, whether they were school books, things that needed to be printed frequently, were generally held by patents. And these went to the most wealthy, privileged few. They were patented to them, and nobody else could print them. This left the common printers scrabbling around for other pieces of work, trying to find what was marketable, trying to earn their money. There was far more printers than there was work. So it was very much this kind of scrabbling around, printing what they could. And for people like Dante, this meant printing small piecemeal work, ballads, pamphlets, just to try and keep money going. There are many instances of these publishers being caught pirating, which in those days meant printing a title patented to somebody else. And in those cases, quite often, they would appeal to the Star Chamber saying that they lived in extreme poverty, that they had trained for many years to be a printer or a publisher, and that in spite of this training, they were struggling to feed their family. They couldn't afford bread. They were extremely, extremely poor. These printers then were left in a position where they were having to speak to the authors directly to find material to print, seeking out different products, but it was a very much dog-eat-dog world. There were things that existed such as poor books, which is where the stationers' company, seeing their plight, there had been riots in London from printers saying there is not enough for us to print, you need to do something about this. In 1586, the stationers' company determined that people who already had text patented to them needed to release some of those to alleviate the difficulties of these poor printers. Unfortunately, the things that they gave back, these were known as poor books, were typically things that were either out of print, that weren't popular. They were titles that these wealthy, big name master printers didn't really care about giving away. And so for people like John Dante, there wasn't a huge benefit to printing them. They were out of print anyway. They weren't necessarily valuable products. It was a gesture, quite a shallow gesture. So now that we have, here he is. Now that we have this context, let's see how Dante put this into play. Printed playtexts had existed since about 1512 with, I think it's on one of my pieces of paper, the title, Henry Medwell's Fulgurant and the Chris, printed early in 1512, is one of the earliest extant playtexts. But as you can see, I'm going to be like a weather girl now. This is why I have a lapel mic rather than trusting me to stand still. As you can see, there's kind of a slow flurry from the east, raising slightly in 1560s when playhouses start to open. But you may have noticed, the sharp-eyed of you out there, there's a peak. And in the 1590s, the number of printed playtexts slightly increased. And this is where we're going to be focusing in on now. So if we look closer then, this lighter color, this kind of tealy color, represents playtext printed by John Dante. So you can see that in 1591, he prints 2 of this mini spike, which I think was probably caused by this increase in playgoing, kind of a mini test of seeing whether these were printable and marketable products. And then again, 1 in 1593, quite a few in 1594, and then he stops him printing later on in his life. So, not in his life, he was already dead. So I am calling this the pre-boomlet, the boomlet, and then this is the boom. And it's the boom because this continues on upwards into the 1600s. So specifically for this paper, we're looking at the boomlet, 1594 kind of peak. So as we saw from that, Dante prints, of the 19 playtexts in 1594, Dante is responsible for about 20% of those, which is a significant chunk. And what I think is happening here is that printer publishers with little to print are almost forging their own market. They're determining that actually, if we're going to survive in this world, we need to find things to print. There's no good just sitting around hoping something's going to fall in our lap. Instead, we need to go out and find it. And with so many other popular products patented and therefore restricted and unable for them to print, they created their own market, playtex. He's watching a play. So as, who was it that said 1593, the plague? Merrill. Lizzie, one of you, Merrill, yes. 1593, really big plague year. So just before this 1594 boomlet, which has been part of the conversation from scholars. Was this mini peak before that much bigger boom caused by playhouses about to reopen? Are they offering manuscripts out and saying, please advertise our work, or are publishers approaching them? And this is an ongoing conversation. And of course, as conversations today, we can record those. We can remember those. I don't know what these people said to one another. That's difficult to prove. But clearly, someone could ask you to print something, someone asked you to publish something. You don't have to. So there has to have been some agency on part of the publishers there. And in fact, for Dante and his entire group of printer publishers, for them to kind of work as a team in bulk, taking on so many playtexts, shows that there was a real level of purpose and drive behind building this market for playtext. That is the fireman, not Dante. That one's Dante. Okay, so if we look then at the boomlet specifically, now that we know what it is, we can see how each of these printers contributed specifically to it. We've got Edward Olds. Those of you who know Romeo and Juliet, Edward Olds was the other printer involved in Quarto 1. Thomas Orwin, that was actually his widow, printed that one. Scarlett, Dante, Abel Jeffs, Robert Robinson, James Roberts, Thomas Creed, Peter Short, and Adam Islip. And of those, you can see there are three that really stand out. These are men that Dante worked alongside on a frequent basis. Dante being this one here. I put the, there he is. Mini Dante underneath, just in case you were unsure. So Dante in 1594 prints 4, equal with Thomas Creed, playtext in 1594. Now, Thomas Creed has a reputation as being one of the people who really drove the playtext production in the 1590s. And he has a really wonderful kind of critical reception even today as being part of this boom. But I would argue, and I'm going to today, that Dante's input was just as important. The plays that he added in this year, we were talking about Orlando Furioso earlier, printed by Dante, Cobbler's Prophecy, Wounds of Civil War, and of course, Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus. And this is Creed, who has that reputation of being an amazing play text printer, despite him having a similar level to Dante. Now, if we go back here, we need to consider what Dante did for the other printer publishers. Not only was he printing as part of these syndicates in 1594 creating playtexts, but after those playtexts sold into 1595 and then went out of press, perhaps 1596, second editions started coming out. And in fact, as you go into 1597, 98, 99, these become second editions of these playtexts. And what's happening is you have a printer publisher who has purchased the manuscript, prints it once, it takes time to compose it, to print it. But once that's sold and it proves itself to be a marketable product, it's then easy to print it again, print it again. You've already purchased that manuscript. This is now a product that is almost starting to pay for itself. And so unfortunately for Dante, he has his equipment destroyed in 1596 after a minor hiccup with the authorities. Another minor hiccup with authorities. And then he dies in 1599. So he never really gets to see the fruits of his labors, nor really understand the impact that he had in jump-starting this market for early modern playtext. And in fact, it's his colleagues, we saw Creed earlier, who really benefit from these second editions. Why isn't it changing? There we go, wonderful. These are those second editions. As you can see, very early on, 1576 into 1599, there are very few second editions. Again, I've gone for this lovely teal. Whereas going into 1598, 1613, second editions become a much heavier feature before in the 1614 to 1628 period, where most playtext printed are these second editions. What does this mean for us today? Today I'm here to say that Dante, as we saw, had a few mini hiccups, but without him, without his inclusion in that network of early modern printers, we wouldn't have the playtext that we have today. The spark and the demand for playtext in the way that this particular group of men in the print trade created means that we have playtext in existence that we wouldn't have done without their drive, without their impetus, without their need for something to print. Without them printing those playtexts, how do we know if any of it would have survived? What would have become of the first folio? Would it have existed? And so I argue that rather than Dante being a pirate, who we should all look down on, it's men like him, their drive, their determination, even in poverty, created a market that means today, the front row from the Shakespeare Institute, we have somewhere to study. So that is me. Thank you ever so much for listening. And one last answer.
Thank you to all three of our panelists. Could we have a round of applause and have you all come back up for some questions? Do we have any questions in the room or in the chat? In the back?
Lizzie, again, this isn't quite a question, but you've answered a question I don't think you realised you were asking. I've wondered for years why in the 20th century, when people were regularly using Q scripts, the actors hated it. And one of the reasons Q scripts stopped being used is because the actors hated it. And it's because original productions in the 20th century would have started with full scripts, everyone would have got them. And then in rep, they would get a converted Q script that they hated. And because it hadn't been written for the logic of Q scripting, the actors hated it. Whereas you're finding with actors today, the people actually enjoy it, but that's because the scripts are designed to function that way.
Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, people say to me, when did cued parts stop being used? And it's like, well, they're being used right into the repertory of the 20th century, but that's not the same thing because that's a part cut out of a play designed to be worked on in a full text manner. Whereas these are part, anything from, the early modern into the Restoration, the expectation is that that play will be studied from a part perspective. In fact, that's potentially the only way they were expected or intended to be studied was from a part-based perspective. So the structure is in there to support the part and the performance. So yeah, not the same thing at all. But I didn't know I'd answer that question, so I'm glad I did that for you, Rob.
Well done.
And I want to say thank you very much to Rob, who's been an enormous support to Shakespeare in our work with his wonderful archive at Beyond Shakespeare. So I did want to say that anyway.
Any other questions? Some online? Perfect.
Yeah, one online question, also for Lizzie. So Claire says, have your actors shared their experiences with tackling repeated cues over repeated performances? Thinking here of the difference between the potentially heightened responsiveness of the first time round with little rehearsal versus, say, 5 or 6 performances later with more readiness and familiarity.
I'm not sure I've got feedback specifically from later performances, but the Merchant of Venice that I referred to that we did in 2017, we performed for a week. And I think there were 5 or 6 performances of that, which was deliberately designed at the time to see what happened next. Anybody who's ever looked into Patrick Tucker's writing on cue-based performance know that his performances never went beyond one performance by one cast. He focused entirely on the sort of spontaneous explosion, which he felt was the foundation for early modern performance. I got thoroughly curious about, okay, what happens next? So we did a few plays that went for more than one performance. Basically, what you get is everybody is still playing. You get two kinds of actor, modern actor. You get one half are looking for the one cue. A lot of, I mean, I will do a whole workshop with modern actors on repeated cues, and then someone will come up to me and say, so which one was actually my cue? I'm like, no, the whole point is that they're either all your cue or none of them are your cue, basically, in my mind. So if you keep the discipline of, I've heard my cue, I need to at least try, they play out, I mean, the sequences play out differently all the time. There are, I mean, one of the reasons we did Merchant of Venice is because the repeated cue structure is just amazing in that particular play. But yeah, some people will keep on playing, will keep on changing them. Other people are trying to find a sane way through from a modern perspective, but we just go on playing. And I think that they are meant to be there, and happily the actors agree with me. So they will always be there for us.
I saw white shirt in the middle row here first, and then we've got one in the back. And I think that might be all we have time for before Gina will tell us about the break.
Great. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. I love the idea of absent materialities. I'm going to take that with me. But I had a question for Michelle. So I'm always fascinated by, especially with pioneer printers, with the printing of playbooks. Why? Why did they do it? What was the logic behind it potentially? And often it's unanswerable. But I wondered whether you could fill in the picture of what else did Dante print, and is there anything in what else he printed that might offer some sense of logic of why he might have decided, oh, I'll print a couple of plays and actually be a pioneer alongside Tom Creed?
So I think there's kind of like a two-part answer to that. A lot of what Dante was printing were ballads, i.e. a single sheet, broadsheet ballad. Quick, easy money. Think The Apprentice. So you get people who buy, like, let's sell fancy key rings. We can probably shift 500 of those versus let's see if we can sell a Porsche. Dante was very much a keyring person, not able to necessarily spend the time, money, effort, labor in creating the book equivalent of a Porsche in order to sell that. So he very much was a piecemeal printer, ballads, pamphlets, smaller things. He had Thomas Nash living with him for a significant period. Feel free to read my article where I suggest that he might be a ballad writer for him. But he's got a lot of ballads coming out, a lot of Nash's pamphlets, so the famous pamphlet war with Gabriel Harvey and John Wolfe being the printer there. So for Dante, it was a lot of these kind of smaller pieces. And earlier in his career, when he's part of a partnership, he prints one or two play texts there. They were the earlier ones that we saw. And as his network builds, as we all know, those different lines of communication, through that comes collaboration. And so the play texts that he's printing in 1594 generally are in collaboration with publishers such as Cuthbert Burby, who has a small team of kind of trade printers who he's giving work to, or the other guy, William Barley, who is doing similar. His name is not the other guy. And in some places I'm working on Dante being the person acquiring these playtext manuscripts, but it's very much kind of in this kind of deep, rich network of other people. And this is the thing, not having extant records, you can't tell quite where those ideas came from. But I think certainly with Orlando Furioso, Titus Andronicus, there is evidence there that he is the person acquiring those manuscripts to take to the publisher on the proviso he gets to print those. So he's not just a trade printer. He's not just someone like my printer sat at home where I go print this now. He is someone kind of actively involved in the choosing process. I hope I answered your question.
Yep, thank you.
Good.
Hi. This is such a wonderful panel. And my question is still for Lizzie. I wonder what criteria generally do you use in your research and in your practice in determining which play text might be closer to the original performance practices and which playtext might undergo like some heavy editing, revising, censoring between performance and the text we see today?
I'm afraid this is going to be a very prosaic answer. I use the version of text I can get hold of. We go for first folio, which I've been told not to say in any environment like this. But when with Shakespeare, we use first folio, basically because Patrick Tucker did. And when I started out, we were following the Tucker methodology. We've gone in a few slightly different directions since then. We've expanded a bit. Yeah, it's primarily for ease because I'm a theatre practitioner. It's if I can get hold of a digital text, that's the one that I use. And we make the most of it from there, I'm afraid. I've never embarked on the folio versus quarto versus that journey. I know a lot of people are on it, and I'm kind of leaving it to everybody else. So.
And I wonder for for the authors like Johnson, whom we might get a better idea of like which is more like for performance, which is more for printing. Would there be a difference?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Sorry, like for the authors like Ben Jonson, and whose works we might get a better idea, like which choral is like more closer to a performance, and which in his folio might be he revised heavily.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Would it be some conspicuous difference?
We haven't actually gone into Johnson, so I haven't got any personal experience of working with Johnson. I know that I can't remember his name. Jakub. Someone said it. That's it. I know that he has done some wonderful research, sort of exploring this assumption that Johnson rewrote substantially for publication. I haven't had opportunity to read all of it yet, but I don't know is the simple answer to that one. Not yet.
Thank you.
Do you want to come up here? Yeah. Clap for the panel and then.
He'll ask you questions. I was convinced.
Yeah, just very quick notice to remind you this is a 10-minute comfort break rather than half an hour, so please come back at past for the keynote with Professor Catherine Richardson. There's probably time for one or two more people to have their photos taken up in the library if anyone wants to, so this is your last chance to do that. But yeah, see you back here in about 10 minutes' time.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get going with the keynote. It's such a great pleasure to introduce Catherine Richardson, who is our keynote for today. Catherine Richardson is a Pro Vice Chancellor of the Arts and Humanities and Professor of Early Modern Studies at the University of East Anglia. She has published extensively on material culture and the history of the creative industries, with titles including A Day at Home in Early Modern England, Material Culture and Domestic Life, 1500 to 1700, co-authored with Tara Hamlin, and Shakespeare and Material Culture. Catherine is a general editor with Rory Loughnan of the Oxford Marlowe Collected Works and the series editor with Lena Orlin, Helen Smith, and Lynn Tribble of the Arden Studies in Early Modern Material Culture series. Catherine also works closely with museums and archives on creative heritage projects. In 2019, alongside Tara Hamlin and Graham Earle, she began a major new AHRC project, The Cultural Lives of the Middling Sort, Writing and Material Culture, 1560 to 1660, in partnership with the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust, the Folger Shakespeare Library, Weald and Downland Museum, and Portable Antiquities Scheme. This project explored how reading and writing fitted into the everyday cultural lives of literate urban households in early modern England. A Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London and the Royal Historical Society, Catherine sits on the Council of the Malone Society and in 2021 took on the role of Governor of the Passold Research Fund, which promotes and supports research on textile history. This is a very abbreviated bio. I could have gone on for longer, but I'm going to hand over to Catherine. But I just want to emphasise that Catherine's research has been really integral to the Revels Office as it started as a research group. So it's a real honour and pleasure to have her here today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a lovely introduction, and thank you for having me, and particularly thank you for still being here, because it's been the most exciting day. Really, really wonderful, fantastic papers. I've enjoyed every one of them enormously, but it is really sunny out there, and I'm aware that you could very easily have been outside. So thank you. I'm going to talk about this, and I did have, do I have it? Oh yes. Yeah, I think this is probably what I'm doing. I'll come back and explain a bit more about that in a minute. It fits into this quote here. There is also a public value in following the scent of a non-human, thingly power, the material agency of natural bodies and technological artifacts. Okay, hold that thought. Now I'm going to give you a little biographical description of what's happened to me since 2018. Not a full one, you'll be pleased to know. I finished the proposal for a volume called Shakespeare's Objects in 2018. I've been asked to write it to sit alongside the new series of Arden Shakespeare's, and the general editors wanted to cover some central ground, okay, so that it didn't need to be repeated across all of the plays, freeing up space in individual editions. And originally, and I think this project has slightly gone by the wayside, this part of the project, to link electronically between the plays and these central texts. And this one, Shakespeare's Objects, would provide detailed descriptions of material features of the plays, so that individual editors didn't have to keep providing glosses for the word doublet, for instance, and visual clues could also be given alongside textual ones. And it was also thought it might be good, for instance, if someone who knew what a nightgown was in the period wrote the note about nightgowns. We could come back to that, but I'm not going to talk about it now. So this job, I thought, is really, really straightforward. I've been working on props since my first year of undergraduate study. My PhD was driven by one central question. Why are certain things put on the stage? Oh, okay, two. And what did they mean when they got there? And just this, anyone who's completing or has recently completed a PhD, this is a bit of a spoiler alert, I'm still answering that question. Sorry. But it should at least mean that I have a good amount of material to write a book on that topic. Okay, since then, since I did the proposal, there are two projects I've been involved with that have most obviously shaped the kind of material I might include. In fact, the second one is the one that you've just talked about, but the first one's the British Drama Catalogue, which lists the likely staging requirements for every known play, extant and lost across the period. It's, as you will know, a coherent and phenomenal piece of work, the research all undertaken by Martin Wiggins, and quite remarkable thing, allowing us to see the staging requirements of early modern plays in relative terms. So it makes it possible to say, for those things for which this is a straightforward answer, how often they're visually present on the stage, both in Shakespeare's works and the wider canon. And when I've done my work on getting a proper electronic interface into place, it will be much quicker to do that as well. The second project made it possible to talk about the object's appearance off stage. And I happen to have, as a result of the Middling Culture project, around 2,500 inventories in my possession, covering communities in Kent, Bristol, Ipswich, Stratford-upon-Avon, Warwick and Chester. And that Middling Culture project, we were thinking about the broad middle of society into which Shakespeare, Marlowe, etc. were born. And the database is underpinning the analysis of the materiality of cultural life. So that's handy. Probate inventories, for those who are not intimately connected with them, list the possessions owned by individuals at their death, giving things a description intended to justify the value that's put against them. Description, value, all very useful. They do not exist, or there are many problems with them, which again, I'm happy to go into later, but they are the most complete sources for understanding ownership across the country and over time, and relative levels of expenditure on different kinds of goods. So they make it possible to compare who owned what. So there we are. We know about things on stage, we know about things off stage. Great. So, solid basis for speedily writing 70,000 words on some props. 6 months? Yes, I think so. No further research needed. But then I hit a snag. So the first question is, which things? Someone's just asked me this earlier. So I'll tell you later. It's very important to me to talk about everyday things, ones with which Shakespeare's audiences would be familiar, so that I can get at that on-stage, off-stage connection. With very unusual things, the only thing you can say is no one had a clue what that was. It's not very helpful. It's not going to make a good book. And I also wanted variety. It would be really easy at this scale for half the book to be about pieces of arms and armor, and the other half to be about dining goods. So we don't get that, and frankly, that would be a realistic thing to do. We don't get that range. So what turns up most frequently? Well, despite all those wonderful resources, it's actually, of course, quite hard to say. This is an example. So this is just the Shakespeare Concordance. So verbally, we've got a sense that things turn up verbally. They're circulating in the plays verbally. They turn up in stage direction, so we absolutely know they should have been on stage. But also, of course, there are many cases where they clearly have to be on stage because people are sitting on one, but nobody has been asked to bring one on for them to sit on. So we've got a problem, actually, even on that scale. This is about circulation verbally. These are all the things beginning with P that are vaguely material. I didn't write about parrots. But how do you actually pick out of that lot? So the ones in red are the ones that do appear. This is the final list. It would have been much, much better to do this talk in 2019 or maybe 18. Don't tell me that these are not the things you want to know about because it's a wee bit late, okay? So this is the final group. As you'll see, they're not all objects, but I wanted to call it Shakespeare's dark materials, but they said, absolutely no way. But I feel a bit that, you know, they're not all objects, but I'll come on to that. So some of these things are familiar and expected. There is, for instance, a handkerchief, as we were hearing about earlier. There is a letter, there is a sword. Some of them are very prominent in stage directions, particularly those things for banquets and other meals. And another category is formed by those objects that are silently present at all times on stage, but make little or no textual appearance in stage directions. A good example would be elements of dress, those objects carried around the person, etc. But they're not part of the directions around entrances and exits. And a final category includes those things that do not appear physically at all. That may seem counterintuitive, But nonetheless, I think they inform the logic that structures the action and interaction of the characters. Some of those are, well, the ships, but also physical arrangements that could not be literally staged, often associated with houses. So, for instance, chimneys and fireplaces. And in those cases, I think it's particularly important to be able to reconstruct the imagined presence of absent things and spaces that is shaping what goes on. So my fundamental aim for this book was to divide up the homogeneous fatberg that we often label early modern audience response. Yep. Into more subtle and differentiated strands of imagination. Some members had a cushion to sit on at the Globe and others stood. Yeah, we're fine with that. We're very comfortable, I think, with that level of distinction. But how they might therefore have responded to the materiality of the stage in different ways is much less certain territory. And yes, it's provisional, but we need to rush into that space. Just to say a bit about what happens in these chapters of this book. As much as possible, I've aimed to show which social groups were involved in making, purchasing, and using the object or space described, and to probe the social, cultural, and physical geography of that work. So, for instance, where did raw materials come from? Who sourced them? Who made these things? Who bought them? How did they buy them? Who used them and where? Who owned them? Some of them were products of new technologies and methods of production, and that seems to me really important to record. Some were locally made and owned. Perhaps they were homemade, like women's domestic work on soft furnishings, for instance. And others were international in their provenance, like dining goods, sugar, or the ingredients for ink and dye. I wanted to explore how these objects negotiate between domestic practice and public identities, so how they move across different spaces in early modern England, when they're seen, who are they seen by, and how prominently are they exchanged in different kinds of interaction. Then I wanted to say something about a relative gauge of their value. Which objects were expensive? How often were they bought? How long were they expected to last? And what price might they command on the second-hand market? Okay, so those are some of the questions that I've tried to ask throughout where there's evidence and where possible. They fall into categories that suggest how they produce and sustain theatrical work, I think. So I hope that people can look across these chapters to think about it in those terms. Some of them will be taken by the audience to have been in the possession of the characters for a long time. Others will be there only briefly. Some exist as sensory traces of experience, like sweet smells, which if I hurry up with this first bit, I might get onto in a minute, or liquids that have dried and left a mark, like ink. There are very large items, tables and beds. There are tiny items like rings and spoons that would have been much harder to see in performance. So the idea is to provoke thought about all of these kinds of questions. Some of the objects shaped the posture and movement of actors, like doublets. Some would have been carried about the person and were therefore always to hand for the actor, which demands we think about how individual actors engage with different scales of props. Now, for some of you, on the professional side, this will be obvious, but I think that the main thing really about this book is that I hope there are surprises in each chapter for everybody, and that some people, everybody will also think, of course I knew that. Everybody knows that, but those things will be different. So it is a student-facing book or a practical book. It's not a deeply theoretical book, and I hope it's very straightforward in its presentation, even though it was complicated to write. And they're very practical ways of approaching the material. But I do want to say something vaguely theoretical about what the logic of what I was doing and what I think the implications of it are. And I'll mainly move towards that at the end. So just want to say something now about how I've tried to do justice to the objects and why it matters. And then I want to just talk about two of the chapters. So it's been important for me to think about the book as an imaginarium, a place devoted to engaging creatively with the imaginations in play and the theatre across the board. Because it's about non-textual material, part of that task involved setting out what was particular about the period in which Shakespeare was writing. So it's a unique period, I think. Well, I suppose to some extent, every period is a unique period for materiality, but I think this one's really special. And the connections because the connections between materiality and identity are really strong and they're really complicated. There are many things that I talked about in the introduction to the book, but I foregrounded the questions of movement across Europe as goods and people flowed in and out of English ports. I talked a lot about the impact of religious reformation in Europe, the migration of Protestant refugees, the high-profile new skills that they brought with them in making. And I found that I was saying that in a large number of the chapters. These are skills that weren't here, and then they came with that migration. The explosion of engagement then with other continents, moving things around the world, carpets from Turkey and China, spices from Indonesia, sugar originally from Brazil, etc., dyes from the Americas, paper from Venice, ebony and ivory from Africa. Okay, so movement, I think, sharpens a sense of identity. In printed form as travel writing, and in their day-to-day experience of European and Black individuals in London and across the country, Shakespeare's audiences were coming to understand a range of national, ethnic and racial identities. And you know, that just is an incredibly different way of looking at the world. But material culture was also at the heart of social and cultural pecking orders, of course, ones that defined the lived experience. And that's lived experience is the thing that really interests me. Of men and women, rich and poor, black and white subjects. Connections to property are a central element of hierarchical early modern relationships. If you think about the possibility or perhaps the likelihood of ownership, and through the type and extent also of use. So this is about both ownership and use, and those two are not always the same if you think about a servant-driven population, as we were hearing about earlier. Were you legally allowed to claim ownership of goods? And if so, what things did you own? And how did you use both your own goods and those belonging to others? So the argument then is that attending carefully to the material form and the usage of these objects gives us access to those subtle underlying assumptions about their contribution to identity that are ultimately tied into early modern ways of constructing hierarchies. And I'll just give you a few examples. Different clothing for upper and lower status groups, we've heard a lot about. Orange outfits, fantastic, not for most people for obvious reasons. Those are written into legislation, in sumptuary legislation. Distinct kinds of seating for women and children that separate them from men in the day-to-day action of eating. Sharp contrasts of whiteness and blackness, to go back to our very first paper this morning, and I'm thinking about it in embroidered linen, where the embroidery brings out the colour or the lack of colour of the ground. So we've got community and belonging, we've got exclusion and othering, and they're made palpable in the use and ownership of things. The confidence to own and use them in a performative sense, and to be seen to do so, underlines hierarchy. And that helps us with the differences between the way characters are portrayed on the stage and how a strongly heterogeneous theatrical audience's responses were determined by their social position. So I have been thinking about some of Bennett's work on thingly power that I just briefly brought up at the beginning in relation to the politics of objects in early modern England. This partly comes out of speaking about, I did give a paper in the States last year or the year before about cushions. And I think there was some kind of skepticism amongst the historians in the room that cushions were a thing worthy of political discourse. And you know, you do end up saying sentences that sounds almost comic, but actually that's why it's really important that we understand that in this period, materiality is inherently political. So yes, cushions matter. And I'm about to come on and talk about spoons, which is, yeah, we're in that territory. But I think the politics of objects is vital then. And Bennett's aiming at what she calls a style of political analysis that can better account for the contributions of non-human actants. Okay, so it's about things. And thinking, as others have done, about Latour's notion of a more distributive agency. So, you know, I think we're quite familiar with that idea of thinking about theatre as, partly because of Lynn Tribble's brilliant work, as a kind of distributive agency, which looks at the curious ability of inanimate things both to animate, and I take it to animate other things, and to act, so to act themselves, to produce effects dramatic and subtle. And I really like that. Perhaps then effects on several scales and commanding different levels of notice, even while what she calls the bodily disciplines that form social relations constitute a micro-politics. So we've got small connected things with important, often meaning petty, but nevertheless really important implications in relation to humans. So with that kind, in that kind of context, I'm going to come on to spoons. How am I doing for time? What time did we start? Okay, reasonably well. Right, so each chapter starts with a reasonably representative little bit of text. I will leave him, the devil. I have no long spoon. Yep. So here's a lovely, lovely spoon. It was made by William Cordill, who was a London spoon maker, apprenticed in 1575, one of only a few objects in the book who we know the maker of. He became warden of the Company of Goldsmiths in 1621, despite several presentations for the use of substandard silver. We seem to have a lot of company men doing naughty things this afternoon. Spoon is made of silver, partly gilded, and it's 18 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide across the bowl. So this is a substantial bit of silver. We know he made it because it has his unique maker's mark on the back of the stem near the bowl, as well as a date letter for the year 1592-3. On the front at the top of the bowl is the crowned leopard's head mark of the London Assay Office. You can see up there, yeah, okay, the same one, but still at it. This is an officially tested product then whose quality is guaranteed. That's really, and that's front and center there. Spoons, I think, suggest where the dividing line between household and personal objects was drawn, and the extent to which the latter might have functioned as silent stage properties. That's the personal objects. This spoon's one of a set featuring the 12 apostles. Above, at the top there, is St. Peter holding the tiny keys to heaven on the right, plus a master spoon, the long spoon, with a figure of Christ on top, the good thing to have if you are supping with the devil. It was a common design. There's a similar set of 13 silver spoons with the picture of Christ and the apostles, listed in the Stratford-on-Avon inventory in 1556. And such sets speak directly to the connection between church and household practice, ideas of fellowship and covenant connected to the Last Supper, at which Christ and his apostles ate together around a large table, sharing a meal that was then symbolized in the sacraments dispensed by the priest at each subsequent celebration of communion. These meanings of the object were the polar opposite of the familiar proverb, which tells us, and this is James I saying the same thing as I began with, they that sup with the devil have need of long spoons. So in a way, spoons are connecting heaven and hell here. While the joke about the devil appears several times in early modern plays, spoons themselves feature in only a small handful of contemporary stage directions. They were, however, almost certainly present on stage tables. After knives, spoons were the oldest form of personally owned cutlery. Forks were a late and peculiar addition outside the period that we're interested in at this precise moment. It was only after the Restoration that complete sets of cutlery were laid out on a table when guests were expected. Before then, you brought your own, in the same way as you brought a bottle of wine with you. Decorating them, no, not in that period now, decorating them with initials stippled or pricked into the silver behind the bowl, and that one's got the initials FS on the back. Such naming helps us to think about spoons as personal items, ones which were transported on the body, and which we might therefore imagine being carried about the person to stage meals as well, even if they're largely invisible in print. This particular design of spoon is thought to have originated in the Near East, spreading to Western Europe as one of the rich range of cultural legacies of the Crusades, which gives it quite an incredible stability of form. Because the standard form of the object varied so little, the main design innovation was in the finial at the top. In the 16th century, most of these were made separately in a seal top form with partial or full-length figures like that one, or animal shapes. Inventories, from the inventory sample, there's some examples here: maidenhead spoons, apostles, square, squirrel knops, and lion heads. The bowl and stem were usually made in one piece by specialist spoon makers or general goldsmiths if you didn't have a specialist spoon maker in town. Each one takes about a day to make. The finials are soldered on and they're normally gilded to make them stand out. You've lost most of the gilding, but you can still see a bit of it. Spoons, some spoons were made of brass, pewter, horn, wood, and iron. But when made of silver, they were the precious metal item owned and used by the widest range of individuals. These are entry-level precious objects in early modern England. By the 16th century, they were very popular as baptismal presents for the relatively wealthy, subsequently used throughout life for every mealtime. I think that's perhaps familiar from previous generations now. Sir Walter Horehound, you will remember, as chief gossip or godparent, enters in Chase Made in Cheapside with 2 spoons and plate for the child. The former, the 2 spoons, described as 2 great apostle spoons, one of them gilt. And then there's Cranmer in Henry VIII, who Henry chides, "Come, come, my lord, you'd spare your spoons." Yeah? Silver spoons are owned by the middling sort and above. They're one of those items that defines the end of the bottom of the middling sort. 676 listings in just over 24% of inventories show the key role they played in defining a more refined type of domestic life. There are some key indicators of that life. These are one of them. Cushions are another. They began to be manufactured by provincial goldsmiths as well as London ones in this period, and they put unofficial marks on them. So maker's marks not registered with the London Company. And that's really interesting. They did that on spoons more than any other type of item. So it suggests that customers wanted to feel as though their purchase had a stamp of approval, even if it didn't really have any meaning as a stamp. Many of those spoons that survive have heavily worn bowls that are thin towards the leading edge, and that's because of the pattern of use. They've been repeatedly scraped across a trencher to take to the mouth food that could not be held in the fingers or drunk out of a cup. So they have a really particular use, and I'm very interested in things that have a particular use and things that are very general in use. Spoons of all materials are used in flexible ways, though, beyond the table. They're like the Swiss Army knives of their day, these things. They're essential for all types of small work around the house and beyond, further suggesting they're carried about the person, I think, by both sexes. When you're making marzipan, have ready made a hoop of green hazel wand, advises John Partridge, and fill it with mixture, the same driven smooth above with the back of a silver spoon as you do a tart. So very useful if you want to make marzipan. And there are various other examples, including a quonidiac of quinces, which also needs a spoon. Spoons represent the smallest readily available domestic measure, and they're therefore identified in recipes of many kinds. They give precision amounts for this period. Partridge, again, in a set of instructions for making pomme amber, or pomander, he advises, dissolve the ambergris in a silver spoon over hot coals. When it is cold, make it small and mix with musk and civet. So spoons held a representative but manageable part of whatever's being made. They could be used to test it. So they're helpful in that precise kind of cookery that's coming in. You don't just throw everything in a pot any longer. In this period, you start to cook in more precise terms. And you can test things. Spoon work is careful work then, involving delicate movements. There's the Gentleman's Academy has some stuff about hawk owners and what you do if your hawk is sick. And it advises on the evils of the frounce. Don't know if there's any hawk owners in today. That's a sore inside the bird's mouth, and it can be cured by taking a silver spoon, putting the small end in the fire till it be hot, then having your hawk held fast, open her beak and burn the sore. And then afterwards, you need to anoint it with the marrow of a goose, which has laid so long till it stink. And the hawk will soon be whole. So that's excellent. So you've got small and intimate gestures performed with and on expensive things here. This is also reflected in the literature of manners. Diners are admonished to beware thou sup not thy pottage, but eat it leisurely with a spoon, without taking it into thy mouth greedily, forcibly drawing thy breath with it, as some clowns do use, sounding at the receipt of every spoonful. So there's this increased behavior, focus on behavior that turns the spoon from an instrument for slurping to a quasi-scientific object for dexterous wielding. And I think that sense of manual use really important. Part of civilizing refinement. Conversely, spoons come to symbolize the future. And so I wanted to think a bit about how they're working conceptually in these chapters. They come to symbolize the futility of tiny gestures, often in a theological context. William Perkins says, God indeed is infinite, and therefore the full knowledge of his majesty can no more be comprehended by the understanding of a creature which is finite than the sea by a spoon. It's lovely. There's another one about the about the Trinity, which I won't go into because it's actually quite complicated. But it's this use of objects to understand complex theological issues. Everyday things used to think about the unknowable and to measure on different scales: human scale, godly scale. Firmly back down on earth, spoons were and remain infinitely peripatetic objects. I had a colleague at the University of Kent, a wonderful person, and she used to do an inventory of spoons once an academic year. You see how long ago that was? Yep. They were constantly, they moved out into the department and then, like the sea, moved back in again. But silver ones, as we were just hearing with the examples of the pawning, were pretty close to ready money. They're frequently pawned, turning them back into cash because of the lack of coinage. The use of even tin spoons by travelers and explorers in barter is analogous. So you've got a group of sailors arriving in Indonesia offered more fruit than they knew what to do with for one tin spoon. So something you've got about you, you can use to exchange. Kept to hand. In wills, silver spoons are given as part of bundles of objects by the middling and above to children rather than brothers and sisters. So they're seen as important for setting up the next generation domestically. They're the most commonly owned piece of silverware because they're kept, because they're small and portable. But this left them open, of course, to loss and to theft. Often kept in chests, most often in chambers and parlors, they're guarded as goods likely to be lifted by thieves. John Stevens' portrait of the begging scholar depicts him being admitted for hospitality's sake to receive lodging, but showing a sleight of hand or cleanly conveyance which threatens silver spoons, just putting it all in his pocket. Some spoons are simply lost while in use because they're small, and such misfortunes affected those who used them most often rather than necessarily their owners. So maidservants were apparently particularly susceptible to losing silver spoons. There's the play, 1617 play Rollo. The maid goes to visit the astrologer to find a lost spoon. Mother Bombi, several of the pages and their friends visit the cunning woman. And the maid's burning question is, who stole my spoon out of the buttery? And there's a really complicated joke about the place where she nearly lost her maidenhood. Thy spoon is not stolen, but mislaid. Thou art an ill housewife, though a good maid. Look for thy spoon where thou hadst like to be no maid. And she's like, oh, yes, I know where the spoon is. So they keep going missing, and they're closest to money and the fact that brass spoons are often tinned to resemble silver, and that, I think, is why the hallmarks are really prominent. Gilded to look like gold, also made them key objects in coney-catching trickery. So I'm going to finish spoons with a story that occurs frequently enough to suggest it's one of those urban myths. And it turns on the way the silver spoon epitomized the upper middling life of cultural refinement and economic authority. So this is Decker's telling of it in The Bellman of London. The trick is called spoon meat, which actually means the kind of food that you can easily eat with a spoon. A mess of knavery served in about supper time in the edge of an evening, likewise. Subtitle. So in this trick, there's a silly fellow, and he kicks a paper on the ground before him, being near a candle that stands on a stall. So he's walking along a street of shops in dusk. There's a candle standing on a stall, and he's kicking this paper before him on the ground, in which is wrapped up a spoon. He picks it up and looks at it under the light, and making it known that he took it up by chance, he draws a crowd who, feeling their own superiority, identify it as silver gilt. So, oh, I don't know what I've found here. Everybody crowds around and tells him what they think it is. The finder knows not, he says, what he would do with such a gewgaw or a gewgaw, so a gaudy thing. He wishes he'd rather found money than such a bauble, for he eats not his pottage in plate. So in other words, he's not sophisticated enough to need or desire a silver spoon, he says. Eventually, one of the crowd thrusts the crown privily into his hand and goes home elated, thinking that his superior cultural knowledge has got him a bargain, until, of course, the gilt spoon coming to be tried of what metal is made, the poor man's money proves copper, and he himself is laughed for a coxcomb. So the spoon then works to separate the knowing from the foolish and the latter from their money. It's a small, bright object circulating rapidly through society, on and off the stage, and making its presence felt. So that's the kind of shape of the pieces of information that I'm trying to slot together for these objects, to give a sense of them in the whole, I suppose, give a sense of them working through society on and off the stage. I'm going to try, how long have I got? Oh, a few minutes. To just talk a bit about perfume, which obviously is a really different kind of prospect. Interesting quote about the animal nature of some of these things. And this is a person pincushion, early 17th century. Relatively common amongst the elite in the 17th century, where they're often used as sweet bags. That's not bags for candy, but sweet smelling, filled with dried flowers or scented powders. And Shakespeare uses the word in that sense when he talks about sweet musk roses. Yeah, they smell good. This is a fine piece of work. So I meant to put some detailed close-ups in. It's really, really beautiful. It's made probably by and for a woman. The pincushion, an X-ray of which reveals a needle lost deep inside, suggests it's also used as a sewing kit. So it's a sweet-smelling sewing kit. Both items made of linen, completely covered with tent and single-stage stitch in silk, and double plait stitch in silver gilt and silver file thread to form a second layer over the ground. And you can see the patterns there, elaborate, natural patterns. And I've been really careful in the book to use this terminology of stitching, of arms and armor, because I think it's really important to see the complexity of the detail that's going in, the work that's going into these objects. You've got drawstrings of blue silk and silver, in finger-looped braid that close both the objects. The purse has that additional silver strip-wrapped thread knot on either edge, blue silk and silver gilt finials, and blue silk lining. So these things have taken a lot of time to make. So smell. Smell does, of course, appear explicitly on the stage at points. Desson and Thompson lists figures appearing in stage directions, for instance, with herbs and perfumes, with a chafing dish of perfume in it. And the perfumer appears surprisingly often as a character. Borachio, Don John's man and Margaret's boyfriend in Much Ado, for instance, is entertained for a perfumer, Leonardo's house, which I had never noticed till I started writing this, where as he was smoking a musty room, so in other words, trying to make it smell better, in came the prince and Claudio hand in hand in sad conference, and he whips himself behind the arras. Scent sets the scene and defines a space. The Lady's Mask, an entertainment that never actually happened because the one before it overran, was to have included ingenious scented candles called sweet lights, including a sweet powder made of musk and amber and painted in fine colours. And they do a kind of practice to see how good they smell, which is also charged. On the commercial stage, high fashion scented interiors are mocked ruthlessly in city comedies. In The Dutch Courtesan, when the vintner's wife, Mrs. Mullygrubb, enters with Roger Christian and other servants and furniture for the table, saying, "Come, spread these diaper table napkins. Do you hear? Perfume!" Because it smells really bad. She's trying to cover up tobacco. Or you know Jonathan Gill Harris's work about the gunpowder smells in Macbeth, bringing the contemporary confessional politics of the gunpowder plot into play, but also alluding, he argues, to the stink of the devils of late medieval drama. Food smells, also part of the experience of being a spectator at early modern entertainment, with a variety of items available to purchase during the performance. Callan Davies has argued that apples were the most commonly mentioned playhouse refreshment. And also the case outside London purpose-built venues. When companies go on tour, they expect to perform accompanied by the smell of food. Thomas Cox, a 17th century Canterbury resident, bought snacks while being entertained in town. He says he was paying to see the fencer 3p and for pears 2p, or spent going to the play with 1 penny in damsons 5 pennies. Population growth in early modern towns means there's much more food smell on the streets, and also because a lot of people don't have cooking facilities at home, but also, of course, there's an increased smell of refuse, more stink. The smell of houses from the middling to the top of society made a key division between their inhabitants' domestic lives and those of their less prosperous neighbours. And that's really important when status is maintained through hospitality. You're inviting people in all the time. You need it to smell good. Dried flowers and herbs for scent, very important. Things kept close to the body. Also fuming pots, perfuming pots. Relatively cheap clay pots, rather like essential oil burners. Are they still a thing? Yes? Okay. Used to heat herbs and spices to fragrance and fumigate. Perfumed waters for hand washing before dinner. We've got orange flower water appearing in the London port books, being imported from the Mediterranean. And then you put all of that between the layers of your household linen when you stored it. Fresh rushes laid on the floor regularly in prosperous homes, as we know from Arden of Faversham, who still has one under his slipper when he's found dead. So from the turn of the 16th, 17th century, the middling sort are starting to invest in perfuming pans, and they buy alembics so that they can produce perfume at home. Women's time, freed from domestic labour because of having servants, can be spent processing that perfume, and there's lots of recipes for it. In addition to those everyday garden ingredients, there's more exotic perfumes, as the quote from King Lear suggested, increasingly available. Growing European fashion for scenting accessories, which Evelyn Welsh has done a lot of work on with imported fragrances, often from animal sources, ambergris, civet, musk, spices such as cinnamon, cloves, or nutmeg, sold by apothecaries or perfumers. And those intense scents formed by distilling are also important for impregnation. So lots of things are impregnated. Gloves are very often shoes, jewellery of all kinds, rings, and also, oh yes, expensive enamelled pomanders. This is a real treat. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. 4 centimetres big, small. Scented objects often given as gifts, both in diplomatic contexts and right the way down to individual provincial parishes where couples give one another oranges as a love gift. And Autolycus, acting as peddler in Winter's Tale, sells both gloves as sweet as damask roses and perfume for a lady's chamber. So he's got it all. Shakespeare uses a range of perfumed objects in his plays, and they cast their own light on the relationship between the durable and the fleeting qualities of scent. Much Ado, Hero shows Beatrice, "These gloves the Count sent me. They are an excellent perfume." The latter replying, "I'm stuffed, cousin. I cannot smell." And that response suggests that the expected action would have been to, "Oh yes, lovely perfume." So there's a real kind of interaction around these goods. Gremio gives Bianca the fair-bound books of love, well perfumed, for she is sweeter than perfume itself, etc., etc. And then in tragic mode, Lady Macbeth, of course, all the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. So perfume's added extra offers change, improvement, and an altered relationship between people and things. It's also part of the outer layer of culture. It's the bit surrounding, it's the bit that stands between people and their environments. This fantastic piece of miniaturizing shows the aesthetic attention that's drawn to scent. Smell's not just a cultured accessory, however. Of course, it's a prophylactic against plague. And our meaning of perfume, meaning something you put about yourself, comes from the 18th century, as Will Tullett's brilliant work has shown. Smells are fumes that the brain could drink in via the nose, ingesting it like a foodstuff. Because both disease and cure penetrated the body, scents are layered, one on top of another, to provide a barrier. And understanding this suggests that elite characters on the stage may have had a sensory impact on their audiences, who might smell their difference just as they see it in the fabric and the cut of their clothing. The distinction that smell made might suggest to us a proximity and a distance between the characters on the stage. And we're remembering, you know, Cleopatra and the barge, etc., etc. There's a sense of the impact, the distance that perfume travels. Sweetness is also, of course, about taste, the meeting point of those two senses. I'm not going to talk now about sugar, but it's such a vital part of what sweetness means in this period. It's added to everything as it becomes cheaper. And then, of course, there's much to say about that industry and where it takes us to the more unpalatable parts of early modern life. Sweetness refers to sweet meats, back to the marchpane that I was talking about a minute ago. Sweet banquets involving sculptures, rosewater, almonds, etc. And that appears in many different plays. Across Shakespeare's career, then, sweetness permeated the clothes, food, houses, and other environments of early modern England, dividing the comparatively wealthy from their less fortunate neighbours through different tastes, smells, and sights, and exercising a powerful hold on the imagination that comes up constantly in poetry. Okay, so those are two of the examples from the book of ways of thinking about the collected evidence that we have for these things. If we're to think about the implications then, in conclusion, of the micropolitics of thingly power, where we began, its public value, then there are some useful places to start in Bennett, I think, as they intersect with the peculiar nature of theatre, and particularly our reconstructions of early modern stage practice, which is another layer, the going back in time. So just some somewhat random examples of phrases that I've found particularly instructive to finish with, to get us thinking. The image of dead matter prevents us from detecting a fuller range, the image of dead matter being a kind of passive view of material culture. It prevents us from detecting a fuller range of the non-human powers circulating around and within human bodies. So to what extent should we see the power of drama as that intersection between human and non-human power? What are the powers of things on stage, and how might we describe them? It's all very well to state that there is some kind of power going on there, but actually how do we get to grips with that? She wants more attentive encounters between people materialities and thing materialities. And again, what's the nature of that encounter if we think about that from a multidisciplinary perspective across history, literature, and drama, and more besides? Derrida points to the intimacy between being and following. To be is always to be following, always to be in response to call from something, however non-human it may be. I'm really interested in how we trace that movement of energy that happens across actors and props, and how we use the evidence of early modern, evidence and the evidence of modern practice of the kind that we've been hearing about today to do that. Two more. Though the movements and effectivity of STEM, this is very random, this one, stem cells, electricity, food, trash, and metals, those are the chapters of the book, are crucial to political life and human life per se, almost as soon as they appear in public. These activities and powers are represented as human action, meaning, agenda, or ideology. So we take the action of things and immediately make it into a human story. How do we hold a space for the specifically material and its power when we talk about early modern drama? How do we just stop talking about the actor and the audience again and hold that space open? And finally, if a set of moral principles is actually to be lived out, the right mood or landscape of effect has to be in place. So what is the political space that's opened up in these encounters between people and things? And how do we trace a politics of theatre from the work that objects do off the stage onto the stage rather than the other way around? So how do we begin with their offstage lives and then reiterate that and talk about it as providing the right mood or landscape for something to happen on the stage? And we're coming back there to some of the questions that were raised first thing this morning about whether this is what we're reading into the evidence that we have, I think, and the ways in which it can be meaningful and political. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That was absolutely fascinating. The Pomander was just beautiful, particular highlight. Are there any questions in the room? Yeah, I can see one at the back.
Hi there, thanks for the talk. I'm going to ask what I think might be a very basic and technical question. But I was wondering, when it comes to material culture, particularly in the realm of being so, multidisciplinary as, a subject, if you single out some of the items, like, for example, you were talking about a spoon, and then you went into the spoon in terms of, all the different information that you can get across the century and everything. The technical question is this: how do you choose the information that you slot in? Like, for example, you were talking about the spoon being, I don't know, the first type of cutlery that is gifted to a human, like, for example, to children. Or you were saying that the spoon is the first, is the second type of cutlery ever created after the knife. Or, for example, that a maiden used to steal spoons the most, and there is some literature that talks about it and so on. But you could go on forever about spoons because they're so immediate to the human culture, right? So my question is, in your books, in your research, how do you actually choose what to talk about and what not to talk about? Because you could go on forever, and there's so much within material culture it's, I don't know, it's consumerism, it's history, it's folklore, it's archaeology. I mean, you can go in all directions you like. So I was wondering if you could talk about that a little.
It's a really,
Thank you.
really excellent question. And it's kind of implicit in why I've only just finished the book. You know, that's a slightly flippant answer, but it's not entirely flippant. So I had in the end to impose a structure on it because it was becoming, also there's 2,000 words for each object. So that in itself is a discipline that I find it very hard to follow. That means you have to telescope down the number of examples of anything. So I went through the quantitative, so you know how many, and then what are they made of, and then I did a literature search for each of the things, so that I could get a sense of where they were appearing across a period from I can't actually remember exact dates now, but I think I did 1580 to 1640, something like that. I did have it written down. And I did that for everything so that I could see the kind of texts that these objects were appearing in. Quite a lot of them turn up in travel narratives, some of them don't. Quite a lot of them turn up in biblical translations. That's really interesting because then I have that sense of who's likely to have read it in that context. And then I just have to pick the most prominent ways in which they've appeared. In terms of what they were like off stage, the inventories give us the ownership. I have some evidence for how they were used, but that period is quite early for a lot of different types of evidence. So actually that helps to contract it. And then I tried to give a flavor to some of the items that have been the source of a lot of antiquarian study. It's appropriate to say that in this context, but it's really important. So there are books on spoons. There are books, I mean, much to the amusement of my colleagues looking along my bookshelves, there are books on lighting, historical lighting, for instance. And some of this comes out of antique collecting. Some of it comes out of an antiquarian desire to understand archaeological finds. So the portable antiquities scheme, really useful for some things because you can tell the pattern of their finding by metal detectorists. So trying to use those same categories of evidence each time. And then to think about what that tells us about their prominence. So it is actually quite, it's more bounded than it would be if one was doing it for the 18th or 19th centuries. But I think I tried to be led by the questions I needed to answer and the different categories of evidence and scholarship.
Great, lots of questions. Yeah, AJ, I'm happy to bring you.
Hi, I've got quite a basic question. So I do research on spirits, and I did my master's on The Tempest. One of my primary texts is King James's Demonology. So I feel like I should know the answer, but what is a long spoon? Is it just a spoon with a long handle, or is it a specific spoon?
Yeah, I think it's a spoon with a long handle, so you don't have to get too close. What constitutes a spoon with a long handle is another question. I mean, if you want one more line on that, I think it probably relates to that kind of cooking when you're cooking in a big pot, so that it's effectively a ladle. But I like the idea of using the very big spoon in the set of apostle spoons, which is the one with Christ, which is the serving spoon, so that you actually use the one with Christ on the top, which you would then be holding if you were approaching the devil. But yes, I think it's as simple as that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, lots of questions over on this side.
Thank you. My question is kind of provoked by two of your chapter titles, if that's okay. Chapters kind of 12 and 33, I think, I noticed kind of the categories there are gift and token.
Yes.
And I'm fascinated by how you kind of approach items where their taxonomy, their category is a form of kind of social exchange.
Yeah.
And to kind of sneak another question on the end there, just thinking back to Merrill's paper earlier, do those type of items kind of somehow bear more traces of how they come to be kind of consumed by the playing company if they are themselves kind of gifts or tokens
from kind of noblemen, for example?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a lot there.
Sorry.
No, it makes me think in really interesting ways. So I found those two, gift and token, quite complicated because there are many points which they shade into one another. The point I wanted to make, I wanted to start with an image for gift. I can't honestly remember what it was now, but it was some kind of very elite object. And then for token, I've got a bent groat, which is from the Portable Antiquities scheme. So it's just a coin that's been bent in half like that over the edge of a table, I think. And I wanted to make the point that although there are similarities, there are very different contexts for giving, and there are very different types of things that might be given. And they're both really interesting because in those cases, almost every item in the book could be a gift, not chimneys, but almost everything else could be a gift, and it could be a token if it's marked, if it's made into one. So on the stage, functionally, there is no such category of thing. It's made by the dramatic situation in which it enters. So they operate really, really differently. And then I think we don't know what actual thing was used. In some cases, could be anything. But it's the making of it in both on stage and off stage, but in different ways. It's the making of it into a gift or a token that does the work. And I find that really interesting, but quite difficult. That's a really good question.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I also have a question about chapter titles, and if there was a particular object or chapter that you had to cut because of space, and kind of what bit didn't you get to tell us about?
I didn't, so there were 70 chapters. And I had a meeting in somewhere in East London, and I got there very early, and I sat in a pub, and I took myself to task and said, this is not going to work. Partly because you can't actually say enough in 1,000 words, as it would have to have been. And it becomes a sort of, it just becomes a list of things that one might write in a note in the play, rather than actually something that builds into a more complicated picture of early modern materiality, which is what I wanted it to be. So I lost half of them. Some of them that was fine because I didn't actually, and some of the most prominent things that you might think, oh, that would be a brilliant thing to write about, I didn't have that much to say. And coming back to the question about evidence, didn't have that much evidence. And just to say, I mean, not many people had them, not all that interesting, or we don't have that much detail. I think the one that I toyed with long and hard was whether to do something specifically around personal objects. So I wanted to talk about purses, but there's not that much evidence. I wanted to talk about pockets, which were not integral at that point, and because I think that's really interesting, and it, it pertains to the notion of how one keeps things about the body. But in the end, as you will have seen, some of the chapters are about several things, and that's largely because, for instance, chest, coffer and trunk are sort of the same thing, but within that they're different. But I thought personal objects was a different kind of category, to be pedantic about it, that actually brought the kind of category that one ought to construct across chapters rather than within them. There were many other things that I wanted to talk about, but in some ways they were going over similar ground. So take it like
Yeah, I think we've got time for one more question. Yes.
I feel really daft now because my question's really simple.
I hope so.
What's your favorite item?
My favorite item or my favorite chapter?
Both. Both. That's what I was going to say.
You go back to the chapter list. So I did spend more time than I should have done when I was trying to write this, trying to pick a chapter that I was particularly excited about. I think my favorite item is probably that little ship, because it's just gorgeous. But I'm also, because my original background was in textiles, I'm passionate about the textile ones. So I suppose I really like the chapter on silk, which talks just because, and for me it's really unusual because I mainly talk about the middling sort and below, and most of the stuff on silk is very elite. And I also like the one on linen because I got to grips to a certain extent or with critical race studies, thinking about linen and blackness and whiteness, and I found that incredibly interesting and stimulating and humbling. So I really enjoyed writing those two. But yeah, I think the little ship.
Fantastic. Well, that is a great note to end on. So can we just thank Catherine again for such an amazing use of her time.
We're nearly there, everyone. I feel bad taking up Catherine question time. But I do just want to take a couple of moments to wrap up, to say some thank yous, to do a little bit more housekeeping. So first thing I want to do is a tiny little sales pitch. So you are here in the Society of Antiquaries. Obviously, Professor Catherine Richardson is a newly minted fellow, very well deserved and long overdue, may I say. There is an affiliate membership of the Society as well, which gets you access to the building and particularly using the library whenever it's open, which is 5 days a week. So I definitely encourage you, if you'd like to be more involved in the Society, have a look at the affiliate membership. And with the Revels Office, for those of you who aren't yet members or supporters of the network, if you'd like to get involved, please contact the group and we'd love to have you involved. So there's a little sales pitch. Now we've got to do a lot of thank yous. Thank you so much to all of you for being here and for being so engaged intellectually and emotionally throughout the whole day. And there have been so many rewarding conversations. So thank you to all of you for being here and for being here to the end of the day. Thank you to our speakers and to our chairs. Thank you to my Society of Antiquaries colleagues for all of their help in setting this up. And to the conference committee, our organisers, to Bethan and Juliana and Gina and Mirjam and Maria. You've done a fantastic job, and this is it's a huge amount of work to pull this off. So congratulations to all of you. So I do want to take a tiny little moment before we go off and socialise and have a well-deserved drink of your preference, to just acknowledge the extraordinary research that we have heard today and how brilliantly it has communicated. The research we've heard has been thoughtful and imaginative and rigorous and fun. And it's been really valuable to have it in this space. We have heard about the multiplicity of performance and all of the different ways that we can interpret that in the true early modern period, the long early modern period, right from the beginning of the 16th century up to the end of the 18th century. We have heard about so many different kinds of objects, from pins to pots to pomanders, from tiny miniatures to big books, from tiny underwear to high heels. We've moved across different kinds of performance spaces, playhouses and streets and tiltyards and tiring houses. We've heard about people. We've heard about printers and monarchs and sailors and sex workers and spoon makers. And for me, it is the power in these objects, in how they connect us to those people. So these objects are a tangible connection to different forms of identity, as Catherine said, and different forms of lived experience. They're a way of connecting us to people from the past, but they're also, as today demonstrates, a way of us connecting with each other and also to different versions of ourselves. And this is what I feel like the Society of Antiquaries and the Revels Office are both set up to do so brilliantly, is to create the communities and the places where we can talk about those things. And one of the things that has really resonated with me today is how often feelings have come up, how often emotion has been part of the discussion, and realizing that that's part of the power of objects as well, to make us feel things. And then that is a way of us connecting with each other and with our past as well. So I do want to acknowledge that we're at a moment of individual, sector-wide and global crisis and instability, and that days like today and communities like the Antiquaries and the Revels Office are absolutely vital for helping us keeping moving forward. And so today, I hope, has demonstrated not just your fascinating and engaging research, and thank you for sharing it with us, into material culture, but the joy and the hope that we get in sharing that research and coming together to support each other, to learn from one each other, and to come together as a community. So thank you so much for giving that to us today. I think it really matters.
Okay, there is one more thing. I think Anushka knows what's coming. There's one thank you missing from that list, a very emphatic thank you that we have to say to Anushka, who is just absolutely incredible and works so hard. And everything that she's just said about what we need from community, from supporting each other, so the values that we have at the Revels Office, and also at the Antiquaries, she absolutely embodies all of that. Yeah. So Anushka set up the Revels Office with Dr. Sierra Carter, who wasn't able to be here today, sadly, but massive thank you to Sierra as well. I started my PhD during the pandemic, and it was just a total lifeline to have these sort of, what I sometimes refer to as trauma bonding sessions over Zoom. But yeah, massive thank you to Anushka for all the effort she's put in today. She's so committed to great scholarship, but also to something which I think is more important than all the research we do, all of the, going into archives and things, and that's just making sure that everybody's okay. She's really good at that. And it's rare to find someone who's so generous and considerate, but Anushka somehow manages to do this while also working about 26 hours a day, 8 days a week, which is an amazing feat. Some of you already know this, but it is also Anushka's birthday today. It keeps coming. And really, we should be getting you a sort of 3-week holiday, I think. But please accept we have some humble chocolates and flowers for you. So yeah, I promise no singing, but yeah, if you all want to join me in, just join me in saying happy birthday and thank you to Anushka. And please do join us for some drinks afterwards. We're going to be going to Mercato Mayfair, which is about a 20-minute walk away. We'll sort of gather and amble over in a bit. But yeah, please do join us if you can. So yeah, once again, thank you so much, Anushka. And thank you everybody for coming. Please give your lanyards back as you leave.